Board of Finance to order. Is there a motion on the agenda? Councillor Paul.
I'll make a motion to approve. I assume there are no changes, but I'll make the motion to approve.
I am not aware of any changes.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Do we have anybody signed up for public forum? Jordan, are you managing public forum? Or, okay,
and there are currently no members of the public signed up for public forum.
Okay, excellent. So the first item on the agenda, and I do want to make sure we get going because we have such a tight timeline, so I assume others will probably be joining us, is a report out from our actuary. I am pleased to introduce Steve Lemansky. He, among other things, is our actuary. He has a lot of letters behind his name. I don't know what they all mean, but he knows what he is talking about. He is also a vice president and practice leader at Hooker and Holcomb, or what we like to call H&H, our actuarial firm, and they have recently taken over for us as retirement administration as well. Tonight, he will be talking to us about the Burlington Employees Retirement System, what we call BERS, and the actuarial valuation as of June 2019. Why should you care about this if you don't already know? The value of assets in this fund is really in the neighborhood of about $200 million, depending on how you value it. So this is not small potatoes, and something that we take really seriously. I am also pleased that I think, although I don't see him right here on my screen, I think that we have Bob Hooper with us, who is the chair of our retirement committee. We will hear from him at a later date to give an annual report. But after Steve has had a chance to give the actuarial report, which will take about 15 minutes, we should have at least 10 minutes for questions. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you, Steve. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully this works. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon. And as Catherine mentioned, there's an annual evaluation done for BERS, the snapshot, in this case being the end of June 19. Have a quick agenda here, and we have a lot to cover in 15 minutes. So I'm going to hit the high points of everything on the table here. Purpose of the evaluation, a summary of the results. We'll go into yeah.
Excuse me, I apologize. I was hoping that you might, when you share your screen, if you could put just one slide on at a time.
Okay.
That would be great if you can.
Is it showing more than one right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's showing one slide and then it shows the next slide very small.
Okay.
If you can. If not, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
Okay.
Okay. So a little bit of detail about the liabilities, the funded status, assets, and so forth. So I always like to give a background of the purpose of the valuation, because sometimes there's some misconceptions about what it's all about. I think the important part here is in this box in the middle. I like to say is the valuation does not change the ultimate cost of the plan to the city. And when I say ultimate cost, meaning over the lifetime of the plan, that cost being cash that the city puts in to fund those benefits over time must equal, so that's money in from the city, must equal money going out. So money going out would be benefits paid to retirees over time, any administrative expenses that might be paid from the trust. Offsets to that are investment earnings made on the assets in the trust, and of course members are by contract, the various collective bargaining agreements, they contribute a percentage of their pay while they're working. So these are two offsets to the city's costs, but ultimately this is going to be a known quantity once, in the fullness of time, once the fund pays the last member. So the valuation, what it does, the last two bullet points down here, is really allocate that ultimate cost to each and every fiscal year. So the 19 valuation that we're talking about tonight is used to determine that funding cost, if you will, for the current fiscal year. So fiscal 21 in this case. In terms of what happened this year versus last year, the funded ratio, and we'll get into a little bit more detail about that in a few minutes, but high level, assets of the fund versus liabilities. Actuarially perfect, the funded ratio would be 100%. Okay, that would mean that assets fully cover all benefits earned to date. Currently, it's about 72.8%. That's a tick down from the prior valuation, 73.2. That was pretty typical for public sector funds in the last year or so. The actuarially determined employer contribution, the acronym for that is ADEC, which is basically the city's contribution as produced by the valuation report, did go up for fiscal 21. It went to 10.83 million versus 10.24 million the prior year. There are a couple of drivers to that as to why that happened. There was unfavorable experience, what we call actuarial losses on the asset side, meaning the assumption in the previous valuation, we expected the assets to earn 7.5%. They earned 5.1, okay, which is below that. And market value is not what we use in the valuation. We use a smooth asset value that smooths out ups and downs in the market over 5 years. So actuarially, the fund earned 6.6, which is still below the 7.5, and that's really the key metric here. So that was unfavorable. In other words, the assets didn't quite earn what we expected. On the liability side, unfortunately, there was also some unfavorable experience. Now, it's interesting, you know, inactive mortality, unfavorable experience from the plan's point of view means not as many people died as we expected according to the assumption. So from the plan's perspective, that's unfavorable, meaning the liability is higher than we thought it was going to be. Retirement and turnover patterns were a little bit unfavorable. On the flip side, salary increases were a little bit less than expected, and the COLAs, the cost of living adjustments that are paid to retirees, were a little bit less than expected. So that partially offset some of those other losses, but at the end of the day, the liabilities were a little bit higher too. So assets were lower, liabilities were higher. That drove the ratio down a little bit. Okay, on top of that, there were some scheduled changes in assumptions, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but the discount rate was reduced slightly. There was an update to the mortality projection scale, so on net, that also increased the liabilities. Just to give some perspective, the BRRS funded ratio, the 72.8, it's a little bit lower than the average ratio out there in the public sector space, according to a survey we do every year. That ratio was 74.2% in our survey. So just a touch below that. 70 to 80% in the public sector space is generally considered to be credit neutral. So you're still in that range. Just digging a little deeper into the assumption changes on the investment return. So we did an experience study a couple of years ago, looked at all the assumptions. On the heels of that, BRRS approved a phase-in of the reduction in that assumption. So it had been 8%, it was dropped to 7.5% 18, and then a scheduled reduction of additional 10 basis points a year, starting with this valuation. So we're at 7.4, the ultimate target is 7 in 2023. Again, we like to compare that against benchmark. So the median, we do a survey of about 200 plans. Median is 7, most recent survey. Average is a little bit less. It's not a perfect bell curve, so the average is a touch less than that. It's 674. And about 39% of the plans in the survey that we did lower their assumption from 18 to 19. So you have a lot of company in the fact that you continue to phase down that assumption. You're moving closer to the current median. Okay. Mortality, we as actuaries do a couple of things. We look at life expectancies today based on the current population out there. But we also are projecting benefits far into the future. You know, you might have a member that's 25, 30 years old. They just got hired. They're not going to retire for another 30, 35 years in some cases. When they retire, their life expectancy is expected to be different than it is for somebody who's 60 or 65 today. And that's what the projection scale is. The Society of Actuaries is updating that every year as data emerges. So we pick that up in terms of this valuation. At the end of the day, these assumption changes up here, as I mentioned on the previous slide, they did add to the liability. So they added just over $2.1 million to liability, and about 250,000 of this increase here that you're seeing. It's about a $600,000 increase, but 250,000 of that is due to those assumption changes. So on net, slightly more conservative assumptions in 19 versus 18. A lot of numbers on the executive summary. The way to read this though is the current valuation is here, 19 side by side with the previous. And we slice and dice the numbers into what's called Class A and Class B. So Class A is your public safety, police and fire. Class B is city and your school non-certified employees. So they're in Class B, and we break down the numbers. So for example, the bottom line here, the ADEC of about 10.8 million. Well, if you allocate it between the classes, of just over 6 million for Class A, about 4.8 million to fund the benefits for Class B. And you can see the comparable numbers. They were lower the previous year. Accrued liability. So this is kind of our target, target liability in a perfect world, 100% funded. You'd have about $278 million in the fund as of June 30th, 19. On a smooth asset value, what you actually had was about 202.5 million. Okay, so when you look at that difference, of that ratio between the 202 and 278, that's how you get the 72.8% funded ratio. The difference in those two numbers is the unfunded liability of about 75 million. And I like to refer to that as the mortgage of the fund. It's a mortgage to get paid, it gets paid off over time. Okay. Right now, as new liabilities emerge, or if you get credits with favorable experience, you're setting those up over 30 years. I'm going to talk later about a concept where really Burroughs is phasing into a 20-year payoff of those liabilities, which will be more conservative. I'll get into the details about that when I speak to those slides. Just to show some of these things visually, sometimes it helps to have graphs, but the top in terms of funded status, assets versus liabilities. So the assets are in orange. Okay, and an actuarial value, you can see that's been increasing over the last several years, but so have the liabilities. And it's natural for the liabilities to increase over time. These are present values, so the liabilities, if you will, are accruing interest. Members are earning additional benefits, which adds to the liability. On the flip side, as retirees draw those benefits, that serves to reduce the liabilities as kind of satisfy the liability that had been built up when they retired. So over time, the idea is to close this gap. Okay, once that gap gets closed, if those were equal, you'd be 100% funded. And so when we talk about paying off the mortgage, we're talking about paying off that gap over time. Again, the funded ratio, 72.8% and actuarial value is right here. The orange, you can see how that has been generally sloping upward over the last several years. If we were to measure things on a market basis, it's a bumpier ride because there have been some very strong years on a market basis in this period, and then some weaker years, and that causes that number to, or that ratio, kind of bounce around more than the smooth value. In terms of the budget number that the city is going to fund, again, it's called the ADEC is the acronym. Again, 19 versus 18. There's two key pieces. So there's the amount that the employees are accruing in benefits. On a gross basis, it's called the normal cost. That's to the tune of about 6.5 million. But members are really self-funding a piece of their benefit. You know, contractually, they're paying a percentage of their pay to the tune of just over $3 million. They're self-funding a good chunk of that. The city picks up the balance, or about 3.5 million, which is about 6.8% of payroll. That number is up from last year as a percent of payroll, again, because the assumptions got more conservative due to the discount rate. So that itself is going to increase this funding cost. The bulk of the ADEC right now is the mortgage payment, which is this amortization piece here. So that's about 7.2 million. Okay, 7.2. So it's more than double the normal cost. You add those together, you get to 10.73 million. We do account for a timing difference from the snapshot date for the valuation versus the subsequent fiscal year. To recognize that difference, we add a little bit here for that timing difference to get to the 10.8 million. So you can see that, again, the relationship here right now, it's about a 70-30 split or so, maybe a little bit more than that. And there are some adjustments that get made after the fact by the city as part of the collective bargaining agreements. There's some cost sharing or risk sharing to maintain a certain relationship between those two numbers, between the membership and the city. Okay, that gets done after the fact. Again, visually, how the ADEC's been tracking, it has generally been increasing, you know, a little bit of a dip there back in 2017, but the normal cost, okay, so that's the purple value of the benefits being accrued. Again, the most of it right now is the payment on the unfunded liability. Just a little bit of detail about the assets in terms of cash flows. So we've got market value here. This is straight off the trust statement. So on a market basis, assets grew from 189 million to just under 195 million during the fiscal year. Cash flows in, money coming in from the city, about 9.5 million. Membership kicked in about 3.6. Again, this is after adjustments in the bargaining agreements. So you had about 13.1 million coming in, disbursements, benefit payments, almost 17 million, some administrative expenses. So the fund's paying out 17 million. Negative cash flow here, but like I said, all my clients with mature plans like yours, that's kind of the idea of pre-funding pensions, because the idea behind pre-funding pensions, you eventually want to get to the point where the investment earnings of the fund are doing a lot of the heavy lifting, because otherwise, if you were doing pay-as-you-go, you'd be looking at this as a funding cost, or at least the benefit payments. And the idea is there's a crossover point when the fund builds up enough where that's not the case, and that's where you're at now. Okay. Investment earnings down here, the smooth value. I didn't include all the mechanics here in terms of how we calculate this, just in the interest of time. But on a smooth basis, you went from 193.6 million to 202.5 million, and that's how you get the 6.6%. Okay. Similar to the funded status, we're showing returns over the past several years. Actuarial is orange. Market, you can see, you know, a 15% return back in 14. You had about a 14% return in 17. Negative returns here, which were typical in 15 and 16. So the method, which 98% of the plans out there use in terms of smoothing that bumpiness, you can see it visually here in terms of what it does to returns. That's really to help with the budgeting and the impact on the ADEC. Okay. Over time, in the fullness of time, as those gains and losses kind of flow through, you'll see a convergence there. Okay, how are we doing on time? Do we have a few more minutes, Katherine?
We are rapidly running out of time. Can we get the ultra short wrap up?
Okay, the ultra short wrap up is, so direct rate smoothing, just in a minute. Again, we're transitioning, BRRRR is transitioning from the 7.5% to the 7%. Direct rate smoothing helps with that transition. It helps with that transition to get to an ultimate target. Right now, based on the methodology being used, we're looking at, that 10.8 million number is expected to grow to about 12.1 million in the out years. And it helps with, direct rate smoothing helps with that increase and kind of smoothing it out. So getting there, and this gets trued up every year, but that's the technique right now that's used by the city in terms of making its funding contribution. So as a reminder, the next change, which will be for the 20 valuation we're going to work on later this year, will be to drop the discount rate to 7.3. Okay, and we will pick up the new projection scale annual update when it gets published towards the end of October later this year. So overall, I mean, the funds ratio did come down a little bit, but that was typical because of the reasons I talked about for the year. No cash flow concerns at the time. The city has a strategy in place to fund the benefits systematically over the next several years using the direct rate smoothing.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Steve. Counselors, questions or comments?
I have a question. And
yes,
also
Counselor Jay.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to thank him for being here. Mr. Steve, thank you. So my comments is about the new system that employees can now use and have access to their retirement. I think it is incredible. It is beautiful. No longer people would be calling the city to find out how much is in their retirement account. I think it's beautiful. Yeah. And the other question along those lines is specific to the report that employees will be receiving. You still do it on a yearly basis? You send them a statement about their retirement accounts, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and thank you. And I think to finish, the question is specific to, do you think we are in a good hands right now? There has not been any concerns, anything that we need to watch for? Do you have any statement on that?
No, I mean, the city right now is following best practices for public sector pension funds. They've been doing, and this is not anything new, they've done what's called an experience study every 5 years. Okay. And that, what the experience study does is it kind of tracks what's actually happening in the fund in terms of all the expectations that I talked about some of them: mortality, salary increases, retirement patterns, investment return, all of those sorts of things. So there's basically a true up every 5 years and course correcting, if you will, based on what's actually happening to the fund, because the valuation, again, is a long-term projection about expectations, and we
Did we lose him, or is it just me?
I think poor Steve might be a bit frozen.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, but just wanted to say thank you to him. No further questions.
Thank you so much, Counselor Jang. Okay, I'm sure he will be rejoining us. Do we have other questions for when he does? Okay, Counselor Paul. It's probably most helpful for when he comes back, I'm assuming. Unless you think it's something that we can answer. This is a little bit awkward.
Well, it looks like he got off and may actually be
Yep.
going in. Oh, there he is.
Perfect.
You know,
Okay.
sorry, but you know what? I'm running on an internet hotspot because, believe me or not, we still don't have internet down here in Connecticut. That massive storm come through, and I just got power back Saturday night, so I'm running on my cell phone hotspot.
Wow.
We forgot to recognize that, like, yeah, Steve is calling in despite natural disaster. So kudos to that. Thank you for calling back in, Steve. Counselor Paul had a question.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. First of all, I mean, while I understand about the funded ratio, I do think that it is not at all a good sign that we're going in the wrong direction on the funded ratio. And there may be a myriad of reasons for that, but I do think that that is certainly something that's worth noting, and that we should be very mindful of that if by chance it should become a trend. A great deal of work went into addressing the long-term sustainability of the retirement fund several years ago, and that was certainly one of the obviously one of the drivers. I'm trying to remember if, in fact, we are using the closed or open way of calculating, and I can't remember which one we are doing. We went back and forth, and I can't remember now. Are we benchmarking it, or are we continually, is it an open? I just can't remember how we're doing that, because clearly, if we're basing it on a year, then the question would be, if we're going to go from 30 years to 20 years, how are we doing that, and what is the cost going to be in terms of the cost to the city's contribution?
Yeah, those are both great questions. So the short answer is it's closed amortization. It's what's called layered. So that's actually best practice. It's recommended best practice by GFOA. Layered just means, so if you think about it this way, if you had an initial valuation, you set that at 30 years and you run that unfunded liability down on a closed basis.
Right.
But to the extent you generate any new unfunded liability in the future, or if you generate credits, you create new layers. So it's kind of like if you're bonding, you have one bond out there, you create a new bond and so forth. So each of those layers gets paid off over time. It is closed amortization, and that is best practice. In terms of the funded ratio, I agree that there was a bit of a decline, but that was in the short term. The last slide that I put up there that I know we covered very quickly, but that does show, even with the reduction in the discount rate, there's a sort of a slow increase in that projected funded ratio. And that's the result of the actuarial methods being applied. The idea is to gradually increase that funding, and you are going to feel that in the budget. There's no doubt. Right now, that's projected to increase to over $12 million over the next 3 or 4 years.
So again, Steve, I'm not opposed to the idea of going from 20 years to 30. I mean, clearly the shorter the period of time, it's like a mortgage, as you said. I mean, the shorter the period of time, the quicker you pay it off, assuming all things being equal. What is the cost of going and doing? I mean, 10 years is a lot of time. What is the cost of that? Has that been calculated? I imagine that's been calculated. It's not in these figures. It would have to be a decision to change that. And I don't know if that decision has already been made, or did the retirement board already make that decision?
I mean, that's what the smoothing method right now is targeting. 3 or 4 years from now, I don't know that an official decision has been made yet to switch it, because in the interim, we're still setting up new 30-year bases. Okay, so on a weighted average basis, it's much less than 30. It's not that kind of difference going from everything at 30 to everything at 20. Okay, 15 to 20 years is actually also GFOA recommended best practice right now, and the reason for that is, again, it's striking a balance, right? So it's striking a balance between solvency of the fund and funding benefits over an appropriate amount of time, given demographics, and the reality of the budget impact, right? Because the absolute most conservative thing to do, which nobody does, is to true that number up every year. That would just wreak havoc on budgets, for obvious reasons. So it kind of strikes a balance between those two goals. There's a lot of tension there, and it seems like that this approach, based on the presentations to BERS and discussions with the city, seems to strike a nice balance in terms of getting to something that's more in line with best practice.
Councillor
you.
Paul,
Yeah.
I would just say that I don't see Chair Hooper on the call, but if you have more questions or you would like to be more involved as the only member of the retirement committee that I see on the call, we would welcome you. Oh, there he is. He just looks like he's showing up as Rich. So I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. You can speak next, Bob. But I would just say, we would welcome your thoughts on this, as well as we kind of are just getting to a point of thinking through some of our strategic issues.
Okay, and then the last two comments I just wanted to make are more in general. They're not really about the actuary, and that is that I do think, and I have long tried to advocate for greater financial literacy, that employees should be given time, as employees, to engage with financial people, to understand what their options are. I think, a number of employees really rely on the pension, but it should be viewed in terms of an entire picture, and hopefully encouraging employees to do what they can to save on their own as well. And then the other is, I would like to have the whomever it is that we now have who is doing the investment to come and speak with us. When Bob and I were both, Bob is still on the Vermont Pension Investment Committee, and at the time that I was getting off that committee, we were talking about socially responsible investing, getting off of many investments that, as it turns out, are actually not doing very well. And a lot of organizations are now going and no longer having them in their investment portfolio. So I'd like to, at some point, have the investment people here so that we can talk with them about that, and hopefully be able to have some figures on what we might be able to do in terms of redirecting all or part of the city's pension into socially responsible investing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Paul. I'll just quickly say, because we really need to get to the rest of the agenda, that Chair Hooper just brought up this issue of greater financial literacy for employees, so thank you for that. And we are hoping to use a new LMS, a new remote learning management system for many things, and we thought this could be something that's especially interesting for that, along with some of the other things we're thinking about rolling out along racial equity and some of our required trainings.
That's great. Thank you.
And we could certainly ask Dahab to come speak to us in the next several months. So we'll set that up.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Chair Hooper. Anything you would like to say in 2 minutes or less before I have to move us along?
2 minutes, wow. Thanks, Karen, for your comments, and good day, council members. We are talking about 20 to 30 or 30 to 20 have not made a determination. You know, from your experience, the way tax change goes right into the homeowner's pocket, basically. Looking at that in concert with lowering the assumed rate of return, we think would be a significant burden. We have moved to simpler, lower cost investment portfolio strategies. That's my 2 minutes, unless anybody has questions.
You are so efficient. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Bob Hooper. Thank you, Steve Lemansky. I'm going to keep us moving because we have a lot going on. So moving to item 4.01 is how would the board like to proceed? President Tracy.
I'd like to make a motion on this to approve and recommend that the City Council authorize the Director of Public Works to purchase 30 pieces of equipment for a total value of $2,300,334 with lease financing determined by the Clerk Treasurer's Office at a rate not to exceed 4% for terms of 5 or 10 years, subject to review and approval by the City Attorney.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Pine. All in favor? Oh, Councilor Paul.
Discussion? We have discussion.
Councilor Paul has a discussion. Yes, of course.
Okay, just a moment. I'm getting it's a little quick here.
I know everyone was moving so efficiently. Sorry, not
Okay,
trying to rush us
so-
through anything.
All right, so I have a question on attachment A. On attachment A, for parks, the cemetery, there is a mower that is the vehicle. The recommendation is to go with fossil fuel. The cost for fossil fuel versus rebate is a difference of $500. There's also a walking mower. The cost is $6,000 and the cost for electric is $6,500. If we are going to get to our goals for 2030, and this is something that we are leasing for 5 years, and the technology exists to be able to have for a difference of $500, which is less than 10%. Why are we buying fossil fuel?
Yes, it's as somebody who sits on that committee, I know a lot of thought and care went into that decision. Who would like to take that first?
I can.
Please, thank you.
So originally with the cemetery, we were going to go with an electric option. It was a stand-on riding mower. We demoed that mower down at the cemetery on North Avenue. They use it primarily to mow in between the headstones and some of the smaller areas. There's a lot of steep slopes that they have, and we tried to use that machine to mow the slopes, and it just wasn't a safe fit for them. We were told that they could possibly use it as a walk behind, like the mowers it would be replacing. And that again, presented some safety issues, mowing those slopes. So we thought we would replace in kind the conventional mowers they have, and we replaced 2 of the gas mowers at Callahan Park with 2 electric mowers. So did kind of a swap between the two areas. It wasn't based on cost. It was just based on, you know, the efficiency of the mower at that place and some safety concerns.
Have you already purchased these mowers?
No, we haven't.
I mean, it just, you know, I mean, I'm not out there, so I have no way of knowing. I just feel like if, you know, if we really are truly going to be doing this, then, you know, I mean, you know, we're in here for 5 years. 5 years is now 2025, which is 5 years until 2030. You know, I mean, to me, this just seemed like a relatively, you know, an easier one that we could, you know, that we could go with something that was, we could go with someone that was electric, but.
Councillor Paul, I understand your concern, and I don't want to speak for the mayor, and I don't think he is on yet, but I will say that we did, oh, he's here. We had a meeting, and I'm going to let him talk about it because he pushed this team pretty hard and asked them to do another series of tests with this mower before we moved forward with this plan. And now I'm going to stop talking.
Hello, everybody. I didn't hear all the lead up to this, but and I don't know all the field testing results, but if Chapin hasn't spoken to them already, I was very reluctant based on our past conversations, my own personal feelings about the need to move towards strategic electrification and the past conversations we had with the council to accept, you know, it was really my goal to have as much electrified as possible. And I know the team worked very hard to achieve that, included recent field tests with, I believe, councilors invited to attend and representatives from the company and our team. And I think the results of that was mixed. I think we did increase the amount of electric mowers that we are purchasing, while also feeling it was prudent to give, you know, to have some of the conventional mowers in this round. I think further, we also explored phasing these out, and so that we would no longer, you know, if the industry as we expect is very different 5 years from now, we will be switched over well before our 2030 goal. So that was the thrust of the conversations we've had. I don't know if Chapin you can add, or Martha, you can add anything to that. My understanding was the TUC did review these purchases as well and was supportive, but maybe I'm not totally conversant with all the details. So maybe Chapin, you can add to that.
Director Cindy White's here and can speak to the parks issues. I will just say overall, we have a great fleet committee. We worked very hard to come up with the best electrified proposal we could. We have 5 EVs in a fleet now. This proposal brings 6 plus 4 more hybrids. We're bullish to help accomplish the council's directive, and we have to put our employee safety first and foremost. And mowing on hills with a heavy batteried unit is something that at this time, with the design of the mower that we saw, was not something we were comfortable enough to proceed with.
Councilor Paul, I'll take back over the chair here. So Councilor Paul, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Since I think you were not on at the time that I had started this, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, again, I'm not an expert on mowers. It just, on the surface, going from something that's 6,000 to 6,500 seemed to me to be, in the world of going to electrification, that seemed to be not a heavy lift. However, if it's a heavy lift to get it up the hill and it's not, and it's not safe, then, I understand that. And it sounds to me like you've certainly had this conversation. That's what it sounds like. And I hope you'll understand that, that's really our goal. So that's the reason I bring it up.
Absolutely. We share your goal, Councilor Paul. I see, Martha, if you try to keep the comment quick, just because we're getting close to the 6 o'clock hour, so go ahead.
Just one quick thing is that we did move more items to 5-year leases from 10 in order to accommodate that as well. So we now 21 of the 30 items are 5-year rather than on 10 years. So if we have better technology, we can move to the electric sooner.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm prepared to vote if others are.
Okay, great. And this is, to make sure I've got myself oriented properly, this is a vote on, we're at 4.01 here. Did we set this aside earlier?
Yeah.
And we're back to this? Is that right? Okay. So has there been a motion and a second? There has. All right, is everybody ready to vote? Looks like it. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And I do want to thank the team that worked hard on this, as well as the council, for the clear direction and, sense of urgency on this issue that I think really impacted the way we all approached the work, bringing this proposal forward. Katherine, help me out. Where are we now that we've done that?
Sorry, stuck on mute. So now we are moving on to item 4.02, and I will be counting on your get them done style to move us through this agenda.
Okay, so we have the whole rest of the agenda to go here. So.
Yep.
Yeah, but we had a great discussion about BRRRRs.
Okay, good. 4.02, authorization to amend University Place UVM city agreement. Are people ready for a motion here? Councilor Paul.
I'll make a motion to approve and take the recommended action.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
They never do that for me.
No. 4.03, request to approve and execute contract for boiler replacement at Penny Lane water treatment plant. Also an item that a great deal of due diligence was done before bringing back to you a conventional decision. I hope everyone sees the effort that went into the carbon fee analysis, and we really see this in some ways as a model for how these decisions should be analyzed going forward. With that, floor is open for discussion or a motion. Councilor Pine.
I would move to approve and recommend to the City Council to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a contract with Hallam ICS for design build services for the replacement of the Penny Lane water treatment plant boiler system for up to $122,478 with an additional $25,000 in contingency, subject to final review and approval by the City Attorney.
Excellent. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Paul. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I will just, as a probably shouldn't do this, but very quick aside, say that those of you following the discussion about getting rid of fossil fuel infrastructure in buildings, we think that this whole carbon pricing analysis that like the city's been going through could inform a way forward on that ordinance as well. But stay tuned, more to come there. 4.04, Burlington Greenway rehabilitation, Maple Street, College Street realignment.
It's 4.05.
There are, I think, 2 bike path items, right? 4.04, sorry if I got that wrong. 4.04 is the Maple Street, College Street realignment, and then 4.05 is the construction contract. We could do them together if people want to make a motion of them together, but they are separate contracts. And they are a sign that we are making progress in the South End. We will be opening, I will note, a new pause place later this week. We should make sure the whole council gets word on that. Councilor Paul.
Thank you. I'll move items 4.04 and 4.05 and take the recommended action.
Great. Second by Councilor Pine. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Great, the motion carries unanimously, and this puts us, if the council agrees with the board, we'll really be in good shape to have completed a lot of additional work in the South End by the end of the construction season here. The next item is 4.06, request to approve acceptance of FAA grant. This is the installation of outdoor noise monitoring equipment and operations, and to execute the contract, associated contracts for design, planning, construction services, and purchasing of equipment. It's an airport item. I see we have Nick here. How would the board like to proceed on this?
Mr. Mayor, are you okay with doing 4.06 and 4.07 together?
I am comfortable with that if the full board agrees. Doesn't look like any objection, so go ahead and why don't you make that motion?
If that's the case, then I would move 4.06 and 4.07. The recommended actions are lengthy. I would just simply say that to approve and recommend to the council the recommended actions.
Great. Is there a second? Second one from Councilor Pine. Discussion. We will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to 4.08, which is the creation of a racial equity public policy and research analyst positions. Thank you, Taisha, for zooming in. How the board like to proceed? See President Tracy first.
Yeah, so I would like to recommend that the city council approve the attached resolution.
Second.
Great. Second from Councilor Paul. Since I thank Taisha, let me also thank Lynn and Tony for their work on this, bringing this forward tonight. Discussion of the items. Councilor Jang.
Yeah, I just for the I have talked to the mayor, and I know we don't have a lot of time to talk about all of this right now, but it would be imperative to maybe create a process where we can have more discussion as we move forward, because two positions doing the same thing for a city of its size with less diversity. I mean, I think we can have more conversation with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee as to maybe shifting one of them to a different scope of work. But just wanted to say that, but I approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. And Councilor Jang and I did talk earlier in the day, and he raised this interest, and we did have a discussion that, and I appreciate the suggestion from Councilor Jang that as these positions are filled and as the still very new department evolves, there could well be a focusing of one of the position, the duties of the position may almost certainly, I think, will end up, there will be distinction between what assignments the two people get and their focus. And I think that forum at the newly created council committee for further discussions on that, I welcome that further discussion. Councilor Pine.
I had similar reaction to the two positions, and I think it's just important to note that the titles don't necessarily, and the descriptions of the positions may not be obvious to the casual observer that conducting public policy research and analysis can also be paired with and should be paired with implementation and action as a, I think as a corollary to that. And I believe under Taisha's leadership that these positions will be with a bias towards action and outcomes. And so that's what I'm confident in.
Well said, Councilor Pine. I certainly welcome the idea that this new department would have this extra capacity for that reason, for action. We are put a lot of initiatives on Taisha's plate, and I think getting some additional capacity in quickly will get us to the action that we're all eager, more quickly. So, are we ready to go for a vote, President Tracy?
Just wanted to quickly say that I agree with Councilor Pine, and I think that it's not only action, but it's also, which is really important. I'm glad that you said that, Councilor Pine. I think it's also just one of the things that I'm reflecting on some of our past work that's been an issue has been accountability, and I see these positions as helping to bring significant accountability to the commitments that we've made as a city and as a council. Thank you.
Thank you, President Tracy. If there are not further comments, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. And that brings us to 4.09, update to the city's emergency paid leave policy. And how would the board like to proceed on this? You ready for a motion? Councilor Pine.
Yes, I would move to, we're recommending to the council. We do not make final approval on this, do we?
This is the final recommendation to the full council. Then we have 4 items that are Board of Finance only.
Okay. These, I would recommend approval to the full council for adoption of the updates to the city's emergency paid leave policy as presented in the memo.
Excellent. Is there a second? Second by President Tracy. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
President Tracy, I would like to, if you're all right with it, I'm going to try to, I think these final 4 items might go quickly. So I'm going to, we're at 6 o'clock. Hopefully we can get these final ones done quickly. These are now the Board of Finance only items. One is a security card contract for the library for FY21. You welcome a motion on that. Thank you, Councilor Paul.
So moved.
Okay.
Sorry, you moved it, Councilor Jang, second by Councilor Paul. Discussion. And all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. 5.02 is a request for approval to enter a contract with Green Mountain Concert Series Inc. for parking garage security services. FY21 DPW item. Are we ready for a motion here?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilor Paul.
So I'm just trying to understand if we are basically going to the same 2 companies to one with the library and one with DPW. I realize time is short, but I feel like, why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing this and getting some, and potentially being more efficient with our time and effort by getting some of these contracts and doing them together?
Yes, I think I understand your question, Councilor Paul. I think the CEO can speak to that. Go ahead.
Yes, Councilor Paul, that is an unfortunate missed opportunity for this year that was complicated by the issues around COVID. You will also see that City Hall has an RFP for security services out this year. All of these contracts, I believe, are for 1 year. And, it would be my hope that we sync them up starting next year and that they would be centrally managed. One issue is that we are slowly centralizing our procurement. Another issue is that we don't really have a centralized source for safety and security. So we are working on all of those issues. So I would ask you to give us this year and that we would come back to you next year, I hope, with one unified contract for the city.
It's been a period of considerable flux with what we are contracting security for, I think driven by COVID, which may change next year as well. Sorry, did you want to get back in, Councilor Paul?
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for a motion on this item? Councilor Pine?
Yeah, I would move to authorize the director of DPW to enter into a contract with Green Mountain Concert Services, Inc. with a limiting amount of $80,000 for the provision of security services in city-owned parking garages in FY21, subject to final review and approval of the city attorney's office.
Thank you. Is there a second? In the interest of time, I will.
Before I second it,
Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
yes. Does it include the airport? Because the motion is talking about city parking garages.
This is for the downtown garages, not for the airport.
Thank you. Yes, so second.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Jang. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we have two more items. I'm going to skip the communications tonight if we can. So 5.03 is the calendar year 2020 crack sealing program authorization to award a construction contract. This is one of the preventive maintenance initiatives we've been pushing on in the last 5 years or so. Are we ready for a motion on this item?
Sure.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Paul. Good.
I would just move to approve and authorize and the language that's contained in the communication in our packet.
Excellent, thank you. And was that a second, Councilor Paul? Great.
Yes.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And this brings us to our final item on the agenda for action, 5.04 FY21 capital budget, police budget, Motorola portable radios. How would the board like to proceed on this? Councilor Pine.
I would move to approve fiscal year 2021 capital expenditure as outlined in the material to the Board of Finance in our packet.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Discussion. President Tracy.
One of the things that has been raised by a constituent is the issue of how the radios are used, and specifically the police broadcasting, or like the ability for people to listen to those channels, and a shift on that. And so I just wanted to understand the clarity of whether that is a channel that someone could listen to, like on a scanner, for instance.
Thank you, President Tracy. I do not know the answer to that. Martha, are you able to speak to whether there's any change in functionality with these? I'm not aware of that.
Lise was on here earlier. I'm not sure if she is still, and she may be able to answer that.
I don't see anyone from the police department, but if there's someone in the police department and attendees, can you just raise your hand? I don't see anyone from the police department on the call.
This is a part of the 10-year plan. We have 5 years of radios that every year there is 25 radios that need to be replaced. that are used by all of the officers. And I do not know the bands that they go on to and what channels are used. So I apologize for that.
Okay.
So we've had a motion, we've had a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
I believe it passes by, so does public meeting law require a roll call for this? Okay, so I will call off the counselors in order. Counselor, that I'm seeing you on the screen, Counselor Paul,
Yes.
President Tracy,
No.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Jang.
Yes.
Okay, and I will vote yes as well, so the motion carries by a vote of 4-1. I think we are out of time. Just looking at the communications, are all written communications. Is there anything that any board members want to flag for, make sure we bring it back for discussion next time? I do know, to the CAO's point that we have moved towards some centralization of purchasing. There is a memo, the 6.04 does speak to some success with that effort. So that was not a kind of casual point. There has been significant move in that direction. And if we are purchasing security services like this in the future, we will look to centralize that. I'm not seeing any, feel free, board members, if there's anything on this you want us to bring back for discussion next time we gather as Board of Finance, happy to do that, of course. With that, I think we should adjourn because we have a busy period coming up with an update on CityPlace and then 2 executive sessions. So if there's no objection, I will adjourn the Board of Finance at 6:09 p.m. I'm seeing no objection, so I'm handing it over to you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. We'll get things going with our meeting. First thing on the agenda for that meeting is the pledge. So let's go into the pledge. Okay, thanks, folks. Our first item on the agenda is the agenda itself. May I please have a motion on the agenda? Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
Move to amend, adopt the agenda as follows. Add Champlain College to agenda item 7.02 per City Council President Tracy, per Councilor Paul. Note revised version of agenda item 7.06, resolution establishing a task force to study a proposal for reparations and to consider a city apology for the institution of slavery. Councilors Freeman, Hightower, Stromberg, Tracy, Hansen, and Pine, as per Councilor Freeman. Add to the agenda item 7.10 outdoor entertainment permit application 2020-2021 Nectar's 188 Main Street.
Thank you. We have a motion on the agenda. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Paul. Any discussion on the agenda? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of our agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously, and we now have our agenda. We will now move into our next item, item 2, which is a communication on CityPlace. And just so folks know, what I'm planning on us doing this evening is having a briefing updating us on the aspects of the CityPlace project that are able to be shared without tipping our strategic hand to the the folks at Brookfield or Devonwood. And so after that, I would then say that we'll go, then we'll be entertaining motions with regards to executive sessions, not only for CityPlace, but then also to discuss matters involving the Meli case. So that's just to give an idea for members of the public. I do imagine that we will be back by 7:30 for public forum. So so just encourage you to hold tight for that. If folks are interested in signing up for public forum, you may do so by signing up at public forum at burlingtonvt.gov. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jeff Glassberg and Jeremy Farkas, both of whom are the city's advisor and legal counsel with regards to the CityPlace project. So Jeff, if you could please give us an update as to what is going on with CityPlace.
Very, very well. Good evening, councilors. Thank you. Representatives of Devonwood investors, including reported new partners, have reached out to the city to ask for the city's engagement in discussions about their plans to move forward with the project without Brookfield. I have traded correspondence and conducted an extended call with those partners. Earlier today, I met with principals of this venture, and I am prepared to brief the council in further detail during the executive session regarding their proposal. Secondly, there has been interest in the site and the project from third parties, including well-capitalized, experienced national firms. While the city does not own the site, these expressions of interest from others are a positive sign that despite the current status, the development opportunity, including a substantial residential opportunity within Burlington's downtown, is attractive to a range of for-profit and not-for-profit developers. Thirdly, Brookfield has not responded to the July 18th, 2020 default letter from the city, nor have there been further discussions between the city and representatives of Brookfield. Fourth, the Wall Street Journal published an article last week about Brookfield's failure to perform in Burlington and called into question the firm's big investment in old malls. The article noted that Brookfield had at one time included the plans for Burlington in its investor pitch about their mall redevelopment strategy. The article cast Brookfield's decision as being about inadequate financial returns. That is clearly at odds with the full-throated endorsements and reassurances that Brookfield's representatives provided to the City Council in public session on numerous occasions over the past 2 years. Fifth, restoration of Bank and Cherry Streets, the rights of way on Bank and Cherry Streets, continues, and that work should be complete by the end of next week. That work will result in additional on-street parking on Bank Street and full-width sidewalks on both Bank and Cherry Streets. The murals, which are safe and undamaged, will be reinstalled on the fencing that will be in place at the end of this process. And with that, that's the update that I have for you. I can try to respond to questions in public session to the extent possible.
Thank you for that bit of update there. For councilors, noting that we do have an executive sessions likely to follow this on both this and the Meli case. I would just encourage, just ask that folks try and keep questions and comments brief, but we'll entertain we could ask for about 10 minutes of questions and comments from councilors. So does anybody have any questions they'd like to pose to the representatives? Well, not representatives, but the city advisors on Brookfield. Councilor Pine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I could get clarification from Jeffrey Glassberg about what, since the city doesn't control the private portion of this property, I think it's important for us to be upfront with the public about what role we have in deciding its future.
Okay.
That's something you can discuss here.
Yeah, are you able to clarify that, Mr. Glassberg?
So I believe, Councillor Pine, your question is probably generated by my comment about expressions of interest from outside developers in the site. Is that correct?
Yes.
So to that extent, our influence is somewhat limited. However, the city, through this process over the next several steps that might be taken, may be able to play a role in finding the appropriate team to help move forward with this site. The fact that entities are reaching out to the city with expressions of interest gives us the opportunity to both be responsive to that and also thoughtful as we consider the range of possibilities moving forward, how we might best achieve the outcomes to which the city is entitled.
That helps. And Mr. President, if I could just, I guess, make one final point, and that is that I think that the public feels that, we have an obligation, obviously, to take care of matters that are of a litigation nature. But then as far as what the public wishes to see happen is a piece that we, we're all hearing perhaps from constituents, or we're reading messages posted on Front Porch Forum or social media about what people would like to see. I think there's a point at which we're going to, I think we owe it to the constituents, our constituents, to say, here's what the path we believe looks like. And I hope we can get there sooner rather than later, where we can lay that out for the public in a way that is, inclusive and transparent. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. Any further comments or questions from councillors? We do have executive sessions, so I would like to get to those, but if there's anything else. Mayor, go ahead.
Just to respond, thank you, President Tracy, to Councillor Pine's point, agreed. And I think part of the purpose of having an executive session tonight is and just so the public is clear, is I think if the path forward does involve robust legal action, which it might, I think it's important that the council and the administration be unified, have a consensus about what that path forward is. So that is why tonight's session is important. It is my hope that if not tonight, certainly over the coming weeks, we will get to a unified position that we're able to pursue and be able to explain clearly to the public. And then secondly, I just want to add to Jeff Glassberg's point about, from my perspective, the clear non-performance of the developers after the commencement of the agreement with the city the clear non-conformance combined with 2 years of forbearance on the part of this city, resulting in the end being where we are now, of Brookfield seemingly wishing to exit. That history may well give the city a role in the disposition of what happens from here that we would not typically have in a situation like this, where it is a privately owned parcel. I think the non-conformance has blurred, if you will, some of the traditional lines, and it's my sense that we should take a very strong position in trying to achieve the outcome that people of Burlington want going forward from here. So I think we may well have a role.
Thank you, Mayor. Any further comments before we move into executive? Okay, seeing none, may I please have a motion or a finding to go into executive session? And if we can do both the executive sessions for both this the CityPlace executive as well as the Meli case, I'd appreciate that.
Move a finding.
Councilor Pine.
I will move a finding in the CityPlace instance that the city council has legal issues to discuss, premature disclosure of which could place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
Okay. We have a motion on a finding. There's a second to that. Any discussion on the finding? Hearing none. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Stromberg. Okay. All right. Seeing none, we will go to a vote on the finding regarding the premature disclosure of information giving CityPlace an undue advantage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, we have a finding. Now, based on that finding, Councilor Pine, would you like to offer a motion to go into executive session?
Yes, Councilor President, I would move that we go into council go into executive session to discuss potential litigation regarding CityPlace, premature disclosure of which would place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. And who are you including in your motion, Councilor Pine, to join us for executive session?
All the members of the staff that City Attorney Blackwood or the mayor tells us we need.
Okay, so I believe that would include Attorney Blackwood, members of the mayor's staff, Mr. Farkas and Mr. Glassberg. Is that consistent,
Good.
Attorney Blackwood? Okay, so is everybody clear on who's joining us? Okay, is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Freeman. Any discussion on the motion to go into executive session? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so we have one motion to go into executive session for our first executive session. The next one regarding the Meli case, we need a separate finding and a separate motion to go into executive session. Is someone prepared to offer that finding, a motion regarding that finding? Councilor Pine, go ahead.
To keep things moving, I would move to find that the City Council needs to enter into executive session to discuss current pending litigation involving the Meli case, again, premature disclosure of which may place the city at a disadvantage.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Do we have a second to that finding? Seconded by Councilor Freeman. Any discussion on the finding? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Based on that finding, Councilor Pine, would you please offer a motion?
Based on that finding, I would move for the council to go into executive session to discuss legal matters involving pending litigation with the Meli case, premature disclosure of which would place the city at a disadvantage.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Who would you like to include in your this executive session?
Again, I'll look to the city attorney for guidance on that.
I believe myself and the CAO and the mayor's office staff. And did you want to have Director Green as well?
Yes, please.
I would like that. Thank you.
Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Freeman. All those in favor? Any discussion?
Aye.
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 Sorry. All right. Now all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Sorry about that. All right. Any opposed? Seeing none, we have that motion approved to go into executive session. Councilors, you should have a link to go into that executive session. For members of the public, we will be coming back right around 7:30 for public forum. And I believe we should have that sent to everybody. If everybody who is in that executive session or was included in the motion could also be sent that link, I would very much appreciate it. Thank you. And to members of the public, we'll see you at around 7:30. Thank you. get started on the public forum. Really appreciate folks' patience there. We will be moving into that. We have quite a few folks for public forum, so we'll be having a 2-minute time limit for public forum tonight. Please just address comments to me as the chair of the council, and I have prioritized those folks who did identify as people of color in the list. So that has taken place. If you are someone who is a person of color, happy to prioritize that as well. Feel free to let me know, and then we will go ahead and get started with our public comment. If we could just please have the timer go up. Our first speaker, just so you can be ready, is Ashley Laporte. To be followed by Harmony Adomswan.
Rich, are you putting up the timer? Rich? Okay. I will do the timer while we try and get a hold of Rich. Just give me 1 minute to get set up.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if you could just okay, let me just get Ashley Laporte up. Okay, Ashley, I've enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Council. This is Ashley Laporte. I live in the Burlington, Ward 5 South, and I'm calling in to support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance in the call to pass the reparations resolution in Burlington. As you all know, this council and this city and its BIPOC residents and allies were a part of this historic moment in June when we passed the racial justice resolution. That resolution, subsequent acknowledgement of racism as a public health crisis, the reduction of our police force by attrition, and pooling of funds to create opportunities for BIPOC folks in our community is something we should all be really proud of. But as public servants, you all know that the real change takes time and it takes diligence. We have so much work to do. One of the many steps is to get a reparations task force established to consider an apology and reparations for the role Burlington has played in chattel slavery. Please take this next important step tonight by passing this resolution. As Burlington citizens, I promise to do our part by continuing to speak up, to engage in the process, to provide input. You know I'll be calling again when it comes time to vote on the recommendation from the task force. But tonight is about one simple task. Get the work moving ahead with this task force and continue the work required to center BIPOC lives who for too long have been left behind. Thank you, and with that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Ashley. Our next speaker is Harmony Adomswan. Harmony, I'm not able to find you. The next speaker after Harmony is Denise Dunbar, and I'm not able to find that person either. And then another person after that is C.D. Madison, also not able to find that person. If you are a person who is, if you are one of those folks, please email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. And if there's any identifying or you're on someone else's name, just let me know, or a phone number. That's helpful. The next person that I was able to identify on the list is Jess Laporte. Jess, I'm going to enable your microphone now.
Hi, my name is Jess Laporte, and you just heard from my older sister, the first and only person of color that I knew in the Burlington area when I made the decision to move back to Vermont. I'm so thankful for this current moment and its opportunity for connection. And I see all of the steps we have taken thus far here in Burlington as an encouragement to myself as a citizen of this city, to see action and to be able to share that action and encourage other organizers around the country. But as we move forward, I want to make sure that this movement that has been propelled forward due to the death of a Black man in particular at the hands of the police force is not a moment that becomes shifted into a progressive moment or a movement about anything other than the importance of and value of Black lives. And I think that this reparations resolution is an important step for Burlington to truly gather and listen to the BIPOC community in this city and in the surrounding area, to truly consider the importance of an apology and action along with that apology. And I don't believe that this city council on its own or any branch of the Burlington government is prepared to do that, as well as a task force that can be representative, not just racially, but economically, politically, socially. And I really think that it's important to take this next step to establish a task force so that action can begin to be taken. So I thank you all for your service, and I hope that you can listen to the other people on this line and make the important step of having an actual decision-making body. Thank you.
Thank you. I was now able to identify Harmony Adamswan. Harmony, I'm going to go ahead and enable your microphone right now.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. My last name is pronounced Adosawan, like I know someone. Adosawan, just wanted to clear that up. No problem. So I believe it's imperative for the city of Burlington to not only create a reparations task force, but to apologize to the Black residents of Vermont, not only because of slavery, but because of just the way the city of Burlington has been complacent in the face of white supremacy. You can't, so the main goal here is to what? Dismantle white supremacy and to make Vermont a more safe place for people of color, correct? That's the goal here. So if that's the goal, in order for us to dismantle white supremacy, we must first admit and acknowledge that white supremacy exists here in Vermont, and it also exists in the institutions that say that they're here to serve and protect community members, which is like the city of Burlington, at the state level, the city level. Just there needs to be an apology for the lack of action surrounding white supremacy. And I think it would be really beneficial for the mayor to admit that white supremacy is rampant here in Vermont, in the city, and he needs to acknowledge that and apologize to Black Vermonters. We see today that there's a woman downtown literally wearing blackface and yelling racial profanities. This is the type of culture that Vermont produces, and this is the type of culture that's here. We must first acknowledge it. If the city of Burlington truly cares about Black people, then the city of Burlington must apologize, and they need to create the reparations task force. That needs to happen. If it doesn't happen, then we know where the city of Burlington stands when it comes to racial issues. A Black Lives Matter mural on the street doesn't do anything. Actually do some action here. Create the reparations task force and put your money where your mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jabari Jones. Jabari, I'm going to enable your microphone right now.
President Tracy, if we could just have a moment to transition the timer. Rich is bringing up the timer, pardon me.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. So Jabari, just hold tight for just a second. We'll get you going in a moment. If we can just get that timer up. Jabari, while we're waiting, is going to be followed by Mark Hughes, Christine Hughes, Infinite Colcleisure, Arnold Thomas, Arima Menard, Amanda Moran, Brian China, and Estefania Puerta. Just so that folks who are on the call know that they're kind of coming up. Hopefully we'll be able to get that timer up in just a second. Chief of Staff Riddell, any updates on Rich?
Just give me one more minute, please.
We're not able to get him up on it. At this point, can you please take back over just so that we can keep this moving?
Trying to get it all sorted out, Max. Here we go.
Yep.
Who's the next person?
We have Jabari Jones. Jabari, you should be permitted, your mic should be enabled. Go ahead, Jabari.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, City Councilors, for showing up. And calling in to voice my support for Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass the reparations resolution here in Burlington, and to form a task force to do the research, provide the city with a recommendation on reparations. And I believe that this is important because otherwise Burlington, I think, will fall back on its latent culture. And we see how this latent culture emerges to cover things up, to cover up ugliness with a nice image. Like there are plaques around town. There's a museum dedicated to Ethan Allen. There's a gravesite not far from where I live with no mention of his family owning slaves. The hole in the middle of town where there used to be a mall was covered up by art from local artists. The mural, famous mural on Church Street, was covering up a mural by a woman of color. And that's the culture. That's the default culture here in Burlington. And it's going to take some work to change that, to raise the bar, to not just cover things up. And so that's why I am calling to urge you to vote for this resolution and to help establish a task force that will do the work to raise the bar, to not cover things up, but to reveal, to repair, which is what reparations means. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jabari. Our next speaker will be Mark Hughes. Mark, I'm enabling your microphone.
Good afternoon or good evening, Mr. President, City Council, and just wanted to first acknowledge this as being an incredibly historical moment for the city of Burlington, for those of BIPOC descent. I just wanted to make sure that this is really emphasized. I was watching the news this afternoon, and I noticed the leading piece on it was the big hole. I hope the news picks up on this. I know from the time where the first reparations occurred, which was where former slave holders were paid $300 each for the slaves that they had to relinquish back in 1862. I think we've come a long ways. I just want to give a shout out also to everybody who's put just an incredible amount of work into this. I want to really lift up the history behind the work that we're doing right here and really strongly acknowledge it. I think what I'll do is on Thursday, part of the webinar that'll be coming up is I'll visit some of this. I think it's important to remember and understand that, it was the late John Conyers who wrote HR 40 back in 89, and we've been trying to get it introduced or passed at the United States Legislature for the last 31 years. Ironically, during that time, the House of Representatives, United States House of Representatives did issue an apology in 2008 for slavery. These are learning moments for all of us. And then the Senate went on to issue an apology for slavery in June of 2009. There's a lot of work to be done. H478 is on the House Government Operations wall right now. This resolution was mirrored after it. So I want to thank the Racial Justice Alliance and all who've contributed to this work. In closing, I would just say, of course, you need to pass this resolution. Of course you do. I appreciate the work that all of you have put into it, and I also appreciate the fact that that you're going to get this done. So thanks a lot, City Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your contributions as well. And let's look forward to the future.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. I'm gonna. Our next speaker will be Christine Hughes. Christine, I'm enabling your microphone. Just gonna have to take it off mute on your end, and then you should be good to go. If you could reset the timer, please. Christine, I'm still seeing it muted on your end. Oh, there you go. Okay, and if you could just hold off for just a second. Can you reset the timer? Okay, there we go. Okay, Christine,
Hello,
all
you
set.
can hear me?
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for all the work that you put into this. I also really want to acknowledge some of the people of color that have spoken before me. It might seem on your end like it's an easy thing to do, but it really isn't. I'm a little anxious right now. The first time I ever heard about reparations was from my dad, Richard Kemp, who I think was maybe the first Black city council person in Burlington. And honestly, I laughed and I was like, Dad, this is never going to happen. So I'm encouraged to see that you're considering it and want to urge you to pass it, not only because it's the right thing to do, but also because it presents an opportunity to start learning about all of the history that has been deliberately stolen from us and hidden from you. So I think this presents a big opportunity and would just encourage you to, get it going and see where it takes us. Thanks.
Thank you, Christine. Our next speaker will be Infinite Colcleisure. Infinite, I'm going to enable your microphone. Infinite, you should be able to go.
Thank you, Council President Tracy. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead. And if we can reset that timer real quick.
Thank you. And thank you, Racial Justice Alliance. It's hard to not be in support of reparations. I'm really inspired that we're having this conversation in 2020. I'm also calling tonight to urge the City Council to override the mayor's really harmful veto that will keep some really important ballot issues from being on the ballot in November. It's difficult to see power being used in this way without feeling racial equity is being used as a scapegoat for vetoing November's ballot issues. When in fact the housing protection issue is indeed a racial equity issue, as well as our electoral system. And to be clear, I'm not a huge fan of the IRV model of voting, but I am a huge proponent of having at least 51% of Burlington voters decide who their next leader is going to be, which Miro was unable to do in the last election with 48% of the votes cast. So in a sense, this $45,000 cost of putting some really important issues on the ballot in November is, I think, a pretty good investment. So I hope we can rethink that and stand up to the mayor and override this veto. Thank you, folks, for your time.
Thank you, Infinite. Our next speaker will be Arnold Thomas, to be followed by Arima Menard, Amanda Moran, Brian China, Estefania Puerta, Sarah Ciortino, Heather Bedell, Dana Keys Gibbons. Arnold Thomas, I'm enabling your microphone now.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to speak as an ally. I don't live in Burlington, but I am a member of the Racial Justice Alliance Steering Committee and am a minister at the Good Shepherd Lutheran Church in Jericho, Vermont. Should also let you know that I am hoping to invite representatives of the City Council of Burlington, along with the mayor, to a Racism in America forum that is actually co-sponsored by the Racial Justice Alliance to talk about this particular event, the passage of the resolution that racism is a public health crisis, and hopefully the establishment of a reparations task force. I think that this is almost equivalent to what happened after the Civil War, allowing for Black Americans to assume the kind of leadership that they have been denied for centuries. And during that period of time, brief period of time, unfortunately, in which they had that advantage, assumed great advances in civil rights, in the Senate, in legislation, and so on. And I think allowing for a task force to exist where people of color who live in Burlington, who have experienced the problems as well as the assets of being a person of color in Burlington, allows them to have a voice that has been often denied them, and to participate in envisioning Burlington in ways that will now allow voices and people to be included at the table in which they were once denied access to. So I strongly support this resolution to create a task force and to enable individuals who have often been denied access to creating a vision for what Burlington can be in the future.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Arima Menard. Arima, I'm going to enable your microphone now. Looks like we have the timer down, so let's just hold off for just a second. Okay. All right, Arima, I'm enabling your microphone.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you. I am a 6-year resident of Waterbury and am humbled as an Asian American to be able to act in solidarity with Black and Indigenous citizens of our state. I'd like to echo the sentiments of these courageous activist leaders of our community and the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and support their efforts to ensure that the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington is successful, in addition to forming a task force who can do the research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations. Also, that the work must begin for the city to consider an apology and or reparations for the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. And finally, now that Burlington has passed the historic racial justice resolution as part of Operation Phoenix Rise, the hard work of implementing real solutions for BIPOC folks in our community must begin. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Amanda Moran. Amanda, I'm going to enable your microphone right now.
Hi guys, my name is Amanda. I'm a resident of Winooski. Thank you City Council members and Mayor Birrow for your time today. Also thanks to Mark and Christine of Vermont Justice Racial Alliance and the other BIPOC folks who just spoke before me. I'm here to echo them and that I too support the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. This task force that will be established hopefully within the resolution is to do the right research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations, and hopefully to also provide legislative recommendations to address gaps in wealth, home ownership, and life expectancy amongst Black residents and other non-Black, Indigenous, and people of color. This task force is pretty imperative for the city, just to even consider apology and reparations for not only the not only the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery, but also its complacency and white supremacy. I think we obviously need to do all this hard work just to find real solutions for myself and other BIPOC folks in our community. Thank you guys, and with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Brian Chena. Brian, I'm enabling your microphone.
Can you hear me?
That I can. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I'm here tonight as a member of the Racial Justice Alliance Steering Committee and as a state representative who, on behalf of the Racial Justice Alliance, introduced H478, the state reparations bill. Please pass the reparations resolution and start a process on the city level to explore an apology and reparations for the institution of slavery. Contrary to popular opinion, the Vermont Constitution did not abolish slavery. It set limits on the terms of slavery, and it continues to this day to allow slavery under certain circumstances, which is why we passed Proposal 2 in the legislature this past session to amend the Constitution to explicitly prohibit slavery and indentured servitude in Vermont. Slavery existed in Vermont for the slaveholding elite who were above the law, and slaves were held here in Burlington 60 years after the supposed abolition. Vermont did not exist in a vacuum. The economy of Vermont was interconnected with the economies of the rest of the country. And as the labor of Black people was extracted by the institution of slavery in the South, wealth flowed into the pockets of the Northern elite, and the wealthy people of Vermont and Burlington were no exception. After the Civil War, the institution of slavery was slowly replaced by systemic racism in the form of sharecropping, convict leasing, Jim Crow laws, redlining, unequal education, disproportionate treatment in the criminal justice system, and disparities in the healthcare system. And this impact of systemic racism is still here today. Until we as a society address the unresolved trauma of our past, we will be forced to relive it in various forms. In order to treat the trauma, we got to put it in its place, make meaning of it, and take action to break free from the traumatic patterns of our society. We must take full account of our history, acknowledge the harm that was caused, and honor the contributions of survivors. Put impacted people at the center of a restorative process that looks at how to reallocate the resources of our city to repair the damage caused by the legacy of slavery. We must learn from the lessons of the past and plan for a future that intentionally dismantles systemic racism and manifests social and economic liberation for Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. Please pass this resolution and take this first step on the local level towards a state and national process of truth, reconciliation, and healing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Estefania Puerta. Estefania, I have enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, I can. Go ahead.
So yeah, I just wanted to also voice my support in passing a new reparations resolution calling for a task force to study and consider future reparations for American descendants of enslaved people, and an apology from the city of Burlington for the role Burlington played in the institution of slavery in the United States. I don't think I could say anything better than what was stated by previous callers, so I just want to echo everything that has already been stated. Clearly, there's a lot of really brilliant people ready to jump in and be a part of this task force, give a lot of recommendations. I feel like we should feel really privileged and fortunate to have experts here who have been doing this work for a very long time. So I just urge you all to heed the call and make Burlington the place that becomes a model for the rest of the state and then for the rest of the nation, as was mentioned before. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Fareed Munarsia. Fareed, I'm enabling your microphone now. Fareed, it looks like you're muted on your end. There you go.
Thanks, Max. Can you hear me? Oh.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I am here to speak in support of having a ballot item for the just cause eviction. I understand the mayor has vetoed the ballot items on ranked choice voting, citing the cost of printing the ballots. And I, as you probably already know, that I am not in support of ranked choice voting, but I'm in support of direct democracy and I'm in support of people having the right to have a say in decisions that impact their life. Not having the just cause eviction measure on the ballot this November brings a public risk health and public health and public safety when people who lose their housing are not able to quarantine during this pandemic. And I believe the cost of an outbreak to the city, not to mention to democracy and basic human dignity, will vastly outweigh the $45,000 cited. The mayor and the Democrats had no problem printing local ballots when they wanted their development agenda passed back in November 2016. Half of all evictions of renters are of Black renters. And also Black, brown, and working class people are the most likely to lose housing due to evictions, and housing is among the top priorities for funds reallocated from policing. It's time for everyone at City Hall who claim Black Lives Matter to put that money where their mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you, Fareed. Our next speaker will be Sarah Ciortino. Sarah, I'm enabling your microphone right now.
Hi, I'm just calling because I wanted to express my support for the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance's call to pass a reparations resolution and hire a task force to research this important issue, and also to express my concern over the mayor's veto of ranked choice voting. The folks who spoke before me raised some really important points, and I'm just here to echo what has been said, though I definitely can't say it as well. Slavery has been in place for longer than it hasn't in this country, and Black Americans continue to feel the effects of it. And while reparations won't repair the institutional damage that has affected people of color for centuries, making payments to folks whose ancestors built the society that we live in today is a way to push for equity within the system that we live in. Burlington's image does not excuse us from meaningful action, and the passing of the racial justice resolution is definitely a step in the right direction, but reparations are hundreds of years overdue. And I also wanted to express my concern over Mayor Weinberger's veto of ranked choice voting. In democracy, the candidate that the people want to serve should serve, and $45,000 is not a lot of money for extra ballots, relatively. It's definitely well worth the investment to improve our democracy and elect the candidate that the people choose. If ranked choice voting was in place for the last mayoral election, it would be much important racial justice and climate justice resolutions, since we would absolutely have a more progressive mayor than we do currently. I hope that the City Council is able to override this veto and pass the reparations resolution. And yeah, I guess I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I looked for Heather Bedell. Heather, I could not find you, but Dana Keys-Gibbons, I was able to find you. And just so that folks on deck have an idea, we have Dana Keys-Gibbons to be followed by Ian McHale, Lydia Kern, Martha Carpenter, Willoughby Carlo, Charlotte Bumbeck, Julia Turman, Lila Fortunoff, Diane Bensel, Leah Dollar. So Dana Keys-Gibbons, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, I'm calling to support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. We must pass this resolution to form a task force who can do the research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations. The work must begin for the city to consider an apology and reparations for the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. Now that Burlington has passed the historic racial justice resolution as a part of Operation Phoenix, we must begin the hard work of implementing real solution for BIPOC folks in our community. I also hope that the City Council overturns the mayor's veto, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ian McHale. Ian, I found you and I'm enabling your microphone.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hey, everyone. Thank you, City Council and the Mayor, for your time tonight. My name is Ian McHale, and I am a white gay male resident of Ward 1, and I'm also a member of the Board of Health. But tonight I'm here to speak as a community member, and I want to speak about the vote tonight to institute a reparations task force in Burlington. I want to speak in support of that, to conduct research on the potential for reparations in Burlington. And I think that the resolution that was previously passed is a great step towards what we need to be doing in Burlington. But I think that being able to create this task force will help continue the momentum and the next steps required in following the Racial Justice Alliance Operation Phoenix Rise. Please pass this resolution tonight and then continue the discussions and the work needed in the coming weeks and months and years. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lydia Kern. Lydia, I'm enabling your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
I am a white artist, a resident in Burlington, and I just wanted to voice my support of for the Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. I'm so happy that we passed the Racial Justice Resolution and Operation Phoenix Rise, and I would love to see, and we need to see, the implementation of real solutions now. Our country was built on slave labor, and it's been time to form a formal apology for Burlington's role of chattel slavery and get the reparations task force started. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Martha Carpenter. I believe I found a Martha in the attendees. So Martha, I'm going to enable your microphone. Martha, it looks like you're muted on your end. Okay, maybe that's not the right Martha. If you're signed in as Martha and you are Martha Carpenter, you're muted on your end. Okay. We will then move to our next speaker, who is Willoughby Carlo. Willoughby, I'm not able to find you. Next speaker is Charlotte Bumbeck. Charlotte, I'm not able to find you. Julia Turman, however, I am able to find you, and I'm going to enable your microphone right now. Should be able to speak.
Hi, I am a white cis woman who lives in Burlington, and I'm here to support the people of color who have spoken tonight and to ask that you listen to their voices and their perspectives about why it's so critical to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. Reparations are an essential first step in acknowledging and formally apologizing for the legacy of white supremacy and racism in Burlington, and establishing a task force who can do the research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations is so important so that we can continue the progress we've made so far and actually begin to create real change and work towards equity. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lila Fortunoff. I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Lila Fortunoff. I'm a resident of Ward 3 in Burlington, and I am in the support of the reparations resolution. I want to echo everything that the people of color who have taken time out of their day to voice their support for this resolution. I want to echo what they've been saying. Again, we passed the previous Vermont Racial Justice Alliance demands, or we heard those, and we have a mural on our street now. But as folks have been saying, what are we actually going to do to try to do what we can to fix past wrongs and create a better future? And I think this is an imperative part of that solution. So I really am giving my support to the reparations resolution, and I want to use the rest of my time as a moment of silence for George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Elijah McClain and Tony McDade, and honor their lives.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to our next speaker, and if you could just let the timer run out instead of resetting it, that'd be helpful. Our next person is Diane Bensel, and Diane, I'm gonna enable your microphone. Diane is to be followed by Leah Dollar, Hannah Brislin, Julie Meloche, Dan Kirk, Danielle Shaw, Dave Farrington. So Diane Bensel, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hello, and thank you to the City Council, and thank you deeply.
Diane, you're a little soft. If you could maybe get closer, or
Sure.
if we can reset the timer.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit better, yeah. If you could reset the timer, please.
So thank you to the City Council, and thank you deeply to the people of color and everyone who's speaking on this call. I feel we need to do the work necessary as a city and as a community to support our BIPOC community members. And as so many of you have already expressed, it's so long overdue. I support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, Operation Phoenix Rise, and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. We must pass this to form a task force that can do the research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations. The work needs to begin for the city to consider an apology and reparations for the role that Burlington has played in slavery and in systematic racism that continues today. Please pass this resolution. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Dollar. Leah, I'm enabling your microphone now.
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Can you please reset the timer? There we go. Okay. Can hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So my name is Leah Dollar, and I'm a white Burlington resident from Ward 6. And I just wanted to voice my support for the creation of a reparations task force. It's extremely important to me that the city of Burlington issues an apology for the city's role in chattel slavery and begins the work to explore how it can provide reparations. And it's already been pointed out by other speakers tonight that white supremacy is deeply ingrained in Burlington and has been throughout the city's history. I think that passing this reparations resolution is one of the many things that we need to do to work towards dismantling white supremacy in Burlington. So thank you, council members and Mayor Weinberger, for your time. And thank you to the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance for all that you do. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hannah Brislin, and I believe I found you under just Hannah. So person who's just labeled as Hannah, I'm going to enable your microphone.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I believe so. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is Hannah. I am a resident of Ward 2 here in Burlington, pronouns she, hers. And I'm calling to echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. We must pass the reparations resolution to form a task force who can do the research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations. The work must begin for the city to consider an apology and or reparation for the role of Burlington has played in slavery. I'm also calling as well about the really requesting to veto the veto, override the veto of the ranked choice voting, and also about the protection for renters as well. I'm kind of all over the place. Sorry, I'm looking through notes. So I am calling to protect the most vulnerable in the city, especially in these times where people are just in the highest rank of unemployment that we've seen really just since the Depression, and rent is due and people can't pay rent. So just cause eviction housing protection for the majority of Burlingtonians who are renters. So once again, echoing the requests of the Racial Justice Alliance to form a reparations task force, please override the veto for the ranked choice voting and just cause eviction housing protection for the majority of Burlingtonians who are renters. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. I do see CD Madison. So CD, I'm going to come to you next since we were not able to locate you prior. CD, I'm enabling your microphone. CD, it looks like you are.
Yep, here. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, good evening, everyone. I am on this call asking for your support to form a task force for the research for the city of Burlington on reparations. And really here we're talking about collective reflection for our city on the fundamental injustice, cruelty, brutality, and inhumanity of slavery in the US, in which the city of Burlington may have taken part. It is really fundamental in these days and times that our nation itself and the city that we call home do take time to have conversation and reflection. Things that we have never done collectively as a nation, and certainly not in the city of Burlington, to really consider the effects, lasting generational effects that slavery has wrought on our people, on our community, and that is all of us, and specifically African Americans, the generational folks who have descended from what really in essence is evil, that we still have not taken the time to look back on, to confess, to reflect, and as Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela in South Africa did so well with their Truth and Reconciliation, as Germany has done so well in itself every year to teach their children of the horrors that have been done through the Nazis and the Holocaust. We need to do that work ourselves in order to make sure that our children, that our communities can do well collectively. And that means taking the time to really reflect on the ills and evils that have been done unto certain folks so that generational harm and generational healing can be done. So I do hope that the task force be built and the vote be taken to make that such. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I was not able to find Julia Meloche, but I was able to find Dan Kirk. So Dan, I'm going to enable your microphone. Dan, you should be able to speak.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'm here too to echo the support for the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. We do have to begin the hard work of implementing real solutions for BIPOC folks in our community. And I think it deserves echoing just how much of this should be an easy decision, I think, that how the enslavement of Africans in America is such a big deal, and that none of the promises made upon ending legal slavery in the US were ever made whole. When slavery ended, Black Americans were given no resources to meet the wealth progress made by white people in the US. Their voice was systematically oppressed and silenced and have been for generations. And as a white person learning in, mainly white schools, the history of all this is so whitewashed and so linear and always felt like was presented in a way that sort of attempts to absolve white folks. Like, we checked all these boxes, we made all these progress points, and none of that is real. That progress is not, it's not meaningful yet. It's still on the table to make the real progress and change that historical story, so that when our future generations look back and understand that the depth of the wrongs that were committed and the attempts of the systems and the societies that did those wrongs were made, to try to apologize and really come to terms with the depth and perpetuation of those wrongs. And I think this task force is a logical and easy decision to make as a first or step along the way for a lot of the actions that have already been made by this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Danielle Shaw. Danielle, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, thanks, President Tracy. My name is Danielle. I've been a Ward 2 resident for the past 5 years, and I'm calling in as a white woman in support of my BIPOC neighbors and in recognition of the work that they've done through the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, and to express my support, obviously, for the passing of a reparations resolution in Burlington. I also want to, I guess, voice my disappointment that this kind of transformative leadership isn't coming from city government or from city council. So I just want to thank everyone involved with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and those BIPOC community members who spoke earlier on the call, and to let them know how humbled I am by their leadership. I hope that the city council will do the absolute least and follow the recommendations that they have literally laid out for you. I also kind of want to, I guess, acknowledge the irony. After Mayor Weinberger's vetoes this past week, I don't know, we had that self-congratulatory press conference to talk about how we declared racial inequality a public health crisis. And I don't know if the mayor's office doesn't view housing reforms and housing security as a racial issue, if they don't view election reform as a racial issue. If they don't, they are dangerously short-sighted. And that makes me really uncomfortable as a Burlington resident. So I hope that there are some courageous members on city council who will override that veto. And I also would ask that city councilors reflect on Burlington's history with the institution of chattel slavery and draw a direct line to the executive session that you just came out of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dave Farrington. Dave, I believe I've located you and I'm enabling your microphone. Dave Farrington. Okay. We'll keep going. Next speaker is Ian Pfeiffer. Not finding you, Ian. Next speaker is Hannah McCaslin. Not finding you, Hannah. Carol Pfeiffer, I am able to find you. Carol, I'm going to enable your microphone. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for holding a public forum on this really important matter. I'm here just quickly to echo everyone's voices who came before me. I support the the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, and the call to pass the reparations resolution in Burlington. We have to pass this resolution to form task force who can do the research and provide the city with a recommendation for the reparations. This has to begin for the city to consider an apology and a reparations for the role that Burlington played in chattel slavery. Now that Burlington has passed the historic racial justice resolution, on part of Operation Phoenix. We really don't want this to be an empty act, and we have to continue the hard work of implementing real solutions for BIPOC folks in our community. And Max, just as a side note, my husband, who you called a couple of minutes earlier, Ian Pfeiffer, is on this same user, so you can return back to him and find him under this. I see the rest of my time.
Okay, why don't we just keep you enabled? Let's reset the timer and then have Ian go next, since I had already called him. Sorry for not being able to locate Ian. Let's reset the timer, and Carol, if you're able to get Ian on as well.
Right next to him.
Okay, perfect. So Ian, why don't you go ahead?
Great, thanks. Good evening, and I want to start my time by emphasizing the points made by the BIPOC community tonight. More than anything else, their voices must lead the way this evening and in the discussions to come if we aim to reach anything like equitable and just solutions to redress racial issues in our community. To start, my mind reels when I try to imagine what appropriate reparations for Burlington's involvement in chattel slavery would even look like. The Racial Justice Alliance mentions an apology and leaves further action vague, which is understandable given the manifold roadblocks, both historic and current, that face BIPOC folks in this area. These will all require different solutions in order to bring justice to those wronged. However, many in Burlington, in Vermont, and in the US as a whole would use this vagueness as a cudgel against progress and against the very idea of reparations. I've heard it said that since no unified set of requests can be agreed upon to define reparations, then no progress can be made towards that goal. Obviously, to that I must insist that a task force that is intersectional and centers the input of BIPOC residents is the only answer in this case towards anything that represents or looks like justice in this matter. Anyone can see that, just the fact that the BIPOC residents both in this area and all over the country face a harder life filled with prejudice makes their life harder just to start off with. But not only that, but 400 years of terrible history in this country make it a uphill slog in both a historical and current context. I believe that the Racial Justice Alliance resolution for a task force on reparations is absolutely critical here, and I full-throatedly give it my endorsement. I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lillian Traviato. Lillian, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, I'm calling in to echo what has been said before me. I support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass the reparations resolution in Burlington. We must pass the reparations resolution to form a task force who can do the research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations. The work must begin for the city to consider an apology and reparations for the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. Now that Burlington has passed the historic racial justice resolution as a part of Operation Phoenix Rise, we must begin the hard work of implementing real solutions for BIPOC folks in our community. And I also echo the importance of calling out our mayor on vetoing the bill to add a ranked choice voting, and also to create some protection in our community for people who are at risk of being evicted. I cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Christy Delphia. Christy, Christy will be followed by Kate Lapp, Ezra Steinfeld, Beth Banner, Brian Armstrong, and Steve Margolin. Christy, I'm going to enable your microphone. Christy, you should be good to go. Christy, it looks like you're muted on your end now. So I see now you're unmuted, but I still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, Max?
Yep.
All right, let me turn up my volume so I can hear you. All right, so I'm speaking tonight about the mayor's veto. This isn't about ranked choice voting or the money it costs to print the ballots. This is about taking away our rights to the democratic process to be able to vote on the housing reform and protections that would have gone into effect. Taking away our ability to vote for just cause evictions is going to send the homeless numbers skyrocketing and create a public health crisis that will break our already overwhelmed healthcare heroes. And more in printing the ballots. Thanks for showing 2/3 of Burlington renters that you care. Vote to overturn the veto and print the ballots, proving you care about housing reform. No one person should have that much power over another, that you can just tell someone to get out. By allowing this veto to go through, you're not proving to Burlingtonians that you care about renters. This is an unacceptable and unjust action by this mayor who promised housing reforms back in September and now backpedaling. We don't appreciate it, and the veto needs to be overridden. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Our next speaker will be Kate Lapp. Kate, I'm enabling your microphone.
Great, thank you. My name is Kate Lapp. I'm the Government Reform Associate at VPIRG, the Vermont Public Interest Research Group. By now, I'm sure you're aware that VPIRG has long supported ranked choice voting as a fair way to ensure that citizens feel free to vote for the candidate they like best, and that our elections produce winners who have the support of a majority of voters. VPIRG appreciates this council's decision to bring the issue of ranked choice voting to the voters of Burlington and are dismayed by Mayor Weinberger's veto of the resolution. We do not all need to agree on the merits of ranked choice voting in order to understand the value and importance of giving the citizens of this community a say in the matter. For the mayor to unilaterally block a public vote on how we elect our officials, including the mayor, is outrageous, and it is also anti-democratic in the extreme. The mayor suggested that it would be too expensive to hold this election in November. We understand that decisions over how to spend limited dollars are extremely difficult right now, but this is a fundamental question about how we elect our leaders. It seems appropriate that it be put to the voters at a time when we expect the turnout to be highest, and that is this November. Additionally, it is not yet determined whether a just cause eviction ballot question will be scheduled for a special election in November. Given the direct connection between the public health and safety ability for people to be housed while quarantining in the midst of a global pandemic, it would seem that there is a compelling reason to hold this vote in November. Obviously, if there's a special election for one question, then adding another will represent little, if any, additional cost. We were surprised that the mayor claimed that a veto was necessary because RCV is a divisive issue. This paternalistic argument is insulting to the people of Burlington. VPIRG believes that it is entirely possible for this community to simultaneously work toward racial and climate justice, remain unified in efforts to address the pandemic, and hold meaningful conversations around important ballot questions and political candidates. It's our hope that the council will overturn this undemocratic veto and allow the people of Burlington to decide for themselves whether it is time for an electoral system where the majority and not the plurality decide who holds office. And if the council does not override this veto, VPIRG urges you to make clear that this issue will come before the voters of Burlington in March of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ezra Steinfeld. Ezra, I'm enabling your microphone.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in to thank the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance for all the incredible work that they're doing getting this reparations resolution to this point. I think is incredible work and so important. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to enable this task force to ask the questions that need to be asked, and I'm sure certain fine questions that we don't even know need to be asked yet. And obviously the work must begin for the city to consider an apology and reparations as a bare minimum to address the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. So yeah, to reiterate, I just want to express my support for the Vermont Racial Alliance and my support for the reparations resolution and my support for forming this task force to make this city better and, you know, begin a process that is long, long, long overdue.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I had a couple folks I couldn't find. I was not able to find Beth Banner, Brian Armstrong, Stephen Margolin. Actually, I am able to find Stephen Margolin. So Stephen, I'm going to come to you. I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Cool. Hi, I'm a resident from Ward 8, and I wanted to call in tonight and say that I stand with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, and I think it's necessary that we pass the reparations resolution in Burlington. We need to pass it, and we need to form a task force to do research and provide the city a recommendation for recommendations. The work must begin. We need to consider an apology and not or, an apology and reparations for the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. Because it's pretty stupid to pass a bill that says we recognize racism is a problem, a public health crisis, and then do absolutely nothing about it. That only enables more suffering and allows people to die. And without organizing a task force, we cannot address these issues. We must begin the hard work of implementing real solutions for the BIPOC folks in our community. And I'd like to use the rest of my time as a moment of consideration for the city council and the mayor especially about what actions to take on these issues.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker will be Lillian Vincent. Lillian, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, I live here in Burlington, and I was calling in tonight to say that I support the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. And I think that you all need to form the task force to provide the city with recommendations on what kind of reparations you need to do. It's a really critical step in like creating equity here in Burlington. Yeah, I also just want to say that I'm also asking that you overturn the mayor's veto on the ranked choice voting. Sorry. I think that this election being so important is all the more reason that we need our local elections to be as strong and as fair and as equitable as possible. Yeah. So I'd really like it if the city would move forward after we've declared racism a public health crisis and doing whatever it takes to solve that problem and start by creating this task force. Yeah, I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Hannah Sorkow. After Hannah, we have William Livingston, Alexander Lavin, Caitlin LaDolce, Abby German, Lucy German, Anna Stevens. So Hannah Sorkow, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Hannah Sorko, and I'm a white social worker in Burlington. And I just wanted to support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. The implementation of the racial justice resolution requires the implementation of a reparations task force to conduct research on the potential for reparations in Burlington. We must recognize and address the harms done to express Vermont's commitment to dismantle the systemic causes of these violations. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. I do actually see Willoughby Carlo now. Willoughby, I'm going to enable your microphone. Go ahead. Willoughby Carlo, go ahead.
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, my name is Willoughby, and I just wanted to say that I strongly support creating a task force to begin conversations and research into reparations in Burlington and in Vermont as a larger community. I think it's really important now that we have, voted to start these conversations, that we do the work and we actually start changing the wrongdoings that this community has done historically. I think it's really important that we listen to the BIPOC community in this time and focus on doing the research so that we know what places and what ways reparations and in what areas and in what the best way to have those reparations be implemented. It's really important that we have that research done, and that's what this task force is going to do. And I just want to say that I strongly support Operation Phoenix and the Vermont Racial Justice Community, Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, in this work that they're doing, and that I would like to voice my strong support for creating this task force. I yield the rest of my time, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Alexander Lavin. Alexander, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, I wanted to speak briefly about the mayor's recent veto of the ranked choice voting resolution that passed recently. I admire much of the mayor's executive actions in his service to the city. For example, St. Patrick's Day, that was an apt time for executive action, shutting down the bars in the midst of an impending pandemic. But last week's veto was absolutely the worst kind of executive action that you can get from a mayor. And one can't help but think that there are political and even, personal career sort of motives behind that. And the mayor knows that I hold him in high regard and have a personal fondness for him, but it's also important to speak out when somebody's sketching outside the lines. I didn't know about the resolution that most of tonight's speakers are discussing, but I do need to take time to voice my support for Vermont's Racial Justice Alliance and the call for a task force to explore reparations. I've recently become a vocal advocate for universal basic income, and I've come to understand that part of universal basic income is also going to have a progressive aspect to it, where we make good on the injustices that people of color have been subject to in our history. Just for perspective, I'm working on a documentary right now. I have the honor of helping a friend on a documentary that features an interview with Harry Belafonte, amongst many others, Black Panthers, civil rights leaders. And Harry Belafonte in this documentary actually says that Black America has lost ground since the civil rights movement. So I hope I can underline for yourself, Mr. President, and members of the City Council that this is not something that's in our rearview mirror. This is going on right now. And from the median Black family income to the fact that Black Lives Matter is a human rights movement, it's all reflected right there.
Thank you. I was not able to find William Livingston or Caitlin LaDolce, but I have found Abby German. Abby, I'm enabling your microphone now.
Hello?
Yep, you're good.
Amazing.
As all of you know, in 1777, Vermont proved itself to be on the right side of history by becoming the first state to abolish slavery. I think that this year in 2020, it's time to again lead the nation in racial justice. It is time for reparations now. I mean, it should have been done years and years ago, but at the very least now. The wound of slavery has not even begun to be healed, and this is a starting point at least. So I fully support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. I think that we must pass the reparations resolution to form a task force who can do the research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations. The work must begin for the city to consider an apology and or reparations for the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. And now that Burlington has passed the historic racial justice resolution as part of the Operation Phoenix Rise, and thank you, counselors, you know who you are, who were supportive of that movement, we must begin the hard work of implementing real solutions for BIPOC folks in our community. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lucy German. Lucy, I'm going to enable your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, you guys just heard from my sister. I echo everything that they've said and everything that the people of color have added to this conversation. I support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. I support forming a task force who can do the research and provide the city with recommendations on reparations. The work must begin for the city to consider an apology and reparations for the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. And now that the city of Burlington has passed the historic racial justice resolution as part of Operation Phoenix Rise, we must begin the hard work of implementing real solutions for BIPOC folks in our community, and it's way past due. So thank you, council people, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Stevens. I found someone with the name Anna, so I'm going to enable you to speak if you are Anna Stevens.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
My name is Anna Stevens. I am a white cisgendered queer of Burlington, and I am calling today to voice my support and my gratitude to the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and uplift the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. We have to pass this reparations resolution to form a task force. That task force must be led by BIPOC people so that we can both do the research for an actual manifestation of resource transference when we look at the wealth gap between white and BIPOC people who has access to resources, and also to continue this work. There's centuries and deep roots to the white supremacy that dominates our culture, and we have a lot of work ahead. So I believe the task force would also just play an important steering role in that. And beginning to ask the city to consider an apology, and what I would say about that is apologizing. And I think we have taken good steps. I think the racial justice resolution was an important step, and I think it's not even the beginning. Years and years and centuries of dismantling white supremacy have been going on, but this was a important first step in this way for our community, and that we must continue to do this work, and specifically this work that is led by BIPOC folks in our community. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Gallagher, and Marcy is going to be followed by Alexandra Sullivan, Elena Feinberg, Thea Zalewski, Tom Proctor, Emily Eden. Marcy, I'm enabling your microphone. Marcy, looks like you're muted on your end. Marcy, looks like you're still muted on your end. Okay. All right, Marcy, I'm gonna can try you again. I'm gonna go to Alexandra Sullivan. Alexandra, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. I'm calling in tonight to echo the really well-stated things that all those have come before me, particularly the people of color, in supporting the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance's efforts. I'm really impressed and honored to be able to take witness to such a really empowered and forward-thinking and well-organized organization. I support what the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance says and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. We must pass this resolution to form a task force who can do the research and provide the city a recommendation on reparations. The work must begin for the city to consider an apology or reparations for the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. Now that Burlington has passed the historic racial justice resolution as a part of Operation Phoenix Rise, we must begin and continue the hard work of implementing real solutions for BIPOC folks in our community. Thank you so much for listening, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Elena Feinberg next. Elena, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm a white resident of Burlington, Vermont. I would like to thank everyone who spoke before me, particularly the people of color who spoke. I would like to vocalize my support for the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance in asking you to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington, as well as in asking for an apology from the city for the role Burlington played in the institution of slavery, as well as for its complicity in white supremacy. I'm also calling to urge you city councilors to override the mayor's veto of the resolution to let Burlington residents vote on ranked choice voting in November. It seems especially important right now to make sure we're not neglecting or deprioritizing our elections. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to Marcy Gallagher, see if we can get that mic issue enabled. So Marcy, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, I'm speaking for Marcy. She's away from the computer right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
I'm Elena Josh Wilcox.
Sorry, we're getting some strange feedback.
Is that better?
If you have it on in any other ways or other formats, it's helpful if those other computers or other machines are muted.
Is that better?
Yep, there you go.
All right, perfect. I just want to start off by voicing my support for the reparations resolution. But I really want to share my thoughts about to speak out against the mayor's veto decision on ranked choice voting. This is Weinberger's first veto during his 8.5 years in office, and I find his reasoning to be kind of incredibly disingenuous. The mayor claims the $45,000 cost to place the ranked choice voting on the November ballots is a price too heavy to pay. As an individual who has lived in Burlington for many years, Weinberger has displayed a less than frugal approach with spending city funds. The most notable example being the failed CityPlace project. Which back in 2016, trying to win voter approval, spent money on ballots for a special November election. If Weinberger claims the benefits of the CityPlace project merited the price tag, then the cost of adding ranked choice voting to the November ballot should never be an argument deployed by the mayor. Weinberger has never struggled to find funds for his development projects. Therefore, the thought that the mayor couldn't spend $45,000 to increase the functionality of our local democracy is ridiculous. Though the mayor may have cemented his decision, I urge City Council to amend his unmerited veto. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Thea Zalewski. Thea, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Thea.
Sweet. Hi, I'm Thea. I'm a white trans person and I live in Ward 2. And I'm calling to echo the voices of those who spoke before me in support of passing the reparations resolution and the creation of the reparations task force. There's been so much invaluable information shared tonight on Burlington's history and what we can do moving forward. Incredibly informative and imperative that we do this. I also urge the city councilors to heed the words of our BIPOC community members, reflect on Burlington's role in chattel slavery, and act to implement real solutions for BIPOCs now. I also urge the council to override the mayor's veto of the resolution to instate ranked choice voting. I think ranked choice voting is really imperative in upholding our democracy that works for all. And yeah, I do thank folks for their time in listening to these really important issues and encourage us to keep pushing progress forward because it can't happen fast enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Proctor. Tom, I'm enabling your microphone. Tom, go ahead. Tom, your microphone should be enabled.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Tom.
Wonderful. Good evening. My name's Tom Proctor. I work for Rights to Democracy as a Chittenden County organizer. I would also like to echo that I stand in solidarity with the Racial Justice Alliance and with reparations. The reason why I'm calling tonight, though, is regarding the veto being used by the mayor. The veto being used tonight is not just about stopping ranked choice voting, it's also about being on the ballot this November. It's also about stopping just cause eviction. Moreau has given spurious reasons, but the reality is he's afraid both of these items will pass. He's showing tonight he is fundamentally against democracy and fair housing practices. This November election should be one of the biggest elections in a generation. Putting both of these items on the ballot will be the fairest democratic litmus test of both these policies. It's not about money, as many people have already pointed out. Moreau will spend money like crazy so long as it's enriching his development buddies. This is about violating the rights to a democratic process in the largest election in a generation. It's timed specifically, this veto, to undermine the vote for housing reforms as well as ranked choice voting. And I would like to add that preventing just cause eviction through this veto of ranked choice voting is a risk to public health and public safety. People who lose their housing aren't able to quarantine during this pandemic, and this will cost an outbreak in the city. The mayor and the Democrats have no problem printing local ballots when they pass their development agenda, passed back in November 2016. And I would like to say this is an undemocratic, autocratic, and Trumpian action from a mayor hell-bent on imposing his will on the council and Burlington. Democratic norms be damned. We ask for just one Dem to break ranks and vote against this veto, and for the progressives to please stay in solidarity with each other. Remember, that's the leftist thing that needs to happen, that we stay in solidarity. It is against the will of the democratically elected council, and it should have Democrats questioning what sort of leader Moreau is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, and if folks can just please try and keep comments directed at me, that's really helpful, and try not to personalize things too much. The next speaker is Emily Eden, but I could not find you, Emily, so I'm gonna go to Maisie Wormser. After Maisie, we have Nick Kavanaugh, Shane Carruth, Matt Hurlbert, Joe O'Brien and Paul Bierman. Maisie, I'm enabling your microphone. Maisie, it looks like you're muted on your end.
Okay, sorry about that.
You're good.
Hi, I'm Maisie. I live in Ward 2. I want to echo support for the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and call on you all to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. I think everyone's said what needs to be said, and I just want to stand with everyone who has spoken. I cede my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nick Kavanaugh. Nick, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi. So first of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. And I wanted to just really appreciate and acknowledge the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance for the leadership they've shown on these issues. And I'm really thankful that the City Council passed that resolution as a result of all the organizing this summer. So I really just am thanking the City Council for that and appreciating the Racial Justice Alliance for their initiative. And I also want to just appreciate all the people of color that have spoken on the call so far tonight. It's been really meaningful and just really good to be able to hear those words expressed, and I appreciate that. And I've been learning. And I support the resolution around reparations that the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance is promoting. I think we just really, really need to deal with this this history of racism, and we really need to do it on a national level. But you know, what we can do here in Burlington, at the least, is do our own version of it here locally, because as everybody said so far, there's so much that's happened here in Burlington and is happening. So lastly, I also oppose the mayor's veto. I hope the City Council overrides that. Thanks for the time and opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker was Shane Carruth. Shane, I couldn't find you. I also was unable to locate Matt Furlbert, but I was able to, I think, to find Joe O'Brien under just Joe. So I'm going to enable that person.
Can you hear me?
Yep, good. It was Joe. Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Great. Hi, everybody. First, I want to echo support for the reparations resolution. But second, so earlier today regarding CityPlace, Moreau stated that we should take a strong position on what the people of Burlington want going forward. But I would argue that the alliance that he's displaying with his constituents is extremely conditional. As was the case with his support of the mall project originally, he's placing his voice, and worse, his unreliable judgment, above those of his constituents. Frankly, I think he should stay out of the fight because he has a conflict of interest that is like deeply obvious to the public. So my point sort of is that this blind self-assuredness is becoming a pattern with Mayor Weinberger, and I urge the City Council to unequivocally override his veto on the ranked choice voting measure, but more so to reject his attempt to position himself as the decider on this issue. We've seen a lot of people coming out to support ranked choice voting, and to disallow even a vote is, in my view, the wrong direction to go in. Lastly, I want to recognize all the people who have spoken who don't support ranked choice, but still stand behind the ability to choose policy for ourselves, rather than to be nannied by like a politician whose poor judgment has left a crater in the middle of our downtown. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Bierman. Paul, I'm going to enable your microphone. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Great. I want to first say that I'm very supportive of everything I've heard tonight in regards to racial justice. I want to pivot a bit to another pressing issue that I think is closely related, and that's COVID, which has really unduly affected communities of color around our nation and in Vermont. And this has to do with the fact that the University of Vermont is bringing 8,000 students back to Burlington in the next 2 weeks. I've been university faculty there for 27 years. I live on Brooks Ave. The initial student return that we have seen lately in the last couple of weeks has included very little in the way of masking and social distancing, but an awful lot of parties with 10, 20, 30 students. There really has been no effective enforcement off campus from UVM, and actually they've admitted as such that they can't do that. UVM's been acting very much on its own, with really little flexibility to its plans, and now actually some pretty strong criticism of UVM faculty who have disagreed with the administration. I'm calling because I think there's really great potential for infection and the resulting shutdown of Burlington. The plan that UVM's proposed is untested. There are an awful lot of weak points in there. I do want to thank the mayor for his letter to UVM last week, which pointed out in several pages some of the weaknesses on that plan. And there was a response that came from UVM today that really changed nothing and just said we're going forward as we are. And so I would like to urge the council to take real action to protect public health of all of Burlington's citizens. We've done so much in the last 4 months, shutting down, masking, staying distant from each other. And I'd like, if UVM continues to take no effective action, for the council to consider some type of emergency ordinance that would allow them to control these off-campus parties and gatherings that have the potential to be real super spreader events and potentially infect large numbers of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker. So it was clarified to me that Josh Wilcox spoke in Marcy Gallagher's place, and so Marcy Gallagher is now going to take their spot because Josh was also signed up at this point in it. So I'm going to enable that to happen. So go ahead, Marcy.
Okay. Sorry for that confusion. I just first wanted to offer support for the Racial Justice Alliance's reparations resolution. We know that racism isn't just a product of ignorance, it's also the product of explicit racist and segregationalist government policies. We're far past due for making reparations for that harm. I also want to speak on ranked choice voting. I gave public comment when the council was originally considering ranked choice voting a couple weeks ago, saying I support the system for many of the reasons you've heard tonight and during that meeting. And mainly I support the right for voters to determine the type of voting system that we use. I really don't think that it makes sense that of all the resolutions that have passed in the city council in the past 8.5 years that have been controversial or risky or bold, this is the only one that the mayor chose to veto. And I think an executive vetoing a potentially democracy strengthening resolution, yet one that would have ensured his defeat in the last mayoral election, is really dangerous. The majority of Burlingtonians did not vote for the mayor in the last mayoral election, and ranked choice voting will not be instituted unless a majority of us do support it in November. It's clear which councilor votes on this tonight will be prioritizing democracy and those that will be prioritizing party. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next, I looked for Annabelle Hill. Annabelle, I couldn't find you, but I was able to find Kristen Vranken. Kristen, I'm going to enable your microphone.
Hi, thank you. I call in solidarity with the reparations resolution and the Racial Justice Alliance, and support of which I think goes hand in hand with opposing the undemocratic veto of ranked choice voting, which is unequivocally a red herring to distract from other ballot initiatives, and one that is conveniently timed to undermine the demand for housing protection by way of a just cause eviction ballot initiative that is so desperately needed and was needed pre-COVID, but magnified post-COVID. The inability for voters to weigh in on desperately needed housing protections, the absence of which will disproportionately impact Black, Brown, Indigenous, and working class people, is despicable. There seems to be infinite money for private investments in things like the pit, performative gestures for photo ops, and any number of expensive initiatives designed to encourage the wealthy to take further root in the city while ignoring the needs of those who make the city viable. And I just want to add that about a month ago, an exclusive political forum was held at Lakeside Park with about 3 days notice. I am a Lakeside resident, led by Joan Shannon and Chip Mason, to talk about displacing residents of Sears Lane without ever having spoken to any residents or having a plan to do so. A solidarity picnic was planned, and the People's Kitchen and BTV Cop Watch took lead roles in organizing, took place at the same time in the same place to support our neighbors on Sears Lane. Moreau, our mayor, apparently was called in to bolster support for Joan and Chip. And when he was done, he literally ran out of there without having the common decency as mayor of the city to hear from the residents. The priorities are abundantly clear: make all accommodations for the wealthy, suffer extreme losses for the wealthy, and only care about fiscal quote unquote responsibility when money can in any way impact Black, Brown, Indigenous, and working class people. This is a tired and racist playbook, and I implore you all to take immediate action. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So I was not able to find the person who registered as Carly Robb. I wasn't able also to find Marissa Kemmler, but I am able to find Selena Colburn. Selena, I'm enabling your microphone.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I am a state representative for Burlington's Chittenden 6-4 district, which includes UVM and many of the neighborhoods to its north. I want to echo the really moving and inspiring support I've heard tonight for the Reparations Task Force resolution and encourage you to keep moving that work forward. And also echo the voices that have urged you as a council to override the mayor's veto so voters can weigh in on just cause eviction and ranked choice voting. I also know that you'll be hearing from representatives of UVM and Champlain tonight, and I am hearing from my constituents, you heard from one earlier, increasingly about concerns as these institutions open and as students pour back into the neighborhoods and are having risky behaviors that put the community at risk. So I really appreciated the concerns expressed in Mayor Weinberger's letter. And I have some questions I hope you'll consider posing tonight. The first and foremost is really what real-time tools these institutions will provide to neighbors to address off-campus behaviors that potentially put the surrounding community at risk. What kind of clear protocols can the community count on to know when these institutions will switch to 100% remote if there's a new outbreak, whether employees are being given equal access to protections for public health, and if hazard pay is being considered. And I think you'll hear tonight that UVM's Office of Student and Community Relations is really on the front lines of this off-campus work. And I want to know if UVM is ensuring that they have the additional resources and staffing that they need to meet these demands and workflows. And finally, I'll just say, we know that COVID is affecting people disproportionately in our community. And so the work these institutions do to protect the surrounding community really is an issue of racial justice and social equity. And I hope you'll ask them hard questions with that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katherine Burke. Katherine, I'm enabling your microphone. Katherine, looks like you're muted on your end.
Hi, I'm calling in to support the passing of the reparations resolution in Burlington. The United States has repeatedly denied wealth building opportunities to Black Americans. As a direct result, the average white family has roughly 10 times the amount of wealth as the average Black family, and COVID-19 has made those disparities even more drastic. In a recent speech addressing the city's decision to declare racism a public health emergency, Mayor Weinberger said, "It's not going to happen overnight, but over time we're going to make those disparities a thing of the past." If Burlington truly wants to make racial disparity a thing of the past and make the so-called American dream an equitable reality for everyone, I believe it's crucial that we support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass a reparations resolution. White people in America, myself included, have all benefited from slavery, white supremacism, and structural racism. It's time that we not only acknowledge that, but issue an apology and take steps toward repaying our debt. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. All right. Let me try and find our next speaker. Our next speaker is Corinne Yance. Corinne, I'm enabling your microphone. Go ahead. Corinne, it looks like you're on mute on your end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Corinne.
Hi, I'm calling on the behalf of CBOEO's Fair Housing Project and also as an individual citizen of Burlington in support of the just cause eviction reforms. In addition to the pandemic intensifying the need for tenant protections, the Vermont Legal Aid's Housing Discrimination Project has found people of protected classes, including BIPOC people, people with disabilities, and receipt of public assistance, face a higher risk of receiving no-cause evictions. I'll also add, as a private citizen, that I join the others calling before me in support of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance's call for reparations resolutions. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Our next speaker is Lee Terhune. Lee, I'm going to enable your microphone. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mic check.
Yep, you're good.
Burlington has a strong record of implementing reparative or restorative justice. Matt Kelly just released a film about the last half hour of his film interviews Rachel Jolly and people who've gone through the reparative justice program. So Burlington has a lot of experience with this. It's just that this time it's required of the city, not by the city. Truth and reconciliation begins with recognition of harm done and apology. And this is stressed by Rachel Jolly in her interview in this film. I'm concerned that people are going to be evicted without just cause. I'm really concerned about that. And I think it's imperative that we get a just cause eviction ballot question warned for 2020, because this is going to happen soon. It's going to happen fast. And it's going to create housing insecurity in Burlington. And finally, on the subject of ranked choice voting ballot question, regardless of whether one is for or against it, all city councilors should resist the mayor vetoing a democratically determined resolution of council. There have been special ballot questions before, for example, for development issues. And when we were talking about renovating Memorial Auditorium, it was suggested by the mayor that this could go on as a special question in November 2020. Local issues increase voter interest, and we all know that this is a big turnout election, and so we'll get the best sense, the most representative sense of how Burlington voters feel on the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Barbara Rachelson. Barbara, I'm enabling your microphone.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Rachelson, and I'm a resident of Burlington and a state representative for the Chittenden 6-6 district. My district incorporates parts of both the UVM and Champlain, many neighborhoods where students live off campus. In my 8 years as a legislator, I have heard from more constituents related to colleges reopenings shortly than I have on any other issue. I've heard from students, staff, faculty, neighbors, and community members. People are fearful for their health and the health of the vulnerable in our community. We know already from other schools that have reopened across the country that COVID has spread in those towns quickly. Many have shared their concerns that already there have been large parties and clear disregard of our state and city's mask mandate. Further, there are many that have witnessed a lack of people social distancing. Community members have no idea what is going on, as there has not been enough communication with the neighbors and community. I had the chance to meet with the new president of Champlain College last week, along with some of his key staff. It was clear that Champlain will have a one strike and you're out policy related to failure to follow their policies, both on and off campus. That was reassuring to me to hear, as was their plan to take ownership over their students, both on and off campus, as well as their decision to make their double rooms into single rooms, and less desirable, their work to convert triples and quads to doubles, their work on the ventilation systems, all without support so far from any government COVID funds. Champlain jumped quickly on my feedback about communicating with the neighbors, and they've already added a neighbor section on their website and have committed to more action on community communication. While I understand that both Champlain and UVM are basing their testing schedules and frequency on the state health commissioner's recommendations, I'm disappointed that these standards fall short of the best practice. A recent article in JAMA using a modeling study
Barbara,
concluded that.
wrap up?
I'm sorry?
Can you please wrap up? Your time is.
Okay. I urge City Council to take action as a city in order to ensure safer regulations and protections for both for the Burlington community. I know if I didn't do what I could to prevent deaths or serious long-term health complications, I wouldn't forgive myself. The stakes are high. Many have likened college campuses to cruise ships. I ask you, would you let large cruise ships bring 8,000 to 10,000 people to the Burlington harbor front? Please take action as a city and partner with me to put pressure on the state of Vermont.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Libby Camp. Libby, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Libby Camp, and I'm here to voice my support of the passing of a new reparations resolution calling for a task force to study and consider future reparations for Americans and enslaved people, and an apology from the city of Burlington for the role Burlington played in the institution of slavery in the United States. To quote the Zen Education Project, we need to consider how a legacy of injustice as deeply rooted and multidimensional as anti-Black racism requires a multifaceted strategy, not a single action. The creation of this task force is the beginning to this strategy. We need to reject the narrative of Burlington being a progressive paradise and recognize that racism is built into the foundation of this town, and to try to hide that is shameful. I would like to use the rest of my time as a moment of silence for Breonna Taylor, whose life was taken 150 days ago today.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker will be Ryan Garvey. The folks I have after Ryan are Nate Lantieri, Robin Lloyd, Chris Felker, Gina Clitero, Amy Cronin, James Martucci, Emma Redden, and Steffi Drago. Ryan, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Great. I would just first like to say my name is Ryan Garvey. I am a white Burlington resident of the South End, calling in tonight as a community member. And I stand with those who have pushed for a reparations task force being created and support all the comments that have come before me. And I would also like to just speak briefly to the mayor's veto of ranked choice voting. I really feel like we need to overturn this veto, even though I do not expect the council to do that tonight. But the reasoning given for the veto, I think, just really doesn't pass the sniff test. Moreau said that the measure was going to cost a lot of money, but we've never really considered the cost of putting ballot measures on the ballot in November versus town meeting day before, and I don't really see why we should be starting with this one. And I really just want to speak specifically to something that got brought up in the deliberation where it was said that there's some sort of difference between putting this measure before town meeting day voters versus putting this measure before voters in November. And I just think that's, not only illogical and undemocratic, but it's just a dangerous path to go down. As others have said on this call, this November election really has the opportunity to be one of the biggest elections Burlington and Vermont has seen in a long time, and is a really great opportunity to have as many voices as possible weighing in on this measure, because this policy, like every other policy, doesn't just affect the people who turn out to the polls to vote. It affects all Burlingtonians, non-voters and voters alike. So I will yield the rest of my time, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nate Lantieri. Nate, I'm going to enable your microphone. Go ahead, Nate.
Hi there, folks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Thank you to all the other folks who have participated in the public forum tonight as well. And I want to start out by saying I stand in solidarity with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. And I believe that we as a council, we as a city should really move forward with creating this reparations task force. The resolution previously passed was a first step, one among many, and I think that we need to continue this work immediately. The other issue that I would like to speak in regard of is the recent veto of the ballot initiatives for the November election. You know, the explanation of why these items were vetoed, being a matter of purely of cost, I think is a really unsettling precedent that we would be setting here today as a means of, you know, shutting down ideas that, you know, really these ballot initiatives are one of the only ways that we as a community have the opportunity to really take a litmus test of where we're at. And, you know, you look at previous elections, you look back at 2016 where we had these, you know, we allocated the funds for them because we wanted to understand what the people of the community thought about certain issues. And if we're moving away from this, it's a pretty obvious, blatant step towards lesser democracy in our community. And I think if we really are trying to be on the cutting edge and really trying to make positive steps forward in Burlington, we need to really consider the unfortunate precedent that this would set if the veto is not overridden. So I hope that all councilors will consider their vote today, and have a good rest of your night. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Robin Lloyd. Robin, I'm enabling your microphone. Robin, it looks like you're muted on your end. Robin, I'm still seeing you as muted. Okay, Robin, we can try again in a second. Our next speaker is Chris Felker. Chris, I cannot find you, so I'll go to Gina Clothero. Gina, I'm sorry, your mic is enabled. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Thanks, Councilor Tracy. This is Gina. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm calling in support of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance demands to pass the resolution to put together a reparations task force. As so many other people have said tonight, this seems like a really simple ask. I think by and large, most of us are on the same page about that we need reparations in order to promote equity for these historic systemic inequities in our system. And the question is how, and that's why this racial justice task force will explore the how and have a community process to determine that. So I think this is a really important step that Burlington can take, and I think that city councilors should not should not see this as a risky call at all. It's vitally important that we do this now. So please support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance demands to make an official apology for Burlington's role in chattel slavery and also to put together a reparations task force. And then, of course, I also have to speak on the issue of Mayor Weinberger vetoing ranked choice voting. And I think it's just really, really shameful and undemocratic. And I hope that city councilors will stand up and push back against this. And as other folks have said, not fall on party lines on this issue, because this is a matter of our democracy and sustaining it for the long term. So thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, I'm going to go back and see if we can get Robin on. Robin, I'm going to enable your microphone again. You able to unmute yourself, Robin?
I unmuted.
There you go. I can hear you. Go ahead, Robin.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so I just want to point out to folks that this weekend saw the worldwide observances of the 75th anniversary of the US bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I hope you saw the great Bren puppet cranes that walked down Church Street that WCAX did a segment on that was very beautiful. What I would like folks to look at is the relationship of nuclear weapons to white supremacy. The 3 nuclear bombs that have been dropped on people, namely the one in southern New Mexico and Hiroshima and Nagasaki, were all dropped on people of color. That has been the way nuclear bombs have been used. What we tried to convey in the display that we had in front of City Hall, the poster that was on display there that mentioned George Floyd, shows the level of violence from the local to the global by saying we support the transformation of the police, transformation of the military, demilitarization at home and abroad, and abolish nuclear weapons. It's the ladder of violence, and the nuclear weapons are the ones that are at the top of it that we need to abolish immediately. I want to also say that we, the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, that put on the procession as well as the display in front of City Hall, we totally support the reparations bill that is coming before you, and also instant runoff voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Amy Cronin. Amy, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amy Cronin. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a white resident of Ward 2. I am taking part today to once again express my gratitude for the labor and the voices of the people of color who spoke before me, as well as to echo my support of the resolution to form a task force to study and consider future reparations for American descendants of enslaved people, and an apology from the city of Burlington for its role in chattel slavery. I think that what we're really looking at here is we have a great desire for healing as a city, as a country, as a people, and healing cannot happen without the work of acknowledgement and repair. I really often hear the sentiment that Burlington is a really special place, and in my experience, I have only really heard that from that being the experience of white Vermonters. And City Council, I ask you to take this opportunity to create a city and a space where that can be a feeling for all of the city's residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be James Martucci. James, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. 1 second. I think we had the timer just went off. Chief of Staff Riddell, are you able to get that timer back up, or Rich Goodwin, are you someone able to help with the timer, please? We've just got a few more speakers here.
I could start a timer.
It's okay. Thank you for willing to
sorry,
help.
Rich, did you fall off?
I
Okay, I just need a minute to get set up.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Riddell. James, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to call in support of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and their call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. We must pass the reparations resolution to form this task force, and they will do the work and provide the city the recommendation on reparations. And the work must begin for the city to consider an apology and the reparations for the role that Burlington directly has played in chattel slavery. And now that Burlington has passed this historic, justice resolution as a part of Operation Phoenix, we have to begin that hard work of creating the solutions that BIPOC have suggested for years in this community. And for the rest of my time, I would like to take a moment of appreciation for those members of our community who have put in the major work to make this possible.
Yeah, actually, my whole system shut down. So everybody's like fucking waiting on me.
Rich, you got a hot mic there.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Our next speaker will be Emma Redden, to be followed by Steffi Drago. Emma, go ahead. I've unmuted your microphone.
Hey, Rich, don't worry about it. I can do the end here. So I'm just gonna, don't worry about the rest of the public forum. I'm just gonna take care of it. I just need another minute, please.
Okay. Emma Redden, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Emma. I'm a resident of Ward 2, and I'm a preschool teacher. And there are many lessons in preschool that I think are very valuable, that I think often as we get older, we forget. And if a 4-year-old steals one of their friend's dump trucks, they're not just expected to make some sort of apology, but are expected to return the thing that they stole. And culturally, I think that type of repair isn't very controversial. It makes sense. You give back what you unfairly took. I'm calling tonight to encourage the city of Burlington to do everything in your power to give back what white folks stole unfairly. Building wealth off slave labor in the South is theft. Building wealth off slave labor in Vermont is theft. It is violent and abusive and cruel and despicable, and it's theft. Stealing people's work without compensation is theft. It's time to pay descendants of slaves 150 years late for their work. There's so much that can't be returned: people's lives, folks' health, their freedom. And there's no way to fully amend or repair hundreds of years of violence. But there is money, something white folks disproportionately have more of, not because we are smart or hardworking or creative, but because this country was meticulously designed to enrich and protect white people's ability to make and keep money. So I'm asking us tonight to consider the teachings of preschool and for the very least return what we stole. I support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and the call to pass a reparations resolution in Burlington. I support creating a task force of folks who can research and provide the city recommendations on reparations. I believe the city should consider not just an apology, but material reparations for the role that Burlington has played in chattel slavery. And now that Burlington has passed the historic racial justice resolution as part of Operation Phoenix Rise, we must begin the hard work of implementing real solutions for BIPOC folks in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Steffi Drago. Steffi, I'm enabling your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Steffi, and I'm a resident of Ward 2 here in Burlington. I'm speaking today in support of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and in support of the Reparations Resolution. It is essential that Burlington establishes a task force to consider the future of reparations in our city and apologize for the role the city has played in the institution of chattel slavery and upholding white supremacy. Burlington has recently made significant bounds towards envisioning a more equitable future through passing the historic Racial Justice Resolution. And establishing a reparations task force is a necessary next step toward doing the work to achieve racial and economic justice, as well as the dismantling of white supremacy in our city. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. So that concludes our public forum. If we could please go out of share mode and go back into our council meeting. I want to thank all the members of the public for coming tonight. It's great to hear from so many folks on such a wide range of issues on our agenda. Very much appreciated, and encourage you to stay engaged with not only this meeting, but subsequent meetings. Certainly love hearing from you. Our next item on the agenda is our climate emergency reports. Do any councilors have a climate emergency report to offer? Okay, seeing none, may I please have a motion on the consent agenda? Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
Actions indicated.
Thank you. We have a motion on the consent agenda. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Paulino. Any discussion on our consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have passed our consent agenda, which brings us into our deliberative agenda. We do actually have a couple other meetings though before we get to that, so I want to switch into those meetings to make sure we get to those. We have both our Board of Civil Authority and local control, so we will go into those meetings. For members of the public, we have a couple other structures through which decisions are made in the context of City Council meetings, things like the Local Control Commission, as well as the Board of Civil Authority. So we're gonna recess this meeting, and then I will come back into the full council meeting to deal with our deliberative agenda. We'll first go to local control and then the Board of Civil Authority. So I'll give folks a chance to just click over to their local control commission meeting agendas. Okay, has everybody been able to get over to those agendas? Anyone having trouble? Okay. I will call to order the local control committee at 9:57 p.m. The first item on the agenda is the agenda, and may I have a motion on the agenda, Councilor Hanson?
Yeah, I'll move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, we have an agenda. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. May I please have a motion on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'll move. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Stromberg.
Go ahead.
Okay. Move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Stromberg, seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. I believe that gets us to our deliberative agenda. May I please have a motion on item 3.01?
Sure.
Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Yep. I'll move to approve the outside consumption permit application Parklet for Hen of the Wood, 55 Cherry Street through October, 12 seats total, Sunday to Saturday, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., contingent upon DPW approval.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hanson, seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We have item 3.02. May I please have a motion on that? Councilor Stromberg.
I move to approve the 2020-2021 outside consumption permit application for the Daily Planet, 15 Center Street, spring through fall, every day, 11 a.m. through 2 a.m., 5 tables, 16 seats.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 That passes. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll now move on to item 3.03. May I please have a motion on that? Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
I move to approve the outside consumption permit application Parklet for the Swinging Pinwheel, 11 Center Street, 8 a.m. through 3 p.m., Tuesday through Sunday, 9 tables, 20 seats, contingent upon DPW approval.
We have a motion from Councilor Stromberg, seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Brings us to item 3.04. May I please have a motion on item 3.04?
I can move it.
Councilor Freeman, go ahead.
I move to approve the 2020-2021 first and third class liquor license applications for Good Trouble at 71 South Union Street, number 4, with the following conditions. Complete record checks contingent upon fire marshal approval with all standard conditions.
Thank you. It's seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously, which brings us to our final item on the Local Control Commission, item 3.05. May I please have a motion on that? Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
I move to approve the 2020-2021 outside consumption permit application for Good Trouble, 71 South Union Street, number 4, with the following conditions: complete record checks and contingent upon fire marshal approval.
Thank you. Councilor Paul, I believe you've started sharing your screen. So if you could just go out of screen share mode. Thank you. All right.
Sorry.
No worries. We had a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. A motion to adjourn is now in order. May I please have such a motion? Moved by Councilor Freeman. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? We are now adjourned, which we'll now go into our Board of Civil Authority meeting and I will call to order the Board of Civil Authority meeting at 10:02 p.m. The first item on the agenda is the agenda. May I please have a motion on the agenda? Oh, sorry, this is your meeting to run. Sorry, I'm just cruising here. Go ahead, Mayor.
Right. Thank you. I will call into order as the chair of the Board of Civil Authority at 10:03 p.m. and would welcome a motion regarding the agenda. Thank you. Councilor Stromberg, could you make that motion?
I move to adopt the agenda as follows. No additional information and title change for agenda item 2.02, appointment of assistant election officials and city hall volunteer for Councilor Tracy.
Sorry, I think you may have taken us straight to the, I'm just looking for a motion regarding the agenda to adopt the agenda. Is that a motion for on the agenda, or was it into one of the substantive items?
No, I believe that's 1.01.
Okay. Is there a second on the motion to adopt the agenda?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Any discussion regarding the agenda? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We have an agenda. I now would welcome a motion on 2.01 to adopt the consent agenda. Councilor Pine.
I would move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Councilor Paul. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and that is the full agenda. And if there's no objection, we are adjourned as a Board of Civil Authority at 10:04 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll put it back over. Rightfully apologize for that. I was cranking there. We'll go into our deliberative agenda now. And we have item 7.01. May I please have a motion on that item? Councilor Hanson.
Sure, yeah. I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 outdoor entertainment permit application for Good Trouble, 71 South Union Street, number 4, with the following conditions: complete record checks, contingent upon fire marshal approval with all standard conditions.
Thank you. Is seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion of this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the indoor entertainment permit, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Our next item is 7.02, which is a communication from representatives from both UVM and Champlain. I've asked these representatives to each give about a 5 to 10 minute presentation on their efforts to reopen their campuses. We did initially have UVM on, and then Paul raised a good point of also inviting Champlain, given concerns that have been raised in that part of the city. So invited both of these entities and their representatives to join us this evening and share their plans for reopening. And then we'll follow that by councilor questions and comments, hoping to give folks a chance to ask any questions, but again, wanting to make sure that we keep things moving, because we do have quite a packed agenda this evening with a number of other items to get to, folks. So with that, I'm going to start us off with our friends, or I should say our representatives from the University of Vermont, and then we will have the other representatives from Champlain joining us. So I'm going to promote Joe Speidel and Gail Shampnois to panelists, as well as Sandy Yusen. I'm promoting you to a panelist. And Katherine Birrow as well. Okay, so all of our representatives who are joining us this evening should be presented to, or should be on as panelists at this point and able to speak. Let's get started with the University of Vermont representatives, Joe Speidel and Gail Shampnois. Thank you for joining us this evening.
President Tracy, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear and see you. I
And we were also intending Wendy Koenig, if you can promote her to panelist, she was going to start us off.
Perfect. I will do that. Wendy, you have been promoted to panelist, so you should be able to turn on your camera and join us. Yep, I see you on there now. If you can just turn on your camera and mic, we can get going on that.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Let me see if I get the camera on. There we go. Thanks for having us tonight. I know that you guys have a really busy agenda. So for my piece of this, I'm just going to quickly go over the main components of UVM's restart plan to lay things out and see if you have any questions about these pieces later. And then I'll allow Joe and Gail to take the portion to talk about off-campus interactions. So our restart plan has 4 main components: de-densification of our campus, a comprehensive testing program, quarantine and isolation, and then off-campus interaction and communication. So for de-densification, I think probably you've heard that we have offered students a stay-at-home option. We've had about 1,400 students say yes to the stay-at-home option. It's available to sign up for through August 30th, so we're expecting more people to sign up for that option, maybe up to about 2,000 folks. We're also going to be having different modes of instruction on campus this fall, meaning that students will have some in-person classes, but they will also have some online classes, even if they are here on campus, to allow us to de-densify classrooms. For example, if you had a Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, you might attend your class on Monday and then have live streams on Wednesday and Friday, so the class will be divided in thirds. This will allow the university to de-densify our classrooms to use about 25 to 48% space in each classroom, ensuring that we have appropriate 6-foot distancing. We'll also be requiring masks at all times anywhere on campus. We're also curtailing visitors as part of that de-densification process. For move-in, students will be allowed to be accompanied by a member of their family or someone to help them move in. But after that move-in, then that will be limited to 2 people. After the move-in process, there will be no visitors allowed in on-campus residences for the rest of the semester. Moving on to the comprehensive testing program, I think you've heard a bit about this. But our testing program starts with pre-arrival testing. We're using a company called Vault, which sends tests to students while they're at home. We receive results from those tests within 24 to 72 hours after the students take them. Once students arrive to campus, they will all be tested on day 0 when they arrive. And they will also be tested again on day 7. And this super aggressive testing strategy is meant to really help us weed out anybody who may be asymptomatic but infected, so that we can make sure that those folks either don't arrive to campus, or if they are, they're immediately isolated once they do arrive here. We will continue that testing program for about 5 weeks, testing all students once a week. Faculty and staff are offered testing once a week. It is not mandatory for faculty and staff, but it is available to them for free. And I think a lot of people will be taking advantage of that. I know I will. After that 5 weeks, we'll consult with our health experts at the College of Medicine, the University of Vermont Medical Center, and the Vermont Department of Health to see if we need to change that testing protocol. That might mean increasing the testing, or it might mean decreasing the testing based on what our results have been, or keeping it the same. For quarantining, we're having students follow all the state's quarantine rules. They may quarantine in their home state, a 14-day quarantine prior to travel if they're going to travel by car, with no long stops, meaning only a stop for something like using the restroom. They may also quarantine in Vermont after, if they're traveling to Vermont from public transportation, they'll have to quarantine once they get here. We have set up a special dormitory space for the students that fall into that category so that they can be quarantining in that dorm space for their 7 days, have a negative COVID test, and then go into regular dorm space. There's also the opportunity to come from a non-quarantine county. If you're coming from a space in New England that's green, then you can come to Vermont without quarantining. The isolation options that we have, the governor's restart orders have asked us to put aside space for 5% of our on-campus undergraduate population. So we have set aside that space and it's waiting for people for isolation. We hope that we won't need it, but it's there if we do. For off-campus students, we've worked with the Vermont Department of Health to come up with an off-campus option for people to quarantine. And for students who have a positive test, isolation procedures and contact tracing will begin immediately, and the university has its own contact tracing staff, as well as using the states if we need it for backup. And the next section has to do with off-campus processes and procedures, so I'm going to turn it over to Joe and Gail, and I'll be happy to take questions later.
Thank you, Wendy.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you tonight. I do have 3 PowerPoint slides. Would I be able to show those?
Yeah, if you're able to share your screen, Gail, go right ahead.
Is that visible to everybody?
It's a little small. If you could, is there any way you can go into? You're not able to simultaneously be on Zoom and do this, then that's totally fine. You can.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing how I can make that bigger.
Okay, now your Zoom is blocking it. The little box with everybody's image is blocking most of the slide, and it's blurred out now.
Is that better?
That's a little bit better. It's very blurry though.
Okay, sorry about that. Technology. So I just wanted to explain that we've done, our Office of Student and Community Relations has done a survey of students 3 times now. So we found out that a good portion of them had already moved into Burlington in June. And then when we looked at subletters, most of the students, which is unusual for us, 84% were not subletting. So that was a change. 96% said they would be living with other UVM students. So we did have a large population for the June move-in. And then 94% of the students said they were aware of Vermont's quarantine orders, and 63% said they had made plans with roommates about quarantining. And that's just to show that there is a lot of education and knowledge out there with all the messaging that we have done. When I'm out in the neighborhoods talking to students, well, virtually and through email and phone, talking to students and neighbors, doing check-ins with police officers and neighbor communications, we've come up with 3 student groups that we're paying attention to. So the first one is students doing the right thing. And the Burlington Police Department, Lieutenant Jay Lawson, he let us know in our UVM mapping group, where we follow calls for services and violations, that officers are seeing a lot of young people doing the right thing around both COVID and quality of life, and asked if there's a way to reward them for that. So we are doing that. The other is students are doing the right thing, but their guests or their roommates are not. And for these students, I've been on the phone and I've offered also to do some virtual meetings with them to have these difficult conversations with their roommates, and also about managing their households. And then the last category is students in addresses of concern. So I have been sending letters to the tenants. They may or may not be UVM students, because normally I would go visit the households with a city partner, usually from the Burlington Police Department or code enforcement. So I send the letters to the addresses. The reason why I don't know where the students are living yet is because that information is going to be finalized in late August, because that's the end of that, if they take that at home option. At that point, I would be able to check by address. I'm also connecting with landlords, and I'm doing it with letters, I'm doing it with phone calls, and getting some good responses. So out of the 25 addresses, 2 had repeat issues. There were 4 tenant letters of apology, 3 house meetings, and 7 landlord interventions. And in addition, any student who receives a Burlington violation goes through the UVM Center for Student Conduct process. And then the last slide is the different areas that we are working on under education and outreach, community collaboration, and accountability. So our weekly off-campus life newsletter has had stories, for example, of students who are doing supportive quarantine, giving them advice to other students, and also showing them what got them through. We also have the city's box it in strategy. We have tips for difficult conversations, COVID regulations. We have signage. Our office has produced signage to students on postcards and asked them if they would like to put them up in their windows. And when we went, one of our staff members went out an hour later, and the whole street, almost every window had a postcard in it. And the reason why we're doing that is it's giving them another tool. If they have a roommate or a guest who's not following, they have something to point to. It's starting to form behavior if a lot of people are seeing the signage up. And we also said randomly we'll be in the neighborhoods and we'll give creamy coupons to people that displayed them. And we've been doing that. And then also some landlords I asked them if it would be helpful if I gave them from some COVID regulations to put up in their rentals, because many of them say it's not something they've put in their lease. So it's a little harder for them to hold their tenants accountable. They'll do it with conversation, but it's not a lease tool for them. And they have one landlord actually laminated and put it up in all his rental properties. And then we have virtual meetings. We just had one on Friday with the UVM Community Coalition, that on and off campus group, and it's chaired by my office as well as the Student Government Association. And we're dedicated to the health and safety of neighborhoods. And we just had in our meeting coming out with 2 possible action steps that I just met with our provost, Patty Prelock, today that she's going to try to move forward to. 2 things they asked us: is there something we can do in the moment when something is happening? And then the other is, could students be involved in some of the education and outreach, of course, following COVID regulations, but being more of a presence? And the Student Government Association Vice President Peter Lally is very excited about doing that work with us. Then for accountability, we do, as I mentioned earlier, have a UVM mapping group. We look through all the Burlington Police Department calls for service and violations. For those houses that get 3 calls of service, I send a letter, and also a letter to the tenants as well as to the landlord. And we also have students, when they receive off-campus violations, they go through a Center for Student Conduct process. So that's what we have in place now. And I have been responding not only to houses that get 3 or more calls for service, but to any neighbor who contacts me and tells me about an address and the behavior that happened there. I include that in the letter that I send. So Joe, did you want to add something to this part?
I do, Gail. Oops. Sorry about that. I just wanted to. Sorry about that. Can you hear me okay now?
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that, Max. I'm just going to turn off my video. I think it might help a little bit. The only thing I really wanted to add in there is that we've been working, very collaboratively with Burlington Police Department and code enforcement, and really appreciate it when neighbors are able to call BPD when something is going on in the moment. The more information that we get, especially through a police report, the more we can hold people accountable on campus as well as off campus. And there are other ways that people can report incidents. If someone doesn't want to call BPD that evening as things are going on or that day, they can contact them the next day and provide a statement to them. As Gail had said, they can contact Student and Community Relations, Student Conduct Office, and even code enforcement if there are persistent issues that are going on that are health and safety related. And finally, just wanted to emphasize again that there are consequences that can be severe consequences when someone is not following the rules that we're putting out in the Green and Gold Promise. And those include everything from an educational meeting to contacting parents, fines, and suspension. So just wanted to add that as well. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Joe. And before we go to counselor questions, I'm going to have the folks from Champlain. So I believe that's Sandy and Kimberly. If you can just join us, thank you. I see both of you. I'll turn it over to you, and then we'll go to counselors for questions. So go right ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Thank you, counselors. We appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and update you on Champlain's plans for reopening our campus. My name is Sandy Yusen. I'm the Director of Communications and External Relations at Champlain. And I'm joined tonight by Katherine Birrow, who is Champlain's Chief of Staff. So Champlain is reopening our campus for the fall 2020 semester to include a mix of in-person and virtual instruction, as well as on-campus living for a reduced portion of our students. Our team has been working throughout the summer on comprehensive health and safety prevention protocols, prioritizing, of course, the responsibility we share for the health and safety of our community, including our campus, our surrounding neighbors, and our Burlington home. I'm going to touch on a few highlights here, and we do have all of our COVID-related updates on our website, including move-in protocols, ongoing health and safety measures for students, faculty, and staff, a full view of all of the communications we've sent to our campus community, and a list of FAQs. So our approach has been guided by the Governor's Office, the Vermont Department of Health, the CDC, the Mayor's Office, and other local, state, and national entities. And our plans are aligned with the state's guidance for reopening colleges and universities, as well as the WorkSafe guidance published by the ACCD. Our protocols for students, faculty, and staff are threefold. They're designed to first decrease the risk of individuals infected with COVID-19 from entering our campus. Second, to prevent transmission of COVID-19. And third, to carefully track emergence of possible cases within our campus community. So our protocols, which are detailed on our website, include daily health screenings, our mask policy, testing, participation in contact tracing, hand hygiene, cleaning and disinfecting, quarantine and isolation requirements, reducing guests and visitors, travel restrictions, academic calendar adjustments, reduction of campus events, facilities modifications, and much more. So again, I'll pull a few highlights here. We have modified our fall 2020 academic calendar. Students who are quarantining on campus will move in between this Saturday, August 15th and Monday, August 17th. Students quarantining at home or coming from an area not requiring quarantine will move in the following week, Friday, August 28th through Sunday, August 30th. Classes begin on Monday, August 31st. And then we'll run through up until the Thanksgiving break, at which point students will leave campus and not return to campus afterwards, and all courses will move to remote instruction for the remainder of the fall semester, concluding December 18th. In terms of our student population, we are reducing the number of students we are bringing back to campus this fall by about 30%, prioritizing new incoming and transfer students. So we anticipate having 950 students living on campus this fall in primarily single and some double occupancy rooms. And then our students living off campus are required to commit to the same protocols regarding testing and other health measures as those living on campus. In terms of testing protocols, in addition to our state mandated entrance testing, we will be conducting weekly mandatory testing of students throughout the semester. And we are also doing mandatory testing of faculty, staff, and other on-campus employees who are routinely working on campus. All of our students, faculty, and staff will be required to sign and agree to a Champlain Community Health Pledge, which defines our expectations for adhering to health and safety protocols. And agreeing to this pledge is a precondition for students returning to campus. And students who do not abide by the pledge will face immediate disciplinary action, including potential removal from campus. We are recommending that if neighbors experience issues, they should contact Campus Public Safety, which is available 24/7, and that number is on our website. We also have a specific email address for neighbors at community@champlain.edu, and I've also given my direct email address as well. So that's a top line of our plans. Champlain, along with the city and state, will be watching all of the metrics on our campus and in the community as the semester progresses, and we'll be ready to adjust our plans if needed. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide an update, and Katherine and I are here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Sandy and Katherine. I appreciate that. Sorry for getting your name wrong, Katherine. I apologize for that. It is almost 10:30, so before we get into questions, counselors, for our guests, we have a rule as council that we have we need to have a motion and to suspend our rules at 10:30. So let's deal with that and then go into questions, counselors. Is someone prepared to offer a motion to suspend the rules? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Sure, I'll move to suspend the rules to complete the deliberative agenda.
Okay, we have a motion to suspend the rules to complete the deliberative agenda, seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion? Councilor Paul, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to find out from staff if there are any such as 709, 710, any of the others, 704, 705, that could possibly be done on the 24th of August.
Okay. So those would be the bowling alley item, and then also the item on the amending the UVM capital agreement, as well as the Nectar's item 7.10.
I mean, those were the ones that came to mind, but if there are others that could be delayed until the 24th, I would be interested in knowing.
City staff.
Sorry, this is Megan Tuttle. Just speaking to the question about the bowling alley amendment. Tonight is actually a warned public hearing for that amendment. So we should have that public hearing as part of tonight's agenda.
Okay.
Okay. And I see Laura Wheelock from DPW on. Laura, did you have something else to offer on this?
Yeah, for the UVM agreement, there is a time-specific need to address this before the 15th of August. So this one can't really move.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules to complete our agenda, please say aye. I mean, our deliberative agenda, I'm sorry. Please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously, and we will complete our deliberative agenda. Recognizing that, folks, let's move into questions. I'm going to try and let's limit ourselves to 1 to 2 questions per counselor. I understand that can be tough given the intense interest from the public on this, but really let's try and keep it focused so that we can have energy to deal with the other very important items on this agenda. So with that, who would like to get into the queue to ask questions on this item of either of the representatives? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so a lot of thoughts, a lot of questions, but I know we're short on time. I guess I would focus on 2 that I've been hearing a lot and experiencing a lot firsthand as well. So one is to do with off-campus violations of social distancing. And it's not just students, but there are incidences involving students, of folks having gatherings without masks, of large number of people's indoors. So I want to hear if UVM has a plan to create a real-time system to respond in the moment and intervene, and so as well as sort of a preventative and as well as a follow-up system, but also a real-time system. So I'd love to hear more about that. And then my other question, and something I've heard a lot, is around contingency planning. So it'd be great to hear, what level of infection, for example, would trigger all remote learning. So that type of contingency planning, if this happens, then we go into this new mode. And I haven't heard that yet. So I'd love to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Are representatives from UVM able to speak to that?
Why don't I take the latter part first, the part about contingency planning. So all throughout the spring and summer, as you can imagine, we've been trying to model every single contingency that could possibly happen, and come up not only with Plan B, but Plan B through Z. I don't think we have a particular number of saying we'll hit 50 infections and then shut down. We're going to be revisiting it every single week, most likely every single day, and working with Vermont Department of Health, with the College of Medicine, and with UVM Medical Center to try to determine if there is a large amount of infection when we need to go to remote learning. But if that were to happen, we are prepared to do that. Yeah, I think that's the best I can offer you. And I'll see if Gail wants to talk about the conversation that she's been having about in the moment responses.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, we had a UVM Community Coalition meeting on Friday. One of the two actions that came out of that meeting, one was what can we do in real time at UVM? So I had a meeting today with our Provost, Patty Block, and our Chief of Police, Tim Billadu, and our Deputy Chief, Mandy Worcester, are in conversation now about a in-the-moment option. So when I do hear about that, I will certainly share it with the council.
Thank you. Councillor Hanson, you still have the floor.
I want to let others go. Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you to Gail and Wendy.
Appreciate that.
We'll continue working on this, but for tonight, I want to just get back out of the queue.
Much appreciated. Councillor Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you for being here this evening. So Sandy, you and I have had a number of conversations about this, and I appreciate all of the information that you gave us. The last time I spoke with you, and you said this evening, you weren't really able to give a number of how many students would be living off campus. And I know at the time when I spoke with you about a week ago, you didn't have a number. And I don't know if you didn't mention a number tonight because you still are working on that, or if you have a range. I know you gave me a range, but maybe you have a number now.
So we do have an estimate at this point. We believe approximately 350 to 450 students will be off campus. And then there are additional students who are off campus and out of state. That's about a similar amount to what we expect in a typical semester. We have wanted to give students the flexibility to choose whether they will remain at home and be virtual or come to Burlington and be virtual. And we've given students up until really the start of classes to make that decision. So that's why we don't have more precise numbers at this time, but we will share those when they do become available.
Okay, and Champlain, the reason I had asked for you to be here this evening is that while I'm sure the community cares about the plans for Champlain, people in Ward 6 care very much because we directly interact with you. And as you know, there's a number of neighbors that live around Champlain who, do pay attention, and am appreciative of the fact that you're willing to let them speak to you directly and are giving you a single point of contact with your email address. The questions that I have for UVM, it would be nice to have the same thing, a single point of contact, not a just a sort of a general email address, but an actual person, a specific person that people can contact. That would be the first. Haven't heard that the testing that you're doing, that you're going to be giving the results of those testing on a daily basis, and wondered if you have amended that plan to give those results on a daily basis to the city. In the interest of time and letting other people speak, wondered what you're going to be doing about Greek life for this semester. Are you going to have Greek life, and how are you going to monitor that?
So I'll start with the questions. The single point of contact. So far, Gail's office has really been the single point of contact for people that need to speak out about off-campus issues. I do think that, with an institution as large as UVM, that can be overwhelming. So we're trying to find some additional supports for that. I think that we can have a single point of contact address that a number of people will be dealing with. I don't know that we can have one person respond to all the traffic that's coming in, because it's relatively significant. I know that besides Gail's office, we also have on our website, all of the information that Champlain talked about as well. We have a section for neighbors, and that there is also a point of contact there that goes directly to the student conduct office. And I will take this opportunity to just say that, we understand that we have a really large responsibility to this community in terms of what we're doing here at UVM. We also are really asking for people in the community to partner with us, because if we don't have specific information on a violation, if someone sends a picture and says there's a party, that doesn't help us to enforce. So I would love for people to feel like they can contact student conduct or contact Gail's office and talk about incidents and give us some very specific information. In terms of the talking about what our numbers are in terms of COVID testing, I know that the president has said that he will offer that information on a weekly basis. I have not heard that he will offer that on a daily basis. I can go back and check that again for you, but the last that I heard, it would be redone weekly in the same way that the state of Vermont's doing theirs. And in terms of Greek life, I will admit that that is not an area that I usually cover in my work. So I'm happy to inquire about that and get back to you, unless Joe or Gail has an answer to that. I don't.
Thank you, Wendy. There is a Greek coordinator who works out of the Office of Student Life, and she's working with all of the chapters, and they must have a plan for their national organizations. So Karen, if you'd like, I could put you in touch with that individual.
I appreciate that. I mean, in all honesty, between the three of you, it's hard for me to believe that you don't know what the plan is for Greek life. That between the three of you, you don't know whether or not there will be Greek life at UVM this semester.
Oh, there will be Greek life at UVM this semester, but they're in the process of making the plan. So I just was in contact with them this past week. That's what I don't have. I don't have the final plans for each of the chapters.
I get, so school is starting in 2 weeks, and they haven't given you a plan yet?
Okay. I'm not here.
Okay. So the last thing I just wanted to mention is that while this is very unusual for me, I did get a phone call on Saturday from someone who actually lives in Ward 2. And rarely does this happen. I oftentimes will get, obviously, from people in Ward 6, but was very upset about a number of things that were going on in Ward 2. And normally I direct them to other people, but I did go and take a look for myself. And, you know, I have to say that I think there's an awful lot more work that needs to be done. I spent probably an hour and a half going around different areas in wards 1, 8, and 2. And honestly, I didn't see any students with masks on. Now, I don't know where those students came from, and I obviously I didn't go up to any students and ask them, but if you didn't know that there had been a pandemic going on, you would not have known it to see these students. So I would just say that I think that there's an awful lot more work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. I have Councillor Jang to be followed by Councillor Stromberg. If others are interested in getting in the queue, please indicate so. Councillor Pine, I see you. I'll get you in there as well. Councillor Mason after that. Go ahead, Councillor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy, and also for the presenters. Thank you so much for being here. And also for all that you've been trying to do, all of your efforts. And I think you definitely also understand that the efforts in campuses and also the efforts that you're doing around the campuses where students live should also are recognized. But I don't think you understand the emergency in which we are in and the concerns our constituents are in, knowing that the students are coming and questions are being asked without a proper answer. So it is a little bit scary to so many people that are listening. But I do think from my perspective in what I heard about UVM, I think I want to ask the first question to Gail. How many people actually do work with you? And I recognize all the tools, all the meetings, all the phone calls, I recognize all of, but how many, the staff level, has it been increased to support the work that needs to be done in our communities?
Thank you for that question. There's 3 of us. So there's a director, assistant director, and an office manager. I have talked to the provost today about other staff and other resources that we could tap into. So one is the In the Moment one, and then the other is the ambassadors program. But we have lots of collaborations on and off campus through the UVM mapping group, through the UVM Community Coalition. So we do have a large group of people that we partner with and work with.
Yeah. So I think it needs to be doubled down a little bit, and maybe it's a funding. I mean, I think it needs to be done because students are not staying just around there. They throughout the communities, they work in the schools, they work in businesses, they actually everywhere, right? So we don't want anything in all the efforts that we have been doing as a city and as a state. We just want also your support to work with you. So now maybe my second question will go to Champlain. And I just was wondering if you can tell me a little bit more about, and this is a question for you, Sandy, about the pre-arrival testing, the arrival testing, and also how many weeks will you be providing testing for your students?
Okay, thank you for that question. So, so we have a robust testing plan for our students as they arrive on campus. And I'm just pulling it up here to make sure I'm getting it right. Just a moment.
Sandy, I'm happy to field that if that's helpful.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Because I'm living in it.
Yeah.
Anyway. So we are doing the entrance testing that has been described in the State of Vermont's College Restart Plan, which is the day 0 and day 7 testing. And we'll be testing weekly thereafter through the Thanksgiving break when we go back to all virtual instruction.
And
as I mentioned, our staff and faculty who are working on campus will be tested as well.
Randomly, right? That's what I heard.
Mandatory.
Oh, mandatory.
It's not random, it's our full population.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of like that plan a little bit and was just wondering also if there is any opportunities of collaboration between the two campuses too. What are you two both doing in coordination? UVM and Champlain.
Mm-hmm.
We've actually been meeting pretty regularly with each other for our UVM Strong Restart Fall group, both with Katherine and with Sandy and others at UVM. Gary Durr is the person who's our Vice President for Public Safety at UVM. He's been heading up that group, and I know that he's been in regular phone calls with folks at Champlain, among others. Also, there's a group of college presidents that meets weekly that has representation from both UVM and Champlain that talks about restarting colleges, the various challenges that we face, best practices, and have had a lot of collaboration with the governor's restart group to help get the plans in place leading up to fall restart.
Okay. All right. So I leave it to now, and thank you both for being here and your team as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. I have Councillor Stromberg to be followed by Pine, Mason, and Shannon. Go ahead, Councillor Stromberg.
Thank you, President Tracy. So I just want to say that Gail, Wendy, Joe, heck, Sandy, Katherine, everyone, you guys are in an impossible position right now. And I just want to recognize that because I actually cannot imagine that kind of pinpointed pressure about this one topic. And it's like kind of like this looming thing. But I do want to just absolutely say for everyone who's watching or you know, just going to tune in at some point that I personally am very against UVM opening. I don't think students should be coming back at all. I think there's like 20 reasons why they shouldn't. I know that these decisions are not necessarily being made by you. So the following sentiments, I just don't want you to take the brunt of because they're really kind of pointed more so toward the leadership of UVM, President Garamella. But I do want to say that I am extremely disturbed that we're even giving the people the option to come back to campus. And I think this is a choice that we're seeing, you know, it's completely detrimental in terms of all these pockets that are opening up all over the country and with their schools and colleges and whatnot. And I just want to really kind of bring us back to the topic of like the professors and faculty and staff and so many people's whose voices have not been heard throughout this process to my knowledge. And I'm going based off the fact that so many of them contact me on a daily basis. I know that a lot of them are going back to classes that are full, that are over enrolled, and they're being paid, you know, a quarter less of what they're used to. And that's awful. I don't even know how that makes sense. And again, this is not on Gail, Wendy, or Joe. This is really on the leadership. So with that, I just want to, there's a million trillion things that are wrong with the picture of sending students back. But I really just want to ask one question. Who is the ultimate decision maker at UVM? Can anyone answer that?
Oh, Wendy, I believe you're on mute.
There's a team of people that work on this at UVM as in any large organization, but you know, the president of the university is the CEO and decisions rest with the president of the university. But I know that, you know, I appreciate your comments, all of them. I appreciate the fact that you're recognizing that all of us are working hard. Our colleagues at Champlain and at every other institution in the state are doing the same. And I think that, pretty much everybody I know at UVM is working 18 hours a day to try to do this as safely and as effectively as possible. So while I will say that, the president of the university or any university is always the final decision maker, his entire team of people that work with him are working on all of these things all the time.
Right. Max, may I continue? Or
Yes.
President Tracy?
Yeah, if you could try and get things wrapped up there. We have 4 other counselors in the queue after this, so
Right.
keep that in mind.
So with that response, I just want to say that I don't understand why, especially being a newer president, why Suresh is not here with us tonight, especially the fact that this is one of the last meetings before UVM is due to open. As counselors, we are held accountable. Birrow, as mayor, is held accountable. Honestly, I hope every single one of us in this room is held accountable to the decisions we make. What I don't understand is how the leader of one of the largest employers in the state at an institution that brings in thousands upon thousands of out-of-state students into the state is not here tonight alongside you all. Because I understand that it is a group effort. Absolutely, everything is, but I'm really kind of disheartened by the lack of communication from him directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. I have Councillor Pine to be followed by Mason, Shannon, and Hightower. Councillor Pine, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to also echo what Councillor Stromberg said about the work that you all are doing. I have great respect for you all. I'm a UVM graduate and I'm proud of it. But I want to just say, I think that time will prove to us that UVM in this instance is probably going to be an outlier, if not already, in the world of universities deciding whether to reopen in a hybrid approach or whether to reopen in an online approach. I worry that that there's a little bit of gaming going on as well, because I've heard from parents who have second-year students who have heard that they have classmates that have basically chosen to say that they are essentially at home or off campus and are kind of using those options in the process to sort of get out of following rules, and they then can't be made to sign the green and gold pledge or whatever it's called, and so there's really some ways to kind of game this system I'm worried about, and that is a real concern. And it's one of these issues that you'd be surprised. Ward 3 is pretty far away from campus, but my constituents are pretty upset about the risk that UVM is bringing thousands of people who could be vectors, could be bringing COVID, and could be engaged in behavior that doesn't support our health objectives around containing the virus. So I'll just say that is a big concern, and I think it's only going to grow. The concern will only grow, and I felt that the mayor's letter to the president was spot on, and I'm still not satisfied with the response.
Can I just speak to what you're talking about with gaming the system for a sec? So I understand what you're saying about that, and I hear your concerns. We have recently communicated to students and parents about that issue. And the other thing that we've changed this week is that now anyone who is living in the city of Burlington or its surrounds has to sign the Green and Gold Pledge, even if they're choosing the at-home option. So if you are living in the greater Burlington area, you are signing the Green and Gold Pledge, whether you're at home or whether you're on campus. So, I hope that goes to allay some of your fears in that arena. And I know that this is extremely upsetting for people, and people are worried. And what I can tell you is that we are doing our very best and taking every precaution that we can to protect folks. And I will say that, at this point, I think all of our protocols to contain infection are working. From March until now, the number of positives that we have been very small, and we haven't been seeing spread.
Okay, let's keep a tight rein on things as much as possible. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the goal.
All set, Counselor?
Yep.
Okay, I have Counselor Mason, Shannon, and Hightower in the queue. Counselor Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. And thank you, Wendy, for that last response. I'm encouraged to hear that the plan is not set in stone and is sort of being modified as events warrant. My comment is somewhat along those lines. I will echo, I think all the councilors are getting copied on the fearful emails from constituents, not just in our own wards, but from others. And they do seem, or at least the ones I'm reading, seem to have a common theme of social gatherings is the biggest fear. Okay. I've read everything you presented, and I'm, Wendy, I appreciate you saying, we need to hear specifics from residents as to what the violations are. I think there's some confusion, even after I've read this, as to specifically what you are enforcing. I appreciate your pointing to the governor's guidelines, but governor's guidelines are changing. It's confusing. I mean, I had to go and look, and I was emailing with some other counselors, like, is there a rule right now on social gathering? And I believe the rule is gone. There was a rule from the governor that was in effect through May that said no more than 10. I don't believe, for private gatherings, there's currently a rule. Most people that are emailing are freaked out because there's 20 kids, outside next door. There's no governor's rule that precludes that. Yes, I could contact you because of not wearing a mask or not within 6 feet, but I have a hard time believing that college students are going to adhere, who are possibly drinking at the time, are going to be wearing a mask and honoring social guidelines. So if I would ask the university to consider putting a very clear rule on social gatherings. I mean, that to me seems the easiest path. It's easy to enforce. It's easy to see. And I think it would be easy for residents to be able to spot and identify. So I would ask you to consider, something along both UVM and Champlain. I have to confess, I haven't digested Champlain's plan, but to me, that's something that's very easy as a student to recognize and understand, and also as a resident to understand what the rules are. So I'm not expecting a response. That's just my observation, but based on what I've seen and where I hope you might consider going. Thank you.
And I'll definitely take that back to the president and his team on your behalf. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Shannon to be followed by Councillor Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. And thank you all for coming here tonight. I do appreciate all the work that you have been doing on this, as others have said. And I'm sure, coming to the City Council is not one of the more pleasant parts of your task, and you have a lot of hard work to do. I'd also like to echo Councillor Stromberg. I know that you were invited to talk to us tonight, but I think if you could carry the message back to President Garamella that, he really hasn't communicated with us or the community at all. And that is really important at a time like this. And he, like you said, the buck stops with him, and the community expects to see more of him standing up and, addressing the community, addressing our fears, and, defending his plan. So I also just, a couple other brief comments. I'm also interested in the real-time response that Councillor Hansen had mentioned, and in consideration of that, so I don't expect you to answer that now. I know you're going to come back to us with an answer on that. But I find it concerning that there's a longstanding policy, it sounds like, to wait until there are 3 police calls to address off-student behavior. It seems like it should be addressed right away so you prevent the next 2 calls when the first one happens. I think it's important for the college to demonstrate that that's really not okay. You're affecting the community and you're reflecting the college, and it needs to be nipped in the bud as soon as it happens. And that becomes even more true with COVID and with violations of, of governor's orders. I would like to better understand in general how the governor, there's a lot of frustration in the community generally about how the governor's COVID orders are supposed to be enforced and who can and will enforce them. I think UVM has an ability to enforce where the city does not, but maybe you can share some information on the role of enforcement, what you see that you can do in as far as enforcement, and what you don't feel that you can do as far as enforcement, and if you can include that in your what you're going to get back to us with the real-time response. I'd appreciate that. So I know we're trying to limit our time, so I have 2 kind of broad questions that I would like you to answer. The first one is about testing and what is the accuracy of the test being used? What are the false negatives versus false positives? Why did you decide, I think you said you do testing once a week. I know a lot of colleges are doing twice a week, and what's the logic behind the amount of testing you're doing now? So that's one thing. And then the second thing is what you're doing to get compliance around contact tracing. There's concern that students may not want to cooperate because in order to cooperate with contact tracing, they're going to have to confess to violating the green and gold pledge and, to those kind of things. And they may be concerned about punishment for that. So how do you assure compliance with that? And have you considered using an app for contact tracing? I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
So let me address something quickly about the COVID violation piece, and we can come back to you and even give you something in writing about what we feel we can enforce of the governor's orders and what we can't. But I think when Gail spoke earlier and she was talking about our regular conduct process, I think she just maybe forgot to say that for COVID violations, it's different. You're not going to go through the letter and the meeting and then go to conduct. If there's a COVID violation, you go directly to UVM student conduct process. And for a violation like you're on campus during the first week and you forget to have your mask when you first enter into class, you will have a warning and a fine. And then for a second violation, you're suspended and asked to leave school. And for an enforcement or for something we're calling egregious, like hosting a party with a large amount of people, that is a violation that can result in suspension and being asked to leave immediately. So I did want to make that clear that the COVID violation process is not our usual conduct process in this time. The second thing is we're using PCR tests, which are known to be among the most accurate tests. I will have to talk to UVM Student Health to give you the exact percentage of accuracy on that. I don't know that number off the top of my head. And then can you refresh me on your last question?
The contact tracing.
Contact tracing. So we're considering failure to cooperate with contact tracing as a COVID offense that you could be asked to leave school if you won't agree to do that. That's very serious. We're taking contact tracing extremely seriously.
And
how do you know though?
question for Counselor Shannon around contact tracing. We have a medical amnesty program. We're also considering, we also have an amnesty program for exactly what you said, students who don't want to talk about who they were in contact with because they're afraid that they're going to get into trouble. So the Office of Student Conduct has developed that, and I can send you a copy of it.
All set, Counselor Shannon?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Counselor Hightower, go ahead.
I don't want to too much echo everything that has just been said by my fellow counselors. So I guess the part that I want to focus on is, I feel like in the presentation, we heard a lot about how you're coordinating with the state, which is great. But I think there's a lot more coordination that needs to be done at the city level. I think I'm Ward 1, so very, very aligned with UVM especially, and my constituents have been really frustrated at the lack of communication. I know you pointed to the website, but I think they and I find it insufficient addressing most concerns. And I think the biggest problem is that when specific questions are asked, there never seems to be a concrete plan, just a like big promise that you've got it. And I don't mean this to be a comment kind of along the same lines on Gail or her office, but rather on the leadership, especially for UVM, because it seems like there's a lack of comprehensive decision-making so that those decisions can be shared. I also don't think leadership specifically has been doing a great job of communicating with counselors, given that at least I know one of us has reached out and been rebuffed. It also sounds like communication between UVM and the mayor's office is broken down, which is disappointing. And I guess just for me, I don't really want to hear that there's a lot of scenarios being run and that you will continue to run them. I want to hear what the plan is. And I think constituents want to hear what the plan is. And I think it's really frustrating to continue to hear, oh, we'll eventually have a plan, when people know that students are coming. And I'm glad, I understand that as more information comes, that plan sometimes has to shift, but to not even hear what the bare bones of it is a hard position to be in. And so I guess just to reiterate, I don't think those conversations just need to be had with the state. I think the city needs to be a little bit more in that room, especially with UVM, so that we don't have to, we want to advocate for you, and so if we don't have any information though, other than, oh, they're running scenarios and will let us maybe know, it's frustrating.
I really appreciate your comments and thank you for them. I will say that we do have a plan that's published, and I'll be happy to send a copy of it to every member of the council. It does, our published plan includes an outline of what I mentioned earlier of de-densification and contact tracing, testing, quarantine, isolation, and outreach to the community. What it does not include is every single scenario that we've run in terms of anything that could happen. So you're right, that doesn't exist in writing, but our basic plan does exist in writing, and I'll be happy to send you a copy.
Right, I think we're concerned about what happens if everything doesn't work out perfectly well. Like you're saying, what is the plan to try to make it do that? And we're saying, what's the plan if it doesn't? And so I do think that there needs to be a plan for that, and the city needs to be aware of what that is, especially because the city needs to coordinate on that plan, like especially for off-campus students. It's not a university-based plan. It needs to be a plan between the city and the universities that are in Burlington.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. I see Councilor Paul. Councilor Paul, I'll come to you very briefly. I don't want to get into second round counselors of comments. So there are counselors who haven't spoken yet. Feel free to be welcome, but Councilor Paul, please be brief.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Number one, I just wanted to mention that I interact with 3 of the 5 people that are on this call fairly often. I know how hard all of you are working. The decision was made to reopen, and all 5 of you are charged with carrying out that charge. And it's a tough job. I think we all know that. Wendy, one thing I did want to mention is that you had said that testing is only available weekly. And I don't think that that is true. I think that the state does report those numbers on a daily basis. So we don't need to go back and forth, but I would just ask that that be one of the things that you pass on to whomever at UVM, that those numbers should be reported to the city daily. And I hope that that will be done. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention is that this is the first time that I've heard a discipline process from the university as succinctly as the way that you just said it. I've heard it from others, and that was not the way that it was put out to me. That is much more direct, and I think will give some people a fair amount of comfort that you really, violations, you will be on top of it. And then just the last thing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I also have that in writing, and I'm happy to send that to you as well. And in terms of the piece on sharing the daily test, I've been taking notes, and that's something that's on the list.
Okay, all right. I think that would give comfort to some people, particularly those that are around the UVM campus. And then just the last thing is that, I think the people that I've heard the most from about this are people that are over the age of 75, have lived in Burlington their whole life. They are still in their house that they were in their 40s. They live near the university, and they are considering not even going outside. They're just very concerned. And so I know that you all have children, you have parents, you understand. If you're hearing frustration, it's just simply that we are doing our best to represent our constituents and people who are really, really afraid of what could possibly happen. So thank you. Thanks for your understanding.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Okay, I think we should go ahead and move on. I want to thank the folks who have joined us this evening. I would say that as Council President, if President Garamella would like to join us at our next meeting, there is an open invitation to do so. And in fact, I would encourage him to do so to clarify these questions. I do not think that it's fair to put all of you on the front lines of this. I would encourage him and have would be completely open to this. You all are also certainly welcome to come back should you have further clarifications. And I think that there are certainly questions that would merit answering from what I'm hearing from my co-counselors now. So I would appreciate that continued communication with the council, and I'm happy to serve as facilitating of that communication. Thank you for all being here this evening, and thank you to counselors for all your thoughtful questions.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Let's move on to our next item on the agenda. It is an ordinance, a comprehensive development ordinance, minimum parking requirements. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the reading and set for a public hearing and ask for the floor back after a second.
That's seconded by Councilor Hanson. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. As the council is aware, the proposed amendment before us tonight was we had a hearing on this, or excuse me, our first reading at our last hearing, and prior to that had a work session. So I will briefly summarize this ordinance or the proposed amendments, and then as well as the changes that were made at the ordinance committee meeting. This amendment eliminates minimum on-site parking requirements from places where a concentration of mixed-use development exists and is planned, and that are served by a variety of transportation modes, but make car ownership less of a necessity. The proposed amendments to our ordinance tonight do multiple things. First is to create a mixed-use multimodal parking district with no minimum on-site parking requirements. Second, it exempts permanently affordable housing units, rehabilitation of a listed historic building, and accessory dwelling units from on-site parking wherever located citywide. Third, it modernizes the dimensional standards for parking. Fourth, it lowers the minimum on-site parking requirements. And fifth, the issue that was probably the discussion, or the issue that was discussed most, relates to the implementation of transportation demand management. For everyone's benefit, that TDM plan is only required when certain triggers are met. Those include creation of 10 or more dwelling units, or creation of a building footprint of 8,000 square feet or more, or 15,000 square feet or more of gross floor area. The TDM measures that are included in the amendments include outreach and education for tenants and employees, designated transportation coordinator, benefits to all tenants and employees, as well as a parking. And I will defer to Councilor Hanson, who I will speak in greater detail about the TDM components of this plan. This was referred to the ordinance committee, even though it had gone to the joint commission with the expectation it wouldn't be going to our ordinance committee, because of a potential simplification, I would say, of the TDM piece dealing with impact fees. It was subsequently discovered through the course of further review that that was most likely not implementable on the current time frame. However, that is something that we will be looking into on a going forward basis. So although that was not addressed at the ordinance committee, the changes we did make that are reflected in here are specifically removing an exemption for structured parking, for maximum parking calculation, adding a provision to the maximum parking waiver request to allow for one spot to be created, and then some changes to the TDM to limit the time of the requirement to 10 years from the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. I would note David White and Megan are both on this call. If there are specific questions as to the amendments, I would like to thank them both, as well as the full Planning Commission, former councilors Busher and Roof, who served through much of the joint commissions. Also like to thank AARP and CarShare for their work throughout this process. This is yet, for everyone's benefit, one other major source that came out of the housing reform group in 2019. There's still a little bit remaining, but this is yet another big step forward if it's passed tonight. And I encourage you all to join me and unanimously pass this. Thank you, Councilor Tracy.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Any councilors wishing to speak to this item? I see David White on. David, thank you for staying up and joining us for this. Any councilors wishing to speak? Mayor Weinberger, go ahead.
Thanks, President Tracy. I just wanted to briefly say that I think tonight is a milestone with respect to this important piece of work on our transportation and housing policies. This was one of the 5 major recommendations coming out of the housing summits of 2019. Warning this for public act for a public hearing will put us on track to complete the 3rd of those 5 substantial reforms. And I very much appreciate the spirit of collegiality and search for a route through a challenging policy that we experienced with Councilor Hanson on this. I hope this was something that the full council will support, and it will have a big impact on the cost of housing and our transportation future if we get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any councilors wishing to speak to this item? Councilor Pine, go ahead.
I couldn't resist, even though it's so late, but I'll just say that the issue that I hope we don't forget is the idea that we need to revisit the issue at probably at the state level regarding what is permissible for impact fees, and that we look at the idea of transit related expenditures coming out of essentially a payment in lieu of being required to provide parking. So with that whole notion that I believe there's a trade-off here, and I believe there is a good nexus to develop and to prove that nexus. It's important for us to capture some of that. I know it's not entirely going to be a windfall for developers. I don't pretend it is, but there has to be some idea, I think, here that by saying to folks, you don't need to provide parking, the regulatory system's not going to require parking. Your lenders might and your market might, but we're not going to require it of you. And in exchange, we want you to boost support for transit. I just think that's a winner. I just think we have to go that route. So I just want to put it back out there so we don't forget that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Mason, go ahead.
I just want to thank you, Councilor Pine, for bringing that up. That did not fall off the radar screen. And the other issue that may have slipped a little bit was coming out of the Joint Commission was the need and the desire to do a citywide TDM analysis and discussion. that was in the budget, and now it's not in the budget. So it is on planning and zoning's radar screen. We're just going to have to come out of COVID first. Thank you.
Councilor Mason, Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, no, I agree with all that. There's a lot more to be done, but I do think this is a really good step in the right direction. And it's been a long, grueling, and very in the weeds process, but I think we came out of it with some really good stuff here. So I'm excited to pass this, and thanks to everyone who worked really hard for this over the past more than a year.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, councilors. Thank you to you, David, for all your work on this, as well as the ordinance committee and the members of the joint committee. That also included members of the planning commission. We will now move on to item 7.04, which is also a planning related issue, which is a public hearing regarding ZA 20-6 bowling alley in the Enterprise Light Manufacturing District. What I will do is I will open the public hearing. This public hearing, when we do zoning amendments like this and have a public hearing, the public is invited to speak on just that item. So if anybody has comments specific to the zoning change being contemplated around bowling alleys, you can use the raise hand function of the Zoom. So you just use your click on the little three dots and raise your hand. I'll recognize you to offer any thoughts. Okay. Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public forum, and we will now go into a deliberative item on that, item 7.05, which is a comprehensive development ordinance on allowing bowling alleys in the Enterprise Light Manufacturing District. Councilor Mason.
Councilor Shannon's going to introduce it, President Tracy.
Okay, that's totally fine. Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance and ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Mason. Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
I think I first started talking to councilors about this way back when we actually were able to meet in person, and we were taking a field trip to the Rotary. And I appreciate the support that I've heard from councilors along the way. The first time I heard about this idea was actually shortly after Councilor Freeman had noted, when we were looking at an application for axe throwing in the Old North End, Councilor Freeman had noted that a bowling alley would really be a more needed facility. And the thing about bowling alleys is they kind of lend themselves to warehouse districts, but it had not previously been allowed in the Enterprise Light Manufacturing District, and this zoning amendment will change the check in the box that's checked from not permitted to a permitted use in the Enterprise Light Manufacturing District. And I hope you will all first join me in approving this bowling alley, and perhaps someday we'll have a field trip to a bowling alley.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Any councilors wishing to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the ordinance, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Councilor Carpenter, are you looking to be recognized? I can't hear you. You're on mute. Okay. Looks like you're saying you do not want to be recognized. So We will then move into item 7.06, establishing a task force to study a proposal for reparations and to consider a city apology for the institution of slavery. Councillor Freeman.
Yes, I'd like to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second, please.
We have a motion from Councillor Freeman, seconded by Councillor Stromberg. Go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to introduce this. It feels incredibly historic. As someone who also studies history, it feels actually pretty incredible to be part of this moment. I think, of course, it's getting pretty late, so I don't know if I'll try to keep my comments somewhat brief, but it's incredibly exciting. Is there a background noise?
I think that might be Jordan's.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
Go ahead.
So I thought there were just a lot of incredible comments. I just appreciate the amount of participation we've had at these meetings. The last few ones, it's been really incredible to see members turning out from the public, speaking towards so many issues that are important, especially these issues. I think, as some folks said, that making reparations to people in the U.S. who are descendants of slavery is just, in a lot of ways, not to say it lightly, but it does feel like just like a very basic foundational step that we need to take in order to begin the process of making amends. I think there are a few instances in our history that are more horrific, that were more exploitative, and just really excruciatingly brutal. I was sort of struggling to figure out, it's hard to describe, I think, or it was hard for me to find the exact adjectives to describe it because it was so terrible. I think someone called in and described it as ugly, and I think to me that that idea resonated with me because of, I think, the desire sometimes to look away from these histories when what we really need to do is look at them and acknowledge them. I think in the sense that invisibilizing them is a way to sort of perpetuate an abuse of power. And actually looking at this history is what is going to help right it, or at least start to do that. So I think due to the legacy of systemic racism, I think many people are not still adequately educated about reparations or this history. As many people said, the work is immense. It's incredibly overdue. This resolution is based off of, as folks mentioned, HR 40. HR 40 is the Commission to Study and Develop Reparations Proposals for African Americans Act, and it was first introduced in Congress by Representative Conyers in 1989, so over 30 years ago. And it's been proposed every session. It's yet to be approved. I think it's amazing that we've taken a lot of that model. I feel really honored to have collaborated with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, who I think has been an amazing partner with the city on addressing systemic racism, to bring a version to Burlington. I know we need to see this on a statewide level, on a federal level, but I'm really excited that we're starting here in Burlington. As in the title of the resolution, this just begins the process. It establishes a task force, and I just wanted to make it clear that it doesn't actually predetermine an outcome. Its goal is rather to just do this exhaustive research and review on this long overdue issue. I think to me that was a really interesting aspect of this, was the level or the nature of inquiry. And I think it's a complex issue, and I'm so glad that we're taking the opportunity to do the exhaustive research that it takes to adequately study it and review it. And I think only by doing that and the willingness to approach it can we actually begin to dismantle the systemic racism and radically redistribute political and economic power. So I'm very excited to take this historic step. I think that it's a big step, but it also feels like a small step. I think this is just the beginning, or at least part of the beginning of the work that we're doing around systemic racism. I hope that the council can join me in unanimous or near unanimous support of this resolution. And yeah, I think everyone who's worked on it, who's worked on this issue historically, for the ability to introduce it tonight. And yeah, I couldn't be more excited to be bringing this to council tonight with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Are there other councillors wishing to get into the queue to speak to the resolution? See, Councillor Paul.
I just have a point of order.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Paul.
And that was just to make sure that we're referencing the right one. When you move the resolution, are you moving the revised resolution or the original?
The revised, yes, please.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Paul. I had Councillor Pine and Stromberg. Were there others wishing to get in the queue? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pine.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief, but I will say that there are times when we as elected officials have an obligation to confront past mistakes, past tragedies that were committed by people other than ourselves, but by a system that we are now inheriting and are now part of. And for those of us who have, the unearned privilege of being, of having privilege, I think it's especially important to acknowledge that, we've benefited from essentially a legacy that is an incredibly troubling, brutal legacy as a country that I think we're finally coming to terms with the idea that we need to both process and address the injustices of the past that they were not given the time, attention, or dignity and focus that they deserved and that they needed. And now this is part of that process. And I think, I hope other councilors will see this as that opportunity. It's a small step, but it's a significant step. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. I have Councillor Stromberg to be followed by Councillor Jang. Go ahead, Councillor Stromberg.
Thank you, President Tracy. Yeah, so I am so incredibly proud to co-sponsor this resolution. I am really thrilled and excited about this task force. I think it's incredibly necessary. But what I'm most excited about is our trajectory as a city. In just a few months, we passed the Racial Justice Alliance resolution. We rose a flag, painted on the street. We even had a conversation when we were deliberating as to, when we paint the Black Lives Matter mural, what is that going to mean? Is that going to mean we walk the walk? Is it going to mean that, that was a symbol for something that we are going to do in our future and really kind of uphold the values that we so desperately need to uphold? And I think that, Burlington, we have a lot of potential to be better and do better. And I think this is something that can really speak to the morale of racial justice and everything that we've needed to do for so long. So with that said, I do hope that every councilor that did support the Black Lives Matter mural on Main Street supports this resolution. I think that makes a lot of sense, and it's something that we all basically voiced in our meeting that took place before regarding that. So I'm very proud to co-sponsor this, and I appreciate so much all the work and time that went into it. I'm really thankful for all of you and everyone who called in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. I have Councillor Jing to be followed by Councillor Hanson. Go ahead, Councillor Jing.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think this is a resolution that has already been passed by the council. I think through the racial justice resolution or council, it was passed. And I think for those who spoke earlier, I mean, I think this is just the nitty gritty, maybe, you know. And I think I'm a little bit excited about this task force because since I became a city councilor, I have never seen any committee that is being given a stipend to do some type of work. This is the first time that I can remember. And I think, you know, it is important to highlight also that the scope of work is different. Yeah, is different because it requires research and also knowledge and expertise. I think it is exciting. But I am still a little bit, I'm trying to understand how recommendation around slavery reparation would look like from a municipal standpoint. And I believe that it was spoken, this was similar to a resolution that was introduced at Congress to look into it around from a federal level. And I believe at the state level also, if it doesn't exist, there are some work being done around it. But from a municipal perspective, I would want to see definitely those recommendations because I do believe slavery happened over 400,000 years ago. And as a descendant of Africa, you know, ancient slave, I understand the cycles. And I don't even believe there are any reparation that could done that harm. Because it's not about people who live here, but also people where they come from in Africa. That's those recommendations. The reason why I'm interested, there are so many questions. But if we get there about what it is and from what a municipal can do and cannot do, I mean, I think it will be a different discussion. So I'll be voting in support of it tonight. Thank you. But before, I wanted to also thank someone who spoke at the public forum. And I think he made the correlation. I think his name is Paul, but I forgot the last name. And also all the two elected officials as well, Selina Colburn and Barbara Rashelton. Thank you for speaking around the COVID issue and making the correlation with the Racial Justice Alliance resolution. Wanted to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. I have Councillor Hanson. Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Great, thanks. Yeah, normally I'd say more on this. I think it really is historic. Appreciate all the work that has gone into this, not only in Burlington and all the leadership that has gone into this, not only here, but historically, as others have mentioned, at the federal level and throughout the country. And yeah, I guess to keep it short, I would say that the moral imperative is extremely clear. The feedback we've gotten from the public is very clear. And the legacy, the history of racism in this country is just so stark and so glaring that we have to reckon with this. And I think this is a critical step for our community. So I'm proud to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. I don't have any other councillors in the queue. Okay, seeing none, Mayor Weinberger asked to speak on this. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, President Tracy. I did appreciate the chance just to share clearly that I very much welcome this resolution, fully support it, and appreciate that the mayor's office will have a clear role in the operations of the task force. I want to thank all the councilors who worked on this, Councilor Freeman and the other co-sponsors and the Racial Justice Alliance for the detailed and thoughtful work of putting this resolution together and focusing it in an appropriate way. I think this national debate on the Burlington setting. the foundational injustice of slavery and the responsibility for repairing its enormous harm has never been faced by this country. A shameful chapter in the long, terrible history of slavery and its aftermath is that for over 30 years, Congress has refused to even study the possibility of reparations, despite annual resolutions calling for that examination. So Congress hasn't done this for several years now. There have been, as was noted in the public forum, there have been bills in the legislature to take a look at this question of reparations from a state perspective, and there's been no action there. And it's not clear, I think, as we vote tonight, that any other city has even any other city has taken the step that we're on the cusp of taking tonight. And while I sometimes feel like the word historic is sort of easily to throw around, and sometimes maybe I do it that way, I do think what we are doing here tonight warrants that label and is really potentially consequential. To kind of Councilor Jang's question about what this is going to mean, I think it's important to acknowledge I don't know where this study is going to take us. The city of Burlington's role in the institution of slavery and what is right for the city to do in response to that role is not clear today as we start this effort. And I say sincerely to both supporters of this resolution and any residents who might view it with concern that we have much work to do to figure this out. And I enter the process with no preconceptions of where we're going to land. I do know, however, that we will never fully realize the ideals of our country until the issue of reparations is addressed. And I welcome tonight as a small but potentially groundbreaking and important step towards that crucial goal. Thank you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. Any further comments from councilors? All right, Director Green, did you have any thoughts that you wanted to offer? I know you worked very hard on this, and I wanted to recognize your hard work on this. So were there any thoughts that you wanted to offer?
I just want to thank Mr. Mayor for supporting this and all the councilors who have supported it as well. I think it's an important step, as the mayor just said, and I'm happy to see that this is being voted on tonight. I think it's historic, and congratulations to all of you that worked on it. I know that Councilor Paul had a big hand in it as well. So congratulations to her too for working on it. Yeah, so that's all that I really had to say, President Tracy.
Thank you very much. All right, any further comments? Okay, seeing none, let's go to a vote. Oh, Councilor Freeman, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just to thank Councilor Paul. I know that I'm not sure if just in terms of co-sponsors, I feel like there's been, I think with COVID and with everything that's going on, I personally have not felt like there's been sort of so much coming at us as counselors. I mean, in the middle of this entire, like this, for example, like historic resolution that we are on the cusp of potentially passing, we also just had like was it 40 minutes of conversations with UVM and other, universities in the city about the stress that people are experiencing about reopening of schools. So I want to thank counselors for being understanding of that. I really appreciate anyone who's reached out to me about this, or I've had a chance to reach out to about who's collaborate on this. I know Councilor Paul that you had a chance to make some edits as well, and other counselors did too. So I want to express that I do think this was a collaborative effort by the council, by the administration. I'm really thankful, and I'm really excited to pass this.
All right, any further comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The resolution passes unanimously. Okay, we will now move on to item 7.08, which is a communication, Mayor Weinberger, veto charter change reconsideration. So,
point of order. Did
Yep.
you mean to skip 7.07?
oops, sorry, never mind. Thank you, sorry. I mean, I'm sorry about that. We're on 7.07. Councilor Pine, go ahead.
I would move to adopt the resolution and request the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Pine. Is there a second? Seconded from Councilor Hanson. Go ahead, Councilor Pine.
So I am going to date myself and say that I became a political activist around tenants issues. And it was many years ago that this issue was on the ballot as a result of a petition drive in Burlington, because we couldn't get the city council, in spite of the fact that Mayor Sanders spoke up very strongly in favor of this. There wasn't enough support at the council to bring this issue. So we brought it to the voters as an advisory question in March of 1988. And of course, when we did that, it was greeted by real estate interests as, oh my gosh, the great boogeyman of rent control is here. And I want to just point out that back then, the reply from the mayor, which I just want to reiterate, was, this is not it. You will know when we bring you rent control. This is not rent control. So there are people who've been sending us messages titled something or another about rent control. I just want to be really clear with people who are paying attention to this issue. This is not a type of rent control. This is a way to ensure that residential tenants get some degree of stability. Those who are following their leases, who are not breaking their leases, breaking the law, have some degree of reliability and stability in their housing. And so what we talk about just cause, it is important to know that right now there is a no cause way to terminate a tenancy. And that was that's a loophole essentially, or we can look at it as a loophole. It's been closed in many other places. And so that's what we're trying to get at, is to provide a reasonable level of housing security. We call security of tenure for tenants that homeowners currently enjoy. No one's going to tell a homeowner to leave unless they do something really bad, that forces them to leave for other reasons. But a homeowner enjoys a lot of security of tenure, that we're just trying to give tenants a little piece of that. And given that tenants comprise about 60% of the households in Burlington, this is a way to build stronger, more resilient, more durable communities. Families benefit, children benefit. It is a policy which has lots of benefits. And on the downside, there will be owners of rental property who will tell us this is going to make life difficult for them. And that may very well be. And I happen to own a duplex, and it will be harder for me to deal with that. But I would just say we have to recognize that housing is a fundamental human right. And if we regulate things like, dog licenses and how many chickens you can have in your yard, and whether you can have a car in your driveway without a license plate on it, there's a whole bunch of things we're willing to regulate. We have to accept that regulating housing as a basic human right is one of our obligations to do. And so that's why this issue comes up now, and it's why I think it's so important for us to advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Are there other councilors wishing to speak to this item? Councilor Carpenter, go ahead.
Hi, Councilor Pine really said it very well, and I'm dating myself as well because I was around the first time it was asked, and I was just on the committee now that is proposing this. It is about adding regulation to residential rental housing in the city of Burlington, and we're trying to see if our voters and our constituents are open to that, which I hope they would be. I think the thing that's really important to point out about this, and I think there's been some confusion about what is it this particular resolution is asking for. And because of the way Vermont laws are constructed, our constitution and our charter, we as a city do not have the absolute right to set our own landlord-tenant law. That's set by the state of Vermont. And what this resolution is doing is allowing us, is asking permission from the state of Vermont to allow the city of Burlington to set up ordinances, to set up standards, and to be able to further regulate residential rental housing. So it isn't a just cause program. We haven't written any ordinances. We haven't proposed any parameters. None of that work has been done. This is asking permission from the state of Vermont. And I think a lot of people resent that. They don't like having to go to the state of Vermont to ask for permission, but that's in fact what we really need to do. We have no choice in that matter. And what we're going to is asking them for a fairly significant exemption or change to state landlord-tenant law. And because this has to be approved by the legislature, that's unfortunately going to take time. I had all along felt like we did not need to rush this. We can't bring it to the legislature before January of next year. I've worked for 20 years with the legislature on a whole variety of things, housing legislation, but mostly they don't move that fast. And because this is asking for a fairly significant change, it needs to go through probably 4 committees. We might say, well, why won't they support us? There's going to be the naysayers that Brian referenced, the property owners who feel like their rights are impinged. It does affect the court system because it will be different rules when you get to court. And I just think we need the time to explain that to our voters so they really understand what they're voting for. And whether we do it pass it in November or March, that won't speed it up any faster with the legislature. Deferring it to March, I believe, gives us a better chance to explain it to our voters about what it is we're asking, and to do some of the hard work that we need to do, both lobbying more than our legislators, because it won't be just our folks that'll opine upon this, and it will be better educating the voters about what it is that we're asking. There, as Councilor Pine pointed out, there's a fair number of jurisdictions. There's 3 states actually that have this statewide. There's, I don't know how many municipalities do that. We haven't done that work yet. So I guess I am supportive of this, but would like to offer an amendment either now or after further discussion to put this on the March ballot rather than the November ballot. I did just send you all the change of the amendment. I sent it out about 5:30, I thought, but apparently it did not get to you, so you should all have that now.
Okay, so councilors do have it. I would ask that you make that amendment now, just so that we can get that out there. I do see that it went to city councilors. I did send it to Chief of Staff Riddell. Know that if we could just get that up, maybe screen. Thank you, Chief of Staff Riddell, really appreciate it. So this is, I'll let Councilor, I will let Councilor Carpenter make the motion on the amendment that is being displayed on the screen right now. So go ahead, Councilor Carpenter.
Well, it's primarily what I mentioned. I did the committee, and particularly Councilor Pine did a very good job on the introductory thing. I'm at this point satisfied with the language, although I've gotten feedback that there's some confusion about part of the resolution that refers to rent increases as de facto eviction. The point of that is to get permission to, if this ordinance is adopted to also deal with evictions that might relate from somebody just doubling your rent because they wanted to get rid of you. Again, that would be what all would be spelled out in ordinance. So my amendment proposal simply just deals with the timing of this. And that's really the last two sentences. It suggests that the resolution be sent to the Charter Change Committee and that they report back to the City Council no later than December 7th, which is 3 months before the election, so that it can be warned in time for the March 21 annual meeting. I'm not fixed on December. I tried to pick a date that hopefully would not squeeze us for time. I'm amenable to moving that up even a little bit if anyone wants to make that as a suggestion. But it really relates to having the next 2 or 3 months to do more homework and more outreach and then getting it on the March ballot.
Okay, can you please state this as an amendment though, Counselor?
Okay, I'd like to amend the resolution to change line 38 to strike as at its August 24th meeting and substitute no later than its December 7th meeting, and amend line 39 to say for public hearing for the March 2021 annual meeting.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Carpenter. Is everybody clear on what the amendment is? Is that a question, Counselor Hightower?
I'm wondering if we can discuss before we get a second, so that if...
Good idea, yes.
That
was my question, I think around the December 7th. And
no, we really do need a second on it, and then we can open up discussion. So is everyone clear on the amendment itself? And I'm sorry, if we can go out of share mode, please.
I'll second.
Is that Counselor Shannon?
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor Shannon. So we have a motion to amend from Counselor Carpenter and a second from Counselor Hightower. We can now go out. Chief of Staff Riddell, if you could bring us out of the share screen, just because I've gotten feedback from members of the public that can be challenging, or it's not the best experience for folks watching at home. Thank you. Appreciate you displaying that. Okay, so we had a motion from Counselor Carpenter, a second from Counselor Shannon. Discussion on the amendment. Counselor Hightower.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to do it before, because I thought that Eileen always says you can't, the maker of the motion can't amend it anymore after the second, and it sounded like Counselor Carpenter was open to amending it. I'm not particularly happy about the December date. I feel like we're squeezing ourselves in, again, considering that sometimes it just doesn't seem like we can get charter changes through at a timely manner. So I would definitely prefer to see an earlier date than December in terms of bringing this back to council. That said, in general discussion, I think I think we're all a little worried about evictions, especially in a time of COVID and not knowing how long we'll have cycles of being, sorry, it's very late, increased cases again. And I think that this is something we should move to be earlier rather than later. But I would at least like to see an earlier return to the council.
Okay, are you gonna offer an amendment?
Yeah, I move to amend the language to be no later than, I don't even know what date, November 2020.
Okay, we have a motion to November. Which date in November 2020, Councilor Hightower?
I'm not sure. Do we know when having just gotten this, when the council meetings are in November?
Yep, let me look for you. We
For
have
the 9th and the 23rd.
I would move to have it be November 9th then, 2020.
Okay, we have a motion on an amendment to the amendment. I see a second from Councillor Paul. Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Jang, go ahead.
But just wanted to know current members of the Charter Change Committee. I was just asking them how do they have the capacity to do it then, since they're here?
I see the chair, Councillor Shannon, raising her hand. Go ahead, Councillor Shannon.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Jang, for checking in. I really appreciate that. I think that we should be able to return it to the council by November 9th.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor Jang?
No.
Thank you. I saw Councillor Hanson with a hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Hanson. Okay. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councillor Jang?
Yes.
Councillor Freeman?
Yes.
Councillor Hanson?
Yes.
Councillor Hightower?
Yes.
Councillor Mason?
No.
Councillor Paul?
Yes.
Councillor Paulino?
Yes.
Councillor Pine?
Yes.
Councillor Shannon?
Yes.
Councillor Stromberg?
Yes.
City Councilor President Tracy?
Yes.
Ayes 11, nays 1.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendment passes. We're back to the amendment as amended. And so what this will do would change this will basically adopt what we just amended in place of what is in the current resolution. So this is changing the underlying resolution, changing the dates around which the report back is requested. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on now?
Point of information.
Yep, go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
Councilor Tracy, President Tracy. We're voting on both the amended date that we just did, which is November 9, and also this is the entire underlying amendment, which also includes the change from November to March, correct?
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
I just want to make sure.
Yes, Councilor Pine, go ahead.
Mr. President, if I could, if you would allow for this line of questioning, because the mayor has issued a veto on another item due to the fact that it's going to require both the printing and it's really the mailing and the cost of mailing, I believe, the ballots. I'd like to hear his views on what would happen if the council votes to put a different item on tonight, and that's this item. So I know it's not customary to say, what would you do if, but I guess we're doing that now because we're kind of running out of time. So I'd like to know how the mayor would view that issue, if it's the same issue for him. And if so, I'd just like to have him speak about that.
Understood, Councilor. I'll allow it. And Mayor Weinberger, should you wish to answer the question, go right ahead.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Didn't we just vote to not have this on the November ballot? Or we just voted to amend it?
The report back date, Councilor.
We only voted on the report back date?
Yes, that was the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Yep. Mayor Weinberger, you have the floor.
Thanks, President Tracy, and I understand the question, Councilor Pine. The challenge in addressing that question, first of all, there were some suggestions in the public forum that somehow the veto decision regarding ranked choice voting was somehow related to this this potential charter change, and I would just share from my perspective that it was not related in any way. I've been aware of the discussion happening at CD&R, but unclear on what the timing of that would be. And these were separate decisions, and did not really know how to take into account a decision not yet made by the council should impact the decision that was before me and had a deadline with the ranked choice voting. And I guess I still feel that that is kind of where we're at, in that the vote tonight, even if the council votes now to send it to the charter change committee, is it's my understanding it's very unclear what kind of debate and deliberations are going to happen at the charter change committee. There isn't a meeting scheduled to deal with this yet, so it's really hard to project. I don't see how this preliminary action by the council here can really impact a veto decision that, because of the nature and the timing of the council decisions, has to be made tonight.
Thank you.
Councilor Pine, you have the floor.
I then wanted to ask, typically council committees only convene when the chair is able to convene. And I did speak previously, Mr. President, with Councilor Shannon, and she indicated that convening that committee in time to report back for the August 24th meeting would be extremely difficult. And I just wanted to ask that question as well of Councilor Shannon, is what would that mean for your committee if this, as originally proposed, what would that mean for your committee?
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Shannon, are you able to answer that?
Yes, I think it would be impossible to convene the committee in that time frame. I don't know if staff is available or not. Nobody had consulted with me or asked me about this. It's being proposed as if it were an emergency, and I had a planned vacation during this time. So I don't see how we could turn it around in that kind of time frame.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Shannon. Councilor Pine, you still have the floor.
Yeah, my I guess what I'm just wanting to share. I feel like I need to explain this to both councilors and to the members of the public, that this is an issue that's very near and dear to me. I believe in this as an important reform. I also believe that we need to have as many councilors on board as we possibly can, both to win it here in Burlington and to win it in the legislature. So I'm still trying to make up my mind on the amendment, but I favor getting this approved and getting it passed by the legislature. We are in for a long, long haul in the state legislature. This will not be done in one half of a biennium. This will take both halves of a biennium to get passed. I've been through this process before, not with this item, but with something a lot less far-reaching, and it was extremely difficult to get an item like this through the legislature. So I just want folks to understand that's a big part of my thinking, not how to delay this. It's really not about how to delay it. It's about how to get the most effective strategic approach that gets us there. That's what I'm trying to do. Thanks.
Okay, I have Councilor Freeman to be followed by Councilor Mason and Stromberg. Councilor Freeman.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't think I'm going to support this amendment. I feel I don't want to see the issue get delayed any longer. I think it's important for things to get put up to a vote. I don't see $45,000 to print a ballot as being any more superfluous in spending than any other sort of small expenses that we've had that are non-COVID related during the period of COVID. And the impact on the budget, we've been making small expenses. I don't see, I just don't see a case for delaying this. As far as to the work of the Charter Change Committee, as a committee member, we are supposed to meet every 3 weeks. We didn't meet on the 29th of July, which was 3 weeks from the meeting before. That would mean that 3 weeks from then is August 19th. So if we're skipping that and meeting later, that means we're going several weeks without meeting. I understand it's more typical for the committee to meet when there are pressing issues or issues that are like immediately time sensitive on the agenda, but this certainly qualifies. I think in that case, I know the committee has met over last minute sort of time sensitive issues such as the downtown improvement district during last session. I don't see it as being appropriate to delay in terms of not issuing the special city ballot. And I see it as important for the committee to meet. So I don't really understand how it is such. I think it was perfectly acceptable to put items to a vote in November.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman.
I feel a bit speechless to be even the debate around it is a little bit baffling to me. But that's all I have for now. I think it's just very late, so I just wanted to say my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. I have Councilor Mason, Stromberg, Hanson, Carpenter, and Hightower. And this is all on the amendment, folks. So let's really keep the debate tailored to the amendment and try and move us toward a vote on the amendment and the underlying resolution, recognizing that we do still have 3 items on deliberative to follow this. Councilor Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I will be supporting the amendment. And to sort of pick up on what I heard from both Councilors Pine and Freeman, I believe working with Councilor Pine, there is an opportunity to get greater buy-in. I will confess I was not following as closely at CDNR as maybe I should have, but I've had a host of questions that I've bothered Councilors Carpenter and Pine about over the course of the last week that I don't feel I still understand, fully understand. I'm afraid of the unintended consequences of the may include expiration of a lease agreement. I feel there's a whole contingency of landlords out there, and like it or not, they are a part of this conversation. I'm very concerned about the student rental space and the 1 year and what happens if 1 tenant stays instead of 4. And we all know the market and the cycle that turns over. I don't feel that conversation, those conversations have been had. And to force this just to get on the November ballot, I feel is a mistake. I think there's an opportunity for, to bring more into this conversation. And I would actually point to DID as the perfect example from, DID failed, I think, in part because the public felt we were rushing it. So to cite DID as an example of we should convene a committee, hold a hearing and rush this forward, I think I draw a different conclusion from the DID, which is let's do this right and let's slow it down. We're not slowing it down too much, but let's slow it down and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. I have Councilor Stromberg. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. So, and I bring this up respectfully to the chair, Councilor Shannon, but it's just something as many of you know, committees can meet when 2 of the 3 members are there, and if need be, because it's technically, we could classify that as an emergency circumstance. I think that the other 2 committee members, myself included, and if Councilor Freeman was able and had the capacity to, we could meet as a committee if we get the staff and everything. So I just wanted put that on the radar, I guess. That's something I'm more than happy to do. I think that this is warranted, but yeah, I'd like to hear what folks think about that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. I have Councillor Hanson to be followed by Carpenter and Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Great, thanks. Well, I definitely appreciate what Councillor Mason laid out. I think what, for me, I'm counterweighing against that is just the urgency around this, because I think it's pretty clear that we're about to enter a major eviction crisis as a result of the economic crisis and as a result of the unemployment benefits running out. I just saw a report that up to a third of all renters across the country may miss their next rent payment. So this is an extreme scenario that we're entering right now in our economy, and particularly for renters, and particularly concerns around eviction, which is already such a derailing factor for folks that impacts their family and their life for multiple, even potentially for multiple generations. It's already so destabilizing, but then to happen during a pandemic that threatens not only them, but the safety of our community. So I feel that protecting against evictions right now is extremely urgent, and the legislature, we have to make that case to the legislature, but I don't think there's any way to say that starting 4 months later, we're gonna somehow get it out sooner. I think if we get a 4-month head start on this, we're more likely to get it out of the legislature sooner. And it's incumbent upon us to make the case to the legislature that this is an extreme scenario and they need to actually move more quickly on that. But regardless of what we're able to convince of them, us getting 4 months earlier is a really big deal. So for me, given the circumstances, I think even though I would love to, have as much buy-in as possible, and I appreciate that slowing it down could get more buy-in, I also appreciate the urgency around it. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. I have Carpenter to be followed by Hightower and Shannon. Go ahead, Councillor Carpenter.
A couple different things. I do feel strongly about the buy-in, and in terms of the charter change work, yes, you could do this maybe in 2 weeks, but can you have robust public hearing? Can you invite the 1,200 landlords that might opine on it? There's a lot of work we need to do. Can we, the CD&R committee, I think, needs to go back and do a whole bunch of kind of FAQs. What does this mean? What do other jurisdictions do? I think people are afraid because it's a little too open-ended. And I actually personally think at the end of the day, it needs to be open-ended because you don't want to put specifics in charter. You want the permissive enabling language. But something I also really want to correct that Councillor Hanson said is non-payment of rent is cause. This has nothing to do with that. And I agree, we're going to see an increase in evictions related to non-payment of rent. And we, and really, to tell you the truth, the legislature has got to take that as a priority. They're going to have to renew their rent program. And it's one of the reasons why I don't think this is going to get as much attention, because they've got a couple of other things way ahead of the game there. I just
on the amendment.
I honestly don't believe putting it in March slows it down.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Hightower to be followed by Shannon. Go ahead, Councillor Hightower.
Oh man, hadn't even thought about the non-payment piece, which is so funny considering how much we've been talking about no cause and cause. I'm sorry, I don't actually have a question or a statement. I think I am really torn on this. I see the piece on getting more buy-in, but I also feel like a lot of those conversations are kind of irrespective of the charter process. Like, we do still have to just talk about what this is going to be like as an ordinance, and that's going to have to be a very substantive, very long conversation. and I'm worried about delaying this any further. I do feel a little bit better about realizing that that non-payment of rent during COVID is cause. So yeah, I guess kind of echoing what Councilor Hansen said, but recognizing Carpenter's arguments.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hightower. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. Yes, I just want to echo what Councilor Carpenter said, that we do have an emergency with regards to people losing their jobs, being unable to pay rent, and facing evictions. And that is exactly what we should be working on. And it has nothing to do with this, because this won't help that problem at all. Right. And with regards to two committee members calling a meeting for a non-emergency item and calling that respectful, I just want to say I don't consider that respectful in any way, trying to circumvent the chair and get around having a meeting with the chair. You can preface it with all due respect, but there is no respect whatsoever in that statement.
Okay. Councilor Freeman, and let's try and move to a vote on this amendment and get to the resolution, since we do have quite a bit left. Go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
I'm confused about the point about how working on just cause eviction wouldn't help the broader eviction issue. If people are being evicted because of no payment, that puts a huge load on the system of people who are being in a position of housing emergencies. And then, but we can't acknowledge that then also having people who are being evicted for no cause is going to create an additional burden. I understand that it's not the same thing, but how is being it's fine, well, that's not the fire, but the other fire over there is that's not, I don't feel like that logic makes any sense. This is supposed to mitigate the problem of having people evicted and having housing emergencies, and people in a position of crisis over their housing, which takes a myriad of steps. I don't think we can chew gum and walk at the same time, or whatever the phrase is. So I don't understand that logic. And I think delaying this, I think it does push it back, to push it back in March. I don't think that's a true, I don't think that's factually correct to say that it doesn't delay it. It does delay it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commentary on the amendment? Seeing none, we will go to a vote on the amendment that would move the report back date to November, that has a report back date of November, and would move the item from being placed on the November ballot to being placed on the referral to being placed for aiming for the March ballot instead. Is everyone clear on the amendment and what we're voting on?
I think it was clear to me, but the way you explain it, I'm confused. Can you explain again what we're voting on, Max? Sorry, Council President Tracy.
So we're voting on a referral. So this is a referral to the Charter Change Committee, and as it came to us, it was asked to put on the November ballot, and to have the Charter Change Committee consider it as a November ballot for placement on the November ballot.
Yes.
What this would change that referral to do would be to request a report back from the Charter Change Committee by November 9th, by our November 9th meeting, with the intention of placing it instead on the March ballot. Does that make sense, Councilor Jay?
That makes, thank you. Yes.
Okay. Is everybody clear? Okay. Will CAO Shad please call the roll?
Councilor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councilor Jay.
Yes.
Councilor Freeman.
No.
Councilor Hansen.
No.
Councilor Hansen, I couldn't hear you.
No.
Thank you.
Councilor Hightower.
No.
Councilor Mason.
Yes.
Councilor Paul.
Mason.
Late.
Yes.
It is getting late.
It really is. No, that's real.
Counselor Paulino.
Yes.
Counselor Pine.
Yes.
Counselor Shannon.
Yes.
Counselor Stromberg.
No.
City Council President Tracy.
No.
Sorry, 7 ayes, 5 nays.
The amendment carries, and we are now back to the original resolution as amended. Is there further discussion on this resolution? Okay. Councillor Jane, go ahead.
Yes. So, I mean, I think requiring the ability to regulate, our residential rental housing is such a great and wonderful thing. And I think Councillor Pine did talk about it. And also he stated also how this work is not only about just putting it on the ballot, but it is also working with our legislators to make sure it happens. They gave us the ability to do so. And even if it comes back with the approval, there is still some work that needs to be done. So I think this is just a great start. But I believe the other fight too is to make sure that it passes on the ballot. Because if it doesn't happen, nothing will happen. And I think those who spoke here in front of us, public forum, would want to see this done and that we move on to other things. So I think we have done something beautiful right here. And I think it has become also to Councillor Freeman. There has been so much work, I understand. And I think you listen to people. And I think we have the ability now to move it to the next level together. Getting it done, fighting is one thing, but getting it done together is something that's beautiful we need to strive for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Is there further comments on the resolution as amended? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the resolution as amended, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The resolution carries unanimously. Now we will move on to 7.08, communication Mayor Weinberger regarding veto of charter change ranked choice voting. So I believe what I'll do in this is, given that this is labeled as a communication from the mayor, I'll go to the mayor first. And then should there be, and then we'll have a motion on the veto override. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, President Tracy. You have received my veto memo communication already. I don't think it makes sense to totally reiterate that. I will try to add briefly to what I've already shared, and just in response to some of the debate thus far and the comments in the public forum and what I've seen in the media. I urge the council in considering this veto to fully grapple with the implications of the dramatic moment we're in and the budget that you passed just a month ago. We are battling a terrible pandemic. We're facing the deepest economic recession of our lifetimes. We're grappling on numerous fronts with the terrible impact of systemic racism on this country and this community. We will be in November managing an unprecedented election that requires major changes to how we've traditionally administered those elections already, even without adding a special, unique local election. And we're doing this all with every department significantly shorthanded because of a hiring freeze that's been in place since April. We passed a budget together, we created and passed a budget together with millions of dollars of cuts, and we know that unless Congress passes a significant relief package, something that appears increasingly uncertain, we'll be faced with the necessity of together cutting $1 million more. And I ask you to consider that as a backdrop to what's been referred to as a minor expense here with this approximately $45,000 impact of holding a special election. There's a limit to what we can afford to take on in this environment, and the budget we created and approved together at the end of June recognized that. A principle of that budget was that from both a staff deployment and a financial perspective, the year ahead could include basically no new initiatives. That was a principle we talked about again and again. And yet, 2 weeks later, without any consideration for this principle or what would need to be cut in order to do this, without a budget amendment to make it possible, or an authorization to use 50% of the contingency for the entire year, which is what $45,000 basically represents, the council passed by a slim majority a call for a significant and new initiative in terms of cost and staff time, a special election this November. So I do want to make sure it's clear to everyone listening, and it did not seem it was, that the difference between November and March, why do it in November and not March? The argument that is made is not about, we haven't heard anyone making an argument this is going to actually change when elections would convert over if this secures all the approvals necessary. The earliest that a change will take place, whether it's voted on in November or whether it's voted on in March, is 2022 for council issues and 2024 for a mayoral election. So this has nothing to do with next March's mayoral election. Given this reality, the only justification for placing this on the ballot in November instead of March, and one that we heard again and again tonight, is not because there's any substantive difference in what this is going to do to the world, not because it makes election changes any earlier, but because the argument goes entirely, it seems, that the voter turnout in November will be higher. I've heard the argument made that my veto is a slippery slope. I actually think that logic is a slippery slope. We have always taken into account the cost of special elections. It is rare that we call special elections. We always weigh the cost impacts of holding a special election with whether there's going to be whether there's a real reason to spend that money, whether there's a real reason to advance it. In this case, because of COVID, the cost is especially high, and the impact on elections is nil. The slippery slope logic here is that suggesting that somehow November elections are superior, morally, it almost sounded like at times, the way people have been talking about this, to March elections. March is always when we grapple with local issues, and to suggest that somehow March is inferior and less legitimate is troubling. It's not consistent with our long practice of March elections, and not a rationale that makes sense in this unique and challenging moment we find ourselves in. If we're going to make it through the challenges of the next year, we're going to have to be disciplined and focused and choose carefully what we put our staff time and money into. And my veto seeks to reinforce this principle that I think is going to be critical for the year ahead. Thank you for the opportunity to share those additional remarks, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. I will now go to Councilor Hansen for a motion. Councilor Hansen, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, I'll move to override the veto and ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion from Councilor Hansen, a second from Councilor Pine. Go ahead, Councilor Hansen.
So I guess the biggest thing I would want to start with, and I'd want to hear from the mayor, is given everything that the mayor has laid out, would by all of that logic, then would the mayor support this as a March ballot item?
Okay, Councilor Hansen has asked a question. Mr. Mayor, are you able to answer that question?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at answering that, President Tracy. I mean, listen, I decide on veto actions when they get to my desk, and obviously I very rarely exercise a veto. And I will share here that the steps that make the administration support more likely for any proposal is consultation with the administration about staff, budget impacts, consultation with the administration about policy, deliberations in the committee about policy options and specific language, and processes that secure public feedback that before this council and the administration are expected to act. So, unfortunately, not only did it not happen here, that kind of collegiality and due diligence has become all too rare of late. So, I don't think it's, we'll see, depending on how this is handled, where we go. I would not expect, that I would veto it, but I do think it's important that this be, if we have this additional time, that the time be used well to make this a proposal that is more broadly, that addresses some of those issues that were not addressed this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Hanson, you still have the floor.
Great, thank you. So yeah, we had a long discussion as a full city council at our last meeting about November versus March. We decided as a council on November, so I'm wary of rehashing that too much. That was the decision that we made as a body after pretty robust discussion. But I would remind folks that when I brought forward this item in early December of last year, and it passed 9-3, that was with the intention of placing it on the March ballot. It was asking for the charter change committee to get it back for the following city council meeting to place on the March ballot. The charter change committee did not do that. They ended up getting it back to us just in time for our last meeting. So the intention was for the previous March ballot initially. We didn't meet that deadline. So now we came up on, November versus March this time around, and we had that debate. We landed on November. If you look at our consent agenda tonight, and you look at the budget amendments that many of us brought, and you look at many of the items that have come since then, there are areas in which we can cut corners and trim costs as a city to the tune of at least $45,000. I don't think stifling local democracy is a way to cut costs. I don't think that's where we should be finding $45,000 is by circumventing that. And I'm not only talking about preventing a higher number of voters from voting on this, which again is why we chose November, to hear from more people about the issue, but also I'm talking about overriding the will of our public legislative body, the city council. So I find it problematic. I think it's important for us to override the veto and to reiterate, as public officials and as the legislative body, the decision that we made and why we made it. So I'm pretty tired. I'll leave it at that for now, but thank you, Mr. President, and thanks everyone for considering.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just want to set straight something that I just heard. It's true that this was referred to the Charter Change Committee last December to go on to the March ballot. However, that was referred to the Charter Change Committee, just like the last item that we were considering, with just days to return it to the council. And that's not appropriate to send something to a committee and expect it back in days. So we had that council meeting on a Monday. We didn't even have a charter change committee scheduled at that point. We met after the end of our city council meeting, and the 3 charter change committee members with President Tracy as the chair and Attorney Blackwood all agreed we could meet on Thursday, but only with a hard stop at 6:30 because 2 of the 3 members had a previous engagement. We all agreed to that. We had several other items we had been working on for months that we needed to wrap up. And Councilor Tracy at the time, President Tracy now, rightfully put all of those things first on the agenda. So by the time we got to this issue, we only had about 10 to 15 minutes to discuss it. So we did not have time to put it on the March agenda, March ballot, because that deadline was the following meeting. So it couldn't go on the March ballot, not because we didn't want it on the March ballot. We weren't given enough time to deliberate it in committee as the topic deserves. I will be sustaining the veto.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Any further comments from councilors on this? Councilor Carpenter, because you haven't spoken yet to this, and then I'll come to you, Councilor Hanson. Go ahead, Councilor Carpenter.
My reasons for postponing it haven't changed, and I would ask that, and I am going to support the veto, but I wanted us to use the time, if that's sustained, to talk about other alternatives. I know I'm new, so I missed the conversation last winter, but no one has invited me to a robust academic discussion of the different alternatives. No one's come to our NPA and talked about other options, other wording. And so we have an opportunity to do all of that. And so I think it's a good opportunity to re-educate our citizens. A lot's changed in the last 10 years. As you well know, my neighborhood overwhelmingly did not support it. And so let's use that time to re-educate people both on this specific language, but is there anything else that might be better for us to go on about in March?
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Councilor Shannon and just say, you know, the point wasn't to rehash a debate around, you know, what happened in December. The point was that this issue just didn't emerge out of the blue and, you know, suddenly we want it for November. I was trying to give the history because I think a lot of folks genuinely don't realize the fact that this actually started in December and was sitting in committee for that time. And, you know, I did a lot of outreach and engagement during those 7 months, but I don't think that everyone on the council did that. And so I think it's important to remind folks of how we got to where we ended up in terms of this item. And Councilor Carpenter, I'll cordially invite you to an event that I'm hosting this Thursday at 8, where we're gonna have some live music and we're gonna let people vote on a song that they want the artist to perform using the system, and we'll walk through the round by round. And I think there's gonna be a lot of opportunities for education and engagement, and happy to work with anyone on that. I know there's a few organizations that are big supporters of RCV that are going to be doing events as well, like VPIRG, Rights and Democracy, League of Women Voters. So definitely looking forward to that. I think when it was on for November, that really spurred those organizations to begin a lot of planning. I hope that if the veto is sustained, that we still have that momentum and engagement. I certainly will continue to do that. But I think, you know, once we do, if and when we do place this on a ballot, that's really the best way to get people really paying attention and really get organizations to really do that outreach work, is when you have kind of the impetus of, you know, having something on the ballot to really work towards. So I think that is important. So, you know, if we don't pass it tonight, I hope we can continue to work together and work towards placing this on the March ballot, although I would prefer November. And we'll, as I said, we'll vote to override for that reason.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I will be brief. I will be voting to sustain the veto, but not because of March versus November. I voted no because I have a problem with ranked choice voting, and I feel it produces every time Robert Bristow Johnson starts talking and walks me through the last election, I'm willing to have a conversation with Councilor Hanson about why that analysis is wrong, but I have an issue with ranked choice voting. I'm willing to engage in a conversation about other systems that may work better and hope that if this is sustained, we can have that conversation. But I am ranked choice voting. I'm not in favor of in November or in March. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Any other councilors?
Yes, can I?
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yeah, I think maybe it's the way we're talking about this issue. It is not the same as what we just voted on to send it on the ballot in March. It's completely different. This is not about us. This is not about how we feel about it. This is about people to tell us how they feel about this specific language, this specific system. Yes, this is democracy. And it has been, becoming now another culture, we can say. People petition us, and sometimes we don't put it on ballots. This is an example. It passed from the council, 7 votes. Why should we veto it? Yeah, if we want another system, over time we do it. It's been 10 years ago. 10 years ago, it was defeated. I don't know how I feel about it myself, and I won't be advocating for one side. All I want is the wheels of democracy to keep on rolling. So I will not sustain the veto. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
Yeah, and I said this before too, so it's kind of frustrating, but again, we're not talking about instating ranked choice voting. We're talking about giving people the choice to even give it a living chance. I really don't understand how we swayed so far from that, and again, probably going to vote along party lines on that too. Again, not a partisan issue. So I just feel really disheartened, and I had a lot more I wanted to say about it, but I am absolutely spent, and I think that there's nothing more that's gonna overturn this veto, but I'm gonna vote to do so anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, will the CAO please call the roll?
Councilor Carpenter.
I just want to clarify, so I picked the right yes or no. So the motion is to override it. So if I vote no, that means I do not want to override it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So my vote is no.
Councilor Jang.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Freeman.
Councilor Freeman, you're on mute.
Sorry, yes.
Councilor Hanson.
Yes.
Councilor Hightower.
Yes.
Councilor Mason.
No.
Councilor Paul.
No.
Councilor Paulino.
No.
Councilor.
I'm sorry, Councilor Paulino, I couldn't hear your vote.
No.
Councilor Pine.
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
So the override fails for lack of a 2/3 majority. This item will not be able to go on the November ballot. All right. We will now move on to our last couple of items of the evening. Hopefully we can get through these relatively quickly given the hour, folks. I'm going to dive right into item 7.09 and just go to Councillor Hightower for a motion on the recommended action. And if we have questions on this, then we can get into that. But Councillor Hightower, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move to authorize the mayor to execute a second amendment to the agreement between the University of Vermont and the City of Burlington regarding participation in the city's 10-year capital plan, substantially consistent with the draft submitted herewith.
You have a motion from Councillor Hightower. Is there a second? Second by Councillor Freeman. Any discussion or questions on the item? Okay, seeing none. Laura, I really appreciate you staying up late. I apologize for putting you this late on the agenda. I did not anticipate a long public forum, so I just want to be very clear with you. I apologize for that. Did you have any?
I enjoy these ones.
Well, I just really appreciate all your hard work, and I just want to acknowledge that. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Nope. The public engagement, I guess one little thing, the public engagement for this is coming up in September. It's going to be pretty broad across the city, NPAs, departments, also within UVM's campus. So look for that if you're interested in what this project's going to be for University Place.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We're now on to our final item. Can I please have a motion on that?
I move
Councilor Freeman, go ahead.
to approve the 2020-2021 outdoor entertainment permit application for Nectar's at 188 Main Street with all standard conditions.
We have a motion from Councilor Freeman. Is there a second? Seconded from Councilor Hanson. Any discussion of this item? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Having completed our deliberative agenda, which was the motion to suspend the rules, we are now adjourned at 12:55. Councilor Carpenter, did you?
Well, we didn't have any committee reports, and I just like to ask at the next meeting that we have an update from Public Safety and the Police Commission on the Joint Committee related to the assessment of the police.
Okay, if
Do
folks
you want
have,
me to? Oh.
look, this is not an item on our agenda, so
No,
if you want to talk about it, this is really not the time to do that. If you have things you'd like on the next agenda, please email me. I would just want to remind everybody that tomorrow is the primary. I know that we've lost most of our viewership probably given the late hour, but just if you haven't voted already, please do so. I know that the polling stations will be open for normal hours, and there are lots of precautions that they are taking to make voting safe this year. So please, if you haven't already, please do so. And if you do have an absentee ballot, you can actually still bring your absentee ballot to the polls. So just want to make sure people know that piece as well. Bring all pieces of the ballot with you to the polls. And remember that you can still vote with that absentee ballot. Thanks, folks.
Thanks.
Thank you.